go back on the record. 19 CF 7518. I have counsel of the State Defense and Mr. Quiles present. We do have our jury present, and I'll wait to bring him out until he finishes up. Before we get started, anything we need to handle for the state before the jury comes out?
We just need Detective Abbott.
Okay, anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Can we bring Detective Abbott back in, please? He should be outside the courtroom, I'm assuming.
He was in the hall.
All right, Detective Abbott's making his way forward. Mr. Gregg, go ahead and bring the jury in, please. No, you're good. You're still under oath from yesterday.
Your Honor, the jury's entering the court.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Everyone may have a seat. Before we get started, just a reminder, Detective Abbott is still under oath from yesterday during his testimony. We'll continue with the state's direct here in a moment. A quick scheduling issue. I expect to be able to get a lot of testimony in today. If we stay until a little after 6, does that present a huge issue from anybody? And you can give me nods of the heads if you wish to talk to your better half, and give me a note later or mention it to the bailiffs. That's fine as well. I just wanted to give you a heads up now so we can try to maximize our time together. I know it's a long day. It certainly will accommodate you guys for breaks and that nature, but given that it's Wednesday, third day of the week of week 2, myself and the parties are trying to maximize our time together. So if that's a major issue for anybody, I've gotten a few shakes, but just let me know if it's an issue by mentioning it to the bailiff, who'll let me know at the next break or something, and we'll go from there. With that said, State, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Abbott, we had left off with State's Evidence 64. If you could please tell us about the next entry where we left off. I believe that's going to be the 8/19/2018-202. If you can tell us what that is.
This is another message, 8/19/2018-202. I'm sorry for sending that. I'm still in my feelings, but it really don't matter no more anyways. We will never be together ever again. I don't ever want to talk to you no more.
Again, Detective, please be very careful about reading the exact language, okay? Thank you.
I don't even want to talk to you no more. You really went the lowest that I could handle and would never forgive you.
And the next entry, please.
8/19/2018, 244. It appears to be a picture.
And we'll just look at it very briefly. And could you tell us what it is?
It is a screenshot of a Snapchat message between Uncle and me, where Uncle says, "Love you," me, "We're in the same house." Uncle, "I'm coming for a kiss."
And the next one, please.
8/19/2018, 255. Free man, LOL, inside joke.
And the next one.
8/19/2018, 257. I'm so glad I don't have to worry about trusting anymore, because at the end of the day, everyone is always out for themselves. So I'll be just the same way. FTW is back in full effect. Fuck it all.
The next one, please.
8/20/2018, 1243. You can't keep it real with me because I'm not important enough to do so. You keep cheating on me and I'm done with you, so stay in your feelings as long as you need to be. I finished with all my stressing and crying over you. I'm good.
And the next message, please.
It's 8/20/2018 at 1:06. It's so funny how you mess up and you decide that you're going to be mad at me because I don't trust you no more and don't want you no more either. This could have all been avoided, but you choose this. This is what you wanted, so now you got it. I just wish I didn't feel so much for you, because you wouldn't be a issue for me to get over. But as I always say, it's just a feeling that will pass in time.
And the next message.
8/20/2018, 109. You're just making it all so easy for me to just leave you alone. Goodbye, Iyana. I think you should take the bus back home from now on. You seem to have it all figured out.
And Detective Abbott, through your investigation with speaking with family members, is Iyana an abbreviation for Iyana?
Yes.
And the next one, please.
The next one is 8/20/2018, 121, and it is a photograph.
And what does it say?
The face of a cheater.
And have you seen this image before?
Yes.
And where was that located?
On the defendant's cell phone.
And do you recall the date?
No.
Okay. Would that, though, the date be in the records?
Yes. We read it off yesterday. I don't remember what it was.
Okay, no problem. However, did that picture have a saying on it?
No.
And does this picture have a saying?
Yes.
And what is that saying?
The face of a cheater.
And who's the picture of?
IS.
And the next message, please.
8/20/2018, 122. Nah, I'm not going to even bother. You're both full of shit, and I'm not going to keep stressing over you and your lies. Just know you're mad fucked up, and you lost everything very good to you because you've lost something very good to you because you want to be a unloyal person. Like I said, I hope it was worth it.
And the next entry, please.
8/20/2018, 124. And now you're talking to someone else behind my back again, too. And you wanted to be married to me. Wow.
And the next message, please.
8/20/2018 at 125. You tell me you're a liar. You just can't stay with one person at all, huh? And I also found out the truth about what you were coming to wear over her. That's why your mom flips on you.
And the next entry.
8/20/2018, 132. I can't believe I'm still talking to you and actually trying to believe what you're saying, even when I know you're lying to me. I'm so fucked up over your manipulation. It's so sad. I really just need to get away from you. You know, a ton of people would say you're going to end up alone with nobody. I'm not going to say that because that's a lie. You're going to be with someone that is going to treat you the same exact way you have done me. And then you would be able to relate to this feeling I'm having.
The next entry, please.
8/20/2018, 3:51. Oh, so you in your feelings now because you put some effort into something and I dismissed it like how you've been doing me. All of this was just words to me. The only real thing that I know is true is what I responded to.
And the next entry, please.
8/20/2018, 4:44. You got it all the way twisted. I caught you in a lie. You didn't just come out with the truth, LOL. And you still continue to lie about things, so you have only your own self to blame for me feeling like I do about you.
And the next entry.
8/20/2018, 7:13.
No, 506.
506, okay. I didn't see you scroll that high. 8/20/2018, 506. Same shit, humble yourself, you're wrong. This why I'm not interested in being with you no more. You have an excellent excuse for everything you know you're wrong about.
And the next entry, please, Detective.
8/20/2018, 507. I asked you how did you feel about your sister liking Jayco, and you said she always does that to you. Then you got real quiet, and I said, KP, you just fucked up, right? So get out of this fantasy, as you was truly just letting me know all your lies.
And the next entry, Detective.
8/20/2018, 7:13. I'm not making anything up. I just choose not to bother you. I just choose not be bothered with you no more. You can keep the truth all the way to your grave, but just know, I know, and that's it. Just because I'm not acting crazy over it, don't make it hurt any less. There is many things I keep to myself, so like I said, I'm just done with you and your unloyal, dishonest self, and I hope it was worth every bit of it because I truly loved the hell out of you, and now I'm trying to get over you.
And the next entry, please.
8/20/2018, 8/26. Yeah, I can't keep this up with you. You know exactly what you did with him, but you'll never admit it, so I'm good. You're good with us not being together, and so am I.
And the next entry.
8/20/2018, 9/12. Why you already know what it looks like. You know what you are, something else, LOL. I'm just so done with you and your bullshit. You're making me hate you every time you try to manipulate me.
And the next entry.
8/20/2018, 11:42. I think you will pick a different distraction before you know it, and you'll never even think about nothing anymore.
And the next entry.
8/21/2018, 2:01. Nah, I don't have nothing much to talk about, and plus it's not the same anymore.
And the next entry.
8/21/2018, 2:09. I didn't mean to, and I did already. Why you acting concerned for? Doing put me in the same caliber as you. I said I wouldn't, and I meant it. Me and Maya are just good friends.
And is Maya a nickname for Samaya?
Yes.
And the next entry, please.
8/21/2018, 11:03. Yeah, I was just going to say GM, but then I thought about it, and you're the one that needs to make the effort, not me.
And the next entry.
8/21/2018, 3:22. OMG, you was right. I can hear the train horn from here, from the zoo.
And the next entry.
8/21/2018, 3:22. I don't like nobody hurting you but me.
And the next entry.
8/22/2018, 12:02. I'm sorry. I forgot you're carrying our child and you're oversensitive. I do love you very much and don't want you to keep going through this drama. But we have plans, and if you act off of your emotions, you will hinder all of our plans in the future. It's very hard to see it now, but it's the truth.
And the next entry?
8/22/2018, 2 o'clock. The day Uncle John told you that Maya liked Ken, they were already dating, and the very next day was the first day that they met up, they had sex, and then on his birthday they had sex.
And the next entry?
8/22/2018, 4:29. You know what I'm talking about, but you want to play dumb. It's cool. Our whole relationship, all that you lied about to me, all of it, because I know all of the stuff you think I don't. Let's try this again.
The next entry?
8/22/2018, 4:29. Okay, then I pray whenever you get ready to tell me the truth, you will, and see how much further we will go. But until then, this is what it is.
And the next entry?
Okay. 8/23/2018, 3:13. I lied about not liking Maya and wanting to do things with her. I started the whole thing. I told you that I was only talking to you, but I was also talking to Maya. The only reason we didn't do it more than once was because she found out that we were doing things and she didn't want nothing to do with me. I did kiss her down there once only. That was the same day we did it. I told you things to like me more, and when I told you that I wanted you to see our other people, I was lying, %2C. I talked to Mai about you and our problems all of the time, %2C. At first, I told you I was going to give you a baby to keep. I wasn't being serious, but once I seen how happy you were, I decided to give you 2 once you get older. After I found out about you and the boy, I was going to sex your sister to hurt you like you hurt me, but she didn't want to, so it never happened. I told you I had cameras up in the house. It not true. I know the truth from something else, which I'm not going to say. I get info from your mom and aunts about you and tell them things so you won't be with nobody else, %2C. I said I'm not bothered by your actions anymore, but that's far from the truth. I hate when you are looking at other people, %2C. I hate when you talk to other people, %2C. I have your friends, %2C, neighbors. I hate that you still talk to that boy. I hate that you talk to other people on your social network, Instagram, Snapchat, and some other things you have, %2C. I act like I have hacked your phone and I don't know what's going.
And the next entry?
8/23/2018, 3:18. I stopped wanting Maya after she turned me down the last time I got it in my head that it's not going to happen. She said, just laid there, say no, and she was much looser than you.
Okay, and the next entry?
8/23/2018, 10:30. You see, what you don't get is I don't give a fuck about what Maya do. I only care about what you do. And like I said in my truth letter to you, I would tell you aunt and mom about things so you...
Be careful, and your mom.
I would tell you aunt and your mom about things so you could only be with me. But you might only read the Maya part and disregard the rest.
And the next entry?
8/24/2018, 12:54. That's how it should be. If Jaco comes at you in a inappropriate way, you should tell me ASAP so I can deal with it right away. And if I question him in front of you, you should be straightforward with it all so he knows you're off limits.
And the next entry?
8/25, 2018, 7/11, and it appears to be another picture.
And can you describe what we're looking at?
It is another screenshot of a text message from Uncle John.
And could you just read the bubbles, please?
So, yes. Yeah, text your aunt too, love. What's wrong, baby? Snap me. Yeah. Talk to me. Why are you crying? Hello. WTF, yeah. What happened from when we was talking to now? Are you serious right now? Okay then, GN, I love you. And then at the bottom you can make out that it says, I knocked out.
And the next entry?
8/26, 2018, 11/19. LOL, you will be my best friend. Went, you're pregnant. I'll cook for you until you can't eat no more.
And the next entry?
8/27, 2018, 101. Because I want to take care of you.
And the next entry?
8/27, 2018, 10/29. I was on the roof and you told me to see if the chimney was connected to the other apartment so you could talk to that boy. I said, yeah, and you started to make plans to change your school schedule so you can meet up with him and go to a hotel. I started to cry and then I woke up.
And the next entry?
8/28, 2018, 113. Yeah, I can hear it now. If a fire, yeah, %2C. Where Jaco, %2C. In my pants, yeah. You want to put it out? I can't.
The next entry?
8/28, 2018, 12/29. I'm Nim being a B. I just want you to be okay, and I want to know where I stand with you so I'm not just surprised later that you've been with someone else and or you are talking to someone else. That's what I mean. I'd rather you just tell me up front so I can be prepared.
And the next entry?
8/29, 2018, 12/10. I've been kicked down there so much.
Detective Adam, just take your time, okay? Make sure you're reading word,
Yes, ma'am.
exact word. Just take your time.
I've been kicked down there so much, I'm not sure how you're even pregnant.
How you're even pregnant.
How you're even pregnant.
Thank you. The next entry?
8/29, 2018, 5:59. It's a picture.
And can you describe it, please?
It is a screenshot of a photograph of two people having sex, and it says favorite position.
And the next entry?
9/2, 2018 at 2:03. It says, ha ja. First off, that boy don't know how to fight, %2C. 2, I've been fighting all of my life. I can take hits there. I could stand there and let him punch me, and it would have no effect on me at all. Although I look out of shape, I'm very seasoned. Just 2 days ago, I beat the shit out of someone. I believe I'm going to be okay. You see, I told him to wait until everyone leaves. Not for me, it's so when I knock him on his ass, his pride won't be too messed up. The goal is not to defeat him, it's just to teach him to respect his place.
And the next entry?
9/3, 2018, 11:51. That's what your slow ass should have said from the fucking jump.
And the next entry?
9/3, 2018, 11:52. Because it was a simple question that you seem to had a problem answering it. It's cool though. I'm not going to bother you, none. I'll talk to you tomorrow, GN.
And the next entry?
9/3/2018, 11:52. Oh, so you're not going to fuck him. You'll just wait for me. That's what you meant.
And the next entry?
9/4/2018, 9:27. I'm very aggravated right now. I'm going to hit you later.
And the next entry?
9/7/2018, 12:21. Yeah, so I need you to be like 100% with me at all times. I'm just so in love with you. I'll kill you and cry.
And the next entry?
9/17/2018, 1:34. No, it seems like you the one that wants that, but you don't want to hurt my feelings, so you rather start up your bullshit again so I can leave you. Look, I don't have time for all of your little games. You like to play like I'm stupid and don't see what the fuck is going on. I trust you until you start lying to me again. Just like how all of a sudden you back playing your Sims game full time again to the point you don't have time for me no more. I won't be surprised that you don't telk the next.
And just the N word?
Yes, it's the N word.
Okay, go ahead.
The same thing you tell me just so you do fuck up. Like the name you keep saying when we fucking, when you about to come and catch yourself.
And the next message?
9/17/2018 at 1:43. I do you just keep lying to me. Then you try to make it as if I'm the one going behind your back. With who though? I don't fuck with your sister. I don't talk to nobody but your ass. I'm just tired of your games. I'm getting getting very old sometimes. I wish I wasn't so deep in love with you. Okay, I won't keep talking all of the bullshit you give me.
And the next entry?
9/17/2018 at 1:44. I expect you to like other people, but you can't even admit that. You're 16 and H all of the time. Why wouldn't you? But the fact that you just can't be real about it is sickening to me.
And the next entry?
9/17/2018 at 1:49. Why would she lie about deleting me on Snapchat? That's so stupid, right? You don't be even making sense, %2C. I believe when you said you went to your counselor's office to change your classes, but then you started with all the other bullshit that makes me question your story. But you have it all planned out, so I'm going to let you be. If there was a boy I was up into this point, I was trusting that you'll tell me, but I see you back to your old ways again. I hope whoever it is makes you happy, because obviously I can't. While you want to make it seem I'm doing things behind your back, really funny, Iyana, for lying to me, enjoy the rest of your day. I'm not staying with you either, so if you want to take the bus with your new buddy, do that. It will save me gas and me not seeing your face no more.
And the next entry?
9/17/2018 at 4:17. Yeah, so it can be so easy to leave you alone. I'm so in love with you. I push all my instincts to the side and look like the dumbass at the end. Well, you started your lying again.
And the next entry?
9/19/2018, 11:20. I'm sure you won't understand what's my problem, so I'm just not going to let you bother me like you have been anymore, since this seems to be a ongoing problem with you.
And the next entry?
9/25/2018, 3:02. You're stuck with me until you die. I love you way too much to let you go. So you're not going to have no life.
And the next entry?
9/25/2018, 3:03. I'm way too in love with you to let you go.
The next entry?
10/6/2018, 11/12. So if we get married, we will need to go to Vegas.
And the next entry?
10/9/2018, 3:01. I'm glad you got someone else. I hope he makes you happy. Bye.
And the next entry?
10/9/2018, 3:02. You mad fucked up.
And the next entry?
10/16/2018, 6:22. Well, after you come in my mouth, I'm going to keep licking your clit and make you come again, then make you breakfast. And after you eat, I'm going to slowly put my tip in, then rub your clit with my tip, then slide it in some more until I'm all the way in, then grab your neck and slowly, with a little pressure, until you about to nut, then come you until you nut.
And the next entry?
It's 10/21/2018, 7:18. Josh Alicia T. Payne, I'm in love with a dancer.
And the next entry?
11/3/2018, 2:46. It is a photograph.
And was it a photograph of?
A woman wearing underwear sitting on a man's lap, hugging.
And what is the title?
Add freaky couples.
And the next entry?
11/10/2018, 7:14. He brought me back to life, and then after he left, I ended up dying. So when I came back to life again, I missed him but couldn't find him, and I went to a baseball field with one of his old partners. Then they hadn't seen him in a while.
And the next entry?
11/11/2018, 3:33, 501 West Adams Street, percent 2C, room 2472.
And the next entry?
11/18/2018, 11:33, wider hips.
And the next entry?
11/18/2018, 11:33, thicker thighs.
Next entry?
11/18/2018, 11:33, curly hair.
The next entry?
11/18/2018, 11:34, trendy clothes.
And Detective, the next entry?
11/18/2018, 11:34, lighter.
And the next entry?
11/19/2018, 3:25. Wow, you don't mean that. No, I get us protection, and since I never knew I could have got you birth. Let me start over. Wow, you don't mean that. No, I get us protection, and since I never knew I could have got you birth control without your mom knowing.
Next entry?
11/19/2018, 3:26. I love being in you. I live tasting you with my tongue. I love your moans. You don't want to be with me no more.
And the next entry?
11/19/2018, 3:28. You're really breaking my heart right now. What the hell I do to deserve this?
The next entry?
11/19/2018, 3:28. I don't care about the sex. I just don't want to lose you. You are what I'm in love with.
And the next entry?
12/1/2018 at 1:42. Oh, okay. Did you and Jaco do anything at all? If you tell me, I will forgive you, and I won't bother with it no more, I promise, on Nia.
And does the defendant have a daughter named Nia?
Yes.
The next entry?
12/4/2018, 149. Yes, you're right, and I do see the problem. I just can't not talk to your sister because it would look weird. Now, a month at a time is okay, but not for good.
And the next entry?
12/4/2018, 405. You don't have time for me at all anymore. That's what it all seems like. So I'm taking your,
Be careful with the wording.
so I'm taking you didn't want the ring from me.
And the next entry, Detective?
12/5/2018 at 2:24. Well, I don't have a GF no more, so I know what you feeling.
And the last entry.
12/5/2018, 3:27. Like what way? I know you don't want to be with me no more, so I'm assuming that you have someone else who you might be in mind or giving your time to, since you not giving it to me.
And Detective, is that where the records end with the Princess 4846 and the excess Iyana communications?
Yes.
Now, Detective Abbott, I think you had mentioned earlier, did you send to get some Google location data from Google?
Yes.
And did you ask the crime analyst unit to map that?
I did.
And so I'm going to be showing you State's Evidence 35. I'm first going to bring up from 12/19/2018. I'm going to pause it for a second. Did you review these?
Yes.
And then after reviewing, did you go and determine the various locations?
Yes.
Now, in the particular one involving 12/19/2018, did you look at the area of where the defendant's cell phone placed him?
Yes.
And I'll fast forward it just a moment to get to that time frame. So in the area around the 11:34, 11:33 time frame, can you tell, did you actually drive out there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the area is?
It's a parts place just off of Airport Road. It's Duval Place Drive, north of Ace Pickup Park.
Okay. Now, did you drive the distance between, and do you remember exactly, you said it was off of what street, Duval Place?
Duval Place.
Is that here in Duval County?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you drive the distance between Terry Parker High School and this parts location off of Duval Place?
Yes, I did.
How long did it take you by car?
By car, it was roughly 18 minutes.
And was that one way, 18 minutes?
One way.
Okay. Now, did you then, fast forward just a moment. Now, when the GPS ends at approximately 11:39 time frame, did you drive from that area to Terry Parker High School or Terry Parker High School to that area?
I drove from this exact point to Terry Parker High School and then straight back.
And how long did it take you in driving time?
So the round trip was roughly 35 minutes.
So round trip was 35 minutes?
Yes, ma'am. I got over there, it took me longer to get there because of traffic than it did to get back.
Okay. That's why you're saying approximately?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, and looking at the map as well, is the area around the 11:39:29 timeframe, is that north of Ace Pickup Park?
Yes.
And can you just circle approximately where Ace Pickup Park would be in relation to that pin? So in distance-wise, how far is that from the last pin on the Google location data?
Approximately a mile, maybe a little less, a little more.
So it's not far?
No,
Is
ma'am.
that fair to say?
No, ma'am, not at all.
All right, move on to December 20th. Now, were you able to determine this location here where the GPS location commences at 12/20/2018 at approximately the 16:04 hour?
Yes, this is Bush Drive, right at Main Street. And this location here is a bank, or a post office, sorry. There's a bank and a post office right next to one another.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Detective. And how far would this location have been from Ace Pickup?
2 miles, 3 miles.
And is Ace Pickup Park south of this area?
Yes, ma'am, you straight down Main Street.
And could you just draw for us which one is Main Street? And is that the roadway that's going north and south on this map at this time frame at 1611?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Now, what area is the Google data driving?
Heckscher Drive, Zoo Parkway.
Okay, and then what bridge is this?
I believe that's the bridge that, I don't know the name of it. It's the one on Heckscher Drive that takes you across the river.
Okay. Now, approximately, where are we heading?
Down towards Beach Boulevard.
Now, were you able to determine the location of 10268 Beach Boulevard?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that location?
The gun gallery.
And I believe you had already stated this is also where you found a sign-in sheet with the name Johnathan Quiles?
Yes.
And was it on the 12/20/2018 date?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, what direction is the Google data traveling in?
North.
Do you know what bridge it is now that is being passed over?
The Dames Point Bridge.
And now I'm paused it at the 2 minute and 8 seconds. We see a 528 Trot River Drive, 1739. Were you able to determine this location?
528 Trout River Drive is the defendant's address.
And now what direction is the Google data traveling?
It's going back south.
And do you recall what area of town this is that we're now traveling? And I'll pause it. It's at the 1809 time frame.
I would consider this it's Zone 3. It's kind of the Mayport area, Heckscher Drive area. And Gervin Road is where it's at now.
Okay, so at the 1817 time frame, you say this is Gervin Road?
Yes.
And is that where we're looking now, is the Gervin Road area?
Yes, it's showing the phone moving around that neighborhood.
Now, is the GPS now traveling, looks like westbound and northbound?
West and then north.
So I've now paused it at the 1848. Were you able to determine this location?
This is a Walmart off of 295 and Monument.
Now, when did you learn of the potential location defendant being at the Walmart?
Once I got the results back from this, it was March 20th, 2019, and it takes roughly a week to get the crime analysis unit to map things for us. So 3 months later,
Would you have been able to try to obtain video surveillance?
we contacted them and we were told that they only hold video surveillance for 30 days.
And now, Detective, ultimately, was the defendant arrested for the murder of IS and the sexual battery in July of 2019?
Yes.
Just have a moment. No further questions, Your Honor.
Good morning, Detective Abbott.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing well.
Good. All right. So between yesterday and today, we've gone over quite a bit.
Yes.
You know, mine will kind of go back over here in just a second. This isn't working.
So Dave, just put it on the table, yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's rolling away on me.
Officer, can you help him out real quick?
You got it?
Oh, okay. You good?
Yes, sir, you're
All right.
All right. I'm going to kind of back up a little bit, if you don't mind. We're going to start at the beginning. You stated yesterday this started as a runaway, correct?
Correct.
Or missing
A
person.
missing persons case.
But believed to be a runaway, not endangered, though, correct?
We didn't know. She was supposed to come home from school that day, and she wasn't on the bus, and she never made it home, and no one knew where she was at.
Okay.
So I wouldn't necessarily call that a runaway. That's just a missing persons.
Right. But let's be clear. SS didn't give you all the information that she could have, correct?
Initially, no.
Okay. Well, throughout this the first 5-6 months, she withheld information throughout the entire thing, correct?
I wouldn't say 5 or 6 months. What she was trying to do was disguise and hide the relationship that IS had with her uncle and the fact that he was the father of her child.
Your Honor, I would ask that the witness.
I need an objection and a legal basis, and we'll move forward.
Objection, not allowing the witness to finish the answer.
Overruled. I need a question, I need an answer. Pause between the question and the answer, letting each other finish the sentences. If it's not the answer you want, you can go back and clarify.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. So to be clear, it's your belief that Mr. Quiles was having a relationship, but you don't know that for sure?
That's incorrect.
All right.
Through my investigation, I found that they were having a relationship. And in fact, within the first 9 days of this investigation, I've already obtained 2 confessions from the defendant, one from a brother and one from a wire. We didn't stop there. We continued to investigate this further because we want to try to gather all the evidence we can. And we were able to verify a lot of things and get social media stuff.
All right. So, but initially when she was missing, this wasn't on the media or television, correct?
It didn't get on, I don't know when exactly it came on the media. I believe it started getting on the media just before I got involved.
Which was what date?
I got involved, I was notified on the 29th of December 2018, and I was officially assigned on the 30th of December 2018.
And before that, the other detective, I believe Porter had it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is it in fact true the family was really upset because this wasn't getting the attention that they felt that it deserved?
I can't testify to what happened before my involvement.
Okay. Even when you got it, isn't it in fact true the family was still upset because this wasn't getting the attention they felt it deserved, right?
They were upset at the entire situation.
Okay.
Rightfully so. It's a missing 16-year-old girl that no one's seen or heard from, and she's pregnant. You know, it's a very sensitive situation.
All right. So when you got involved, you reviewed the video, right?
Yes.
From Terry Parker.
Yes.
Okay. You see her leaving the school on the video, correct?
Correct.
There's no foul play there, correct?
None.
Okay. She has her book bag in her hand or over her shoulder, correct?
It's got 2 duffel bags.
Okay. She's walking away from the school at the bus area on video, right?
Correct.
All right. You don't know where she went, do you?
At the time, no.
Okay. You don't know if she got in a car, correct?
At that time, no.
You don't know if she got on a bus or went across town or went to visit somebody at that time, do you?
We checked with the bus companies, and they weren't able to find any video of her getting on any buses in that area. Same with the taxi cabs.
Okay. Now, going back to SS, she withheld the information about IS supposedly going up to Georgia to see her grandmother, right?
Initially, in her interview with me, she didn't disclose that. It was a second interview when we kind of pressed her for more information about that. And she said, okay, I think she may have gone up there. At this time, we really hadn't determined that IS had been murdered. And so she's still trying to hide this secret relationship that they had in the pregnancy. And that was the root for her, I guess, dishonesty in the beginning. As things slowly unraveled, you know, she came around. But she's also 14 at the time. She's scared. She knows what she has to hide. It's normal. I mean, I worked in sex crimes for 2 years, and sometimes it takes a little bit for people to warm up to people. You know, I'm a bald-headed white guy.
So between your first interview and your second interview, how much time elapsed?
I don't recall. A few weeks.
Okay.
We're still working on leads.
All right. So, but to be clear, she lied to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. She wasted valuable time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she led you, actually, by not telling you what you guys needed to know, she actually led you on a wild goose chase for a good 10 days.
A wild goose chase.
She wouldn't tell you that where IS was supposed to be. She gave you other information that actually pointed you in a different direction, correct?
She did claim that she believed she had went up there, but when she finally came off the truth, what she told us that happened on this Terry Parker video was that IS told her she was going to go to the grandmother's house for a couple of weeks and figure out a way to come home and tell her mother that the defendant was the father of their child. But in doing the due diligence on that, we tried to find her up there twice. We even put her on the spot to do a controlled call with her grandmother.
Right. And again, I mean, this is valuable time of a missing child, as you stated, correct?
Who we now know was dead by the time any of these conversations happened.
You believe she's dead based on what you've put together. But you can't say for sure she's dead, can you?
I believe she's dead based on your client implicating himself twice to her murder.
Say for sure. You don't have a body, do you?
We never found her, sadly, no.
You don't have any blood, do you?
We did not have her blood because the defendant manipulated the scene where he claims to have shot her.
Okay.
Said it was outside a vehicle, he shot her, and the blood that was on the ground, he scooped it up to tamper with the scene and get rid of evidence.
Okay. You think you have the gun, but you can't prove the last time that the gun that you recovered was even fired, can you?
I don't know that anyone can prove the last time a gun was fired.
All right.
It's either clean or it's dirty, and to determine when it was fired is, I don't have that training.
Isn't it in fact true, the gun you recovered, you don't even know if that's the murder weapon either, do you?
No, I don't. We have no ballistics or shell casings to compare. However, the defendant did make statements that the gun he used was still at his home, and we went to the home and recovered one gun.
We'll get to the statements of my client here in just a few minutes. Bear with me, because there's a whole lot more to that. At the very beginning, Mr. Quiles and his entire family, his wife at the time, were both very cooperative and even assisted, correct?
Correct.
You went out there multiple times to his residence. He gave you free access. You didn't have to get a warrant, nothing. Whatever you guys need, he was willing to cooperate, right?
We went out there once. Every time we went out there to get any kind of property after that, it was under a search warrant.
Okay.
The first time was just to speak, get consent for DNA, and get a background on where he was and where he works.
Okay. And he cooperated with all of that.
Yes.
Okay. So did his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware of JSO officers going in there on multiple occasions when she first went missing, looking for her to see if she had gone there or anywhere else in that immediate area, right?
It's protocol to search the house first before you expand the search.
And isn't it in fact true, based on your investigation, he voluntarily let them in, gave them free access to anything and everything that they wanted, right?
I don't know about anything and everything, but he did grant them access to search the property to make sure she was not there.
Okay. Now, during the course of you speaking with both Mr. Quiles and his wife, Naomi, you made mention about this, that my client made a comment about 38 pair of underwear being in some backpack or bag, right?
He didn't say that it was in the bag. I was talking to them about her being missing, and Miss Naomi said, yeah, it's crazy because the only thing she took was her prized possession. I don't know what that is. So I'm like, what was that? She was like, she took all of her Victoria's Secret bras and underwear. That's her most prized possession. She's so proud of it. And while she's talking about that, it was then that the defendant said, yeah, 38 pair.
Okay. So it was Naomi was the one that brought all this up about her prized possession, the Victoria's Secret underwear, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But not how many pairs.
Okay. But isn't it in fact true, through the course of your investigation, you came to learn that both IS and SS were over at their residence on a regular basis, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she would come over there after school, stay there because her mom worked various hours or would be doing various things. And it was at Kimberly Mobley's direction that IS or SS would go over there, right?
Correct.
All right. So they had clothes there as well as their underwear and other things.
I would imagine if they're going to stay for a couple of days that, and this is true for myself, I'm not going to pack every pair of underwear I own to go spend the night with somebody for 1 or 2 days.
Okay. Now, next you brought up the minivan. You went out there, you searched it, you had an evidence technician go out there and processed the vehicle as well, right?
Yes.
No blood, correct?
No blood found in it.
No DNA, and no signs of foul play, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, the same minivan that you believe was used on the 19th and 20th at the time she went missing, that was driven by Mr. Quiles, you can't even say if that was used in the commission of a crime, can you?
Technically, no.
Okay. Now, I know you're basing this off of what my client is alleged to have said on a wire at the jail, but independent of that, you cannot say Johnathan Quiles actually shot IS, can you?
All I have is his confessions. There's no video on that side of the building. We don't have any ballistics to compare to.
You can't say for a fact that she was shot and killed at Ace Pick-a-Part, can you?
I found no physical evidence to show that other than the evidence of his confession.
Okay. But again, there's no physical evidence that Ace Pick-a-Part is an actual place that is a crime scene, is there?
I consider it a crime scene, just like I consider Terry Parker School, where she went missing, the first crime scene, that being the second. The third crime scene being the landfill, where the dumpster dumped her. And the fourth being her bedroom closet, where we found the Donquay and parsley pills.
Okay, well, we'll get to that here in a few minutes as well. Because this is your theory based upon the totality of the circumstances and everything surrounding it, based on your investigation over a year plus, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you were shown number 67 on the evidence. Your Honor, may I have Detective Abbott step down forward? Of course. Sir? On number, actually, yeah, we could do that. Okay. I'll have her put it on the overhead to make it easier, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, sure.
And just let me know when it comes up on your screen, please.
Sure.
So they manipulate that, and then these are this. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It published.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. So we're looking at states number 67. Is it on your screen, Detective?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, to be clear, this was about 5 or 6 months after IS had gone missing, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, to the right, you had originally testified on the far right behind that blue fence that that's where the concrete company was, correct?
Yes, the old concrete company.
The old concrete company, and Ace Pick-a-Part had taken that over.
Correct.
All right. Now, at the time that IS actually went missing, part of that fence was under construction at that time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you went through and you reviewed the video and you saw Mr. Quiles in his red minivan and it was going back and forth off to the left in an area where people were wondering why he might be going over there, right?
I only saw it go back there once on the 19th. Other than that, every time it pulled into the parking lot down here, it turned south to park. And he would always back in over here, and one time he backed in over here. I guess he was backing in over here, not here.
Okay, but on the 19th and 20th, if he went over to the other side, that area was still under construction. There was work being done over there, so he would have had a legitimate reason to go over there, right?
Of course, this is part of the property, and in fact, on January 8th, that's where we made contact with him working on a fence.
Okay.
He had rights to the entire property as an employee there, doing many different tasks.
Right. But on the 19th and 20th, where there was questioning why would Mr. Quiles be going over there, he was actually, as you stated, even on the 8th, he was going over there, they were working on the fence, and that area was still under construction, and that was also a storage area for Ace Pickup Park, correct?
I don't know if it was a storage area or not. It may have been. But the only time I've ever seen him go back there was that one time on the 19th, and that was when he returned from where he was gone.
Did you review part of the video where he was using a loader and he was picking up vehicles and moving the
I
vehicles?
did see him go that, but only in the van did he ever go back there once that I was able to see.
And I'm referring also with the loader where he'd go over there, pick up cars that were being stored over there.
Yeah, he would come back and forth with loaders moving vehicles.
Okay, as well as he swapped out the forks for a bucket and he would have picked up rock and lime and stuff like that to fill in.
Rock, lime, dirt.
Okay. So him going back and forth to that area is and was not uncommon at that time, correct?
Correct. But this is a part that, like he said in a confession, a remote area where customers are not allowed to go, where there's not a lot of people working.
Okay. All right. Now, is that the same area where you went with the canine?
This was one of the areas we also went with the canine, yes.
Okay. And the canine actually alerted on a blue GMC, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other vehicle that it alerted on?
There were other vehicles out in the main lot as well as the car crusher. Back here, the GMC, I believe, was the only one it alerted to, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And
The one that I was present to observe. I didn't follow him around the entire property the entire time he searched.
because he was there several hours.
He was there several hours, yes.
If I remember right, like 5 or 6, right?
I don't know for sure how many hours. I know he was there for several hours over 2 different days.
Okay. And again, this is a large piece of property, 20 plus acres?
At least.
Okay. Now, on that blue GMC, when the vehicle alerted on that, isn't it in fact true that blue GMC, you were advised, wasn't even on that property during the December 19th and 20th, correct?
I don't remember being advised of that.
Okay. So the Lindros brothers didn't tell you that that vehicle had just come in after being processed from a different crash scene?
I don't recall, but a lot of these vehicles are crashed vehicles, and there's blood and human fluids in a lot of these vehicles from the crashes. And the dog would alert on all of these scents, like the mercury where we got the tissue with the blood on it, things like that.
Okay. And to be clear, out of all of the vehicles that you guys were ever the dog alerted and all the vehicles you guys processed, none of those came back to having DNA of IS, right?
Correct. But
And
you also have to remember, his statements were that he shot her outside of a car, not in a car. So, learning that after the fact. At the time, we didn't know. We're looking at everything, and everything is, suspect until proven otherwise. But
okay. What day were you out there with the dog?
the 8th and the 10th.
Okay, same time you were doing the wires, right?
The wire came on the 9th.
Okay. There was actually more than one wire, right?
Your objection? Improper. And if we need further discussion, I would ask for that.
I'm going to take a break. I got to work this out with the attorneys outside your presence. It's 10:20. Let's go ahead and take our mid-morning break. While we're on the break, well, I'll tell you about it at the next break. I'll get with you about it at the next break. Before lunch, please remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves or each other. Don't do any independent research. I'll see you back at 10:45. The jury's outside are present. Detective Abbott, I'm sorry. It's my fault. All right, so we're still on the record. Detective Abbott, do you mind stepping out? Sure. You can feel free to get your steps in. We're still on the record. I have counsel for the State Defense and Mr. Quiles present. The reason why I went ahead and gave the jury a break is that it became obvious at Sidebar that it would be longer than a 2-minute conversation. So rather than having it done at Sidebar, I figured we'd do it in open court and maximize the jury's break at that point as well. So the State made an objection to the defense asking about another wire. I don't have any knowledge of a second wire. Or a first wire, however you phrase it. So, yes, sir, Mr. Davis.
Judge, in the context, there was 2 wires, is our understanding, that were provided. First wire, nothing of huge relevance or value came out of it, but there's still a second wire. My question is to the, Detective Abbott is, there was 2 wires. You didn't get anything out of the first wire, so therefore you went in with a second wire during the course of your investigation. That is not improper. That is not self-serving hearsay. That goes to the facts of his investigation, Your Honor.
Hey,
Yes, Your Honor, the state completely disagrees with the assertion by the defense. The first wire, there is limited amount of statements that the state believes, of course, is damning. However, most of it is involving denials. The state has told the defense that we were not going to elicit that wire, that it was self-serving hearsay, that could not be brought up, again, because it's self-serving hearsay. And I even asked the defense, are you going to try to elicit this during the trial? Because I said, if you are, I want to vet it before it's brought before the jury. Based upon my conversations with them, they didn't say that they were. And so that's why I didn't bring it before the court. So they knew the state's position on this matter, and then he went and did it anyways. So I do have an issue with that based upon our conversations off the record. But it is the state's position that it is hearsay for the defense to elicit that testimony, the same as any self-serving statements, the fact that that wire was mentioned. And they are trying to elicit self-serving hearsay statements. Oh, you didn't get anything on the first one, so let's go to the second one. So again, Your Honor, it's completely improper. There's no hearsay exception for the defense, and we ask that the objection be sustained.
are you asking about the contents of the wire?
No, Your Honor.
Well, you just told me that you're implying that you went from a first wire to a second wire because you got nothing useful from the first wire. Doesn't that imply the contents of the first wire?
Judge, if he didn't get what he needed in his investigation, then that's why they went to the second wire. Or why he went to a second wire.
Okay, I'll see you guys back in 10 minutes. Let's go back on the record. I've counsel the state defense, Mr. Quiles present. The jury's outside our presence. State's objection is going to be sustained. The only reason why to bring up the first wire is to imply to the jury inadmissible hearsay at this point or self-serving statements to the defendant. Not saying it can't be relevant at a later point, but at this point that foundation has not been laid. I'll sustain the objection in front of the jury. Any other reason why we can't bring the jury in? First from the state.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Defense.
As soon as he's ready, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record, over objection, Your Honor,
Understood.
on your ruling.
Bring the jury back in, please.
Your Honor, the jurors re-enter the court.
Members of the jury, welcome back. You guys may have a seat. State's objection is sustained. Mr. Davis, you may continue with your examination.
All right, Detective Abbott, you had testified as to Johnathan at some point had gone up to the airport area, correct?
Yes, up to Duval Place. It's off Airport Road, not the actual airport.
Right. He went to a business called Fastenal, correct?
Yes, it's a parts store.
It's a parts store, and that parts store provides parts for machinery and equipment used at Ace Pick-A-Part.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So him going up there didn't seem out of the ordinary if he was doing it in the regular course of business then, would it?
Correct.
Okay. And that was on December the 19th, if I remember correctly?
Yes, sir, the 19th.
Okay. Now, you had also testified that the distance from Ace Pick-A-Part up to Fastenal is about, what, 18, 20 miles?
No, I never testified to the distance between Ace Pick-A-Part and Fastenal, but I drove the distance, and I believe it takes 7 minutes to get up there and about 7 or 8 to get back. It's like approximately 15 minutes round trip. It's not very far.
Okay. If you're going by interstate, it's a little longer by Main Street, would that be accurate?
It would be a little bit longer by Main Street, but again, all things are dependent upon traffic. The north side is a lot busier now than it was 5 years ago.
Right.
So,
And
5 years ago, it's potential a lot faster because of less traffic. But again, it would all just depend on that day and time.
Right, and a lot more construction as well.
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it in fact true the distance from like Terry Parker up to the airport area is about 20 miles then? Give or take.
Give or take, maybe. I checked times, not mileage.
Okay. And if you were going from Terry Parker up to the airport, about how much time did it take you?
It's 20 minutes, 18 to 20 minutes.
Okay. Again, that was by the interstate at that time as well, right?
I took the interstate, yes.
Okay. Now, after that, you said that Joseph Quiles, his brother, called in and gave a tip, right?
Correct.
And that is what changed your investigation from a missing person to a homicide based on what the brother advised you, right?
That and the fact that the day before we have his DNA found in the crotch of her underwear.
Okay, well, since you brought that up, let's go to that. The DNA that was found in the crotch of her underwear isn't in fact true. You don't know whether it is based on skin cell or whether it's based on serology, do you?
No.
Okay, and it was inconclusive and unable to be determined by your own FDLE, correct?
On which one it was, yes, but it did belong to him.
Okay.
They just can't tell us what type of DNA it is.
So the mere fact that it could have been a skin transfer from him picking up her underwear and putting it into a bag or giving it to her since she was staying over there and maybe his wife washed it and there was a skin transfer, you can't be sure how his DNA got there, can you?
I can't really testify because I'm not an FDLE analyst that does biology on, I was told that it was closer to serology than skin cells, but again, I'm not the scientist. We rely on their information, but they weren't able to, like you said, tell us one way or another.
Okay. All right. Now, and to be clear, then between that and Joseph Quiles, that's what changed your investigation to a homicide, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then it wasn't long after that you started searching the Otis Road landfill, forgive me. Correct?
Correct. Well, we have to verify everything that the brother said, obviously, which started with his place of employment with, hey, is there a roll-away dumpster on this property? Yeah, it takes a week to fill it up. Do you have a record when it was picked up? In fact, yes, we do. It was picked up on the 20th, which then led to Otis Road.
I'm going to stick to answering my question and not sidetrack, please.
Okay.
So now, Otis Road landfill. In doing the Otis Road landfill, it took a lot of time and effort to coordinate all of that and set all that up, correct?
Correct.
So it didn't just happen overnight and that's why there's a time lapse between around January 9th or 10th all the way to the 16th in order to coordinate all that and set it up. Would that be accurate?
That is accurate.
All right. Now, out there at the Otis Road landfill, we're not just talking a couple of people, we're talking upwards of 50 to 75, even 100 people a day, right?
Yes. Police.
I'm sorry?
Police officers that were there searching?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So in the pictures where we just see one or two people maybe holding up something, that's not an accurate depiction of the sheer volume and magnitude of the amount of labor, man hours, and work that went into this, right?
Correct. We worked in rotations. It was hot on some days and cold on others, and we're wearing Tyvek suits with masks, helmets, gloves, boots. Very hot. It's very difficult to work in that. So you would send people up 10, 15 at a time to do the searches for about an hour, and they would come down, they would get rid of those suits. The next crew would come in with new suits. So there might be 60 people, but it's not like all 60 people are up there, digging through, searching. Some people are only washing boots. Some people are going back and forth getting waters. Some people are giving you rides to and from the top of the hill. It was a pretty good operation, but we tried to keep the search limited to a few people. Plus, we were switching off with detectives that were right there with them, going item by item, and hey, raise your hand if you see anything that looks weird. I know when I was on top, I personally checked every single pile looking.
Right. All right. Now, the area that you guys were looking was an area where you were advised, it was believed that the Ace pick-apart dumpster would have been dumped in that area, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, were you also aware that in that same area that Goodwill dumps, the business Goodwill,
Ed Smallfield told us it was the only thing that got dumped out there was construction debris.
Okay,
He's the manager of the Otis Road landfill.
okay. So then it would be a surprise to you that Goodwill and the malls and other areas also dump there?
That would be a surprise because that goes against what the manager told us.
Okay. All right. And even with Ace Pick-a-Part, that goes into their dumpster, there's clothes from vehicles that were wrecked or salvaged or whatever, right?
Correct.
Now, the bras and panties that were provided to you or that were recovered out there at the landfill, you can't say definitively that those were IS's, can you?
No, the DNA that was recovered on certain of those items was not enough to be conclusive.
And you can't even say that they were the correct size either, can you?
Some of them were of different sizes. There was one pair in particular. Most of the things that came out of there were super dirty, as you can imagine. But the one pair of underwear that we described of black, white, pink from their Valentine's Day collection from 2016, that was a cleaner pair of underwear that had come out of all of this, which also matched pairs that IS's mother and aunt had bought. They went together to buy all three pair.
And the pair that was recovered wasn't the same or the correct size though, was it?
It was small. I believe it was the same size.
Okay. Now, the book that was recovered that said Terry Parker on it, you don't have any knowledge if that was in fact IS's book or somebody else that was recovered out of a vehicle or dumped there either.
I called the school to see if they had a record of that, and I gave them the numbers off the barcode for Terry Parker, and they said that the book was not in their inventory, but they said that they have books that students can borrow and have and take in return without, keeping an inventory of it. So I can't definitively say that it was or was not.
Okay. Let's see. As part of your investigation, you did a complete cell phone dump of Johnathan Quiles as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there was nothing specifically connecting Johnathan Quiles to IS, right?
The only thing that I found when I searched her name and number, there's a search option that does a master search of the entire device, and the only thing that linked to him from his phone dump, or to her from the phone dump, was her contact.
Right. Now, you had brought up that there was a 2-year gap in there between, I believe, 16 and 18 where there's nothing on the phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. In you speaking with Mr. Quiles, isn't it in fact so? He advised you that during that 2-year gap, he was using a different phone, an iPhone at that time, right?
He told us that he had recently got a new phone, but if you compare that to the records, everybody knows when you get a new phone, they transfer all your data to the new phone. However, you see information on the phone from 2016, then there's a gap, and then it picks back up at 18 with a 2-year period missing from phone calls, texts, and location data.
Okay. And me not being a tech guy, Android and iPhone, though, don't interact well with each other, do they?
I don't know. I'm not.
Okay. So if he was using an iPhone, that doesn't necessarily mean that everything would transfer over or be able to be found on that.
I can't say if it would or would not.
Okay. So, but he did advise you he was using an iPhone, though, right?
I don't recall him saying iPhone. I recall him saying I got a different phone.
Okay. And do you recall him telling you that when that phone broke, he went back to using this backup phone until his new one was coming in?
He may have said that.
Okay. So it wasn't like he was trying to hide the last 2 years and wipe it out. It was just he was waiting on another phone then, right?
Your Honor, objection, hearsay and speculation.
Sustained.
All right. All right. Now, about the same time that IS went missing, there was also, when it did finally make the news, there was a couple of people that called in, right?
Yes. It's typical with a lot of missing persons cases that make the news.
Okay? And these people called in with information as to where they believed they had seen IS after she went missing. Would that be accurate?
The tips were more like, hey, we saw a girl that looks like it might be her. It's over in a park, or it's over in Azalea Ridge Apartments. It's just different tips coming in like that, yes.
Okay? And I believe your testimony on direct was JSO doesn't send anybody out right away to check on that. It's relayed, and it can be several days before somebody actually follows up. Is that accurate?
That isn't far from accurate. What I said was sometimes we get the tips several days after. That sometimes when they call in, it could be a couple of days afterwards when they're calling this in. Hey, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, yesterday I saw her in this park or walking down this street. Well, in instances such as that, it's easy to vet those quickly because obviously the person's not still going to be walking through the park a day or 2 days or 3 days later. But the ones that were close in time frame that we could quickly get out there, we did send detectives out to search for video, to look for people, anything that might corroborate the tips. But everything that we ever tried to do, I mean, we never found anything.
Okay. Now, you also testified on direct about the pill bottles, the Don Clay, and the parsley.
Correct.
Now, what dates did you go out there and retrieve those items?
I was contacted April 2nd about that, and as soon as she called me that night, it was like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, and Detective Guthrie and I were working that night because we were on call. I'm like, let's go out there, let's get crime scene, and we went straight there to see the stuff and collect it.
Okay. Now, were you aware in speaking with Naomi Quiles that IS and SS would use her computer to order things through Amazon?
No.
They didn't tell you that?
No.
Forgive me, SS didn't tell you that?
SS didn't tell me that, and neither did Naomi.
Okay. And so when the pill bottles were located in April in the same room that SS was still staying in, it had been 4 months that had been sitting there, and SS never bothered to tell you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And both SS and Kimberly Mobley had access to those, correct?
Correct, but Kimberly Mobley, when I talked to her that night, she had never seen it before. She didn't know what it was. She said, and like I said before, SS was kind of slow to warm up and start coming off of information, just trying to hide all of this stuff still. And she told her about it. That's when she immediately called me. I was like, look, nobody touched anything, but obviously she did touch it because we found her DNA on it. On Miss Mobley's DNA, from her picking it up, trying to read what is this? What has he given her?
And that was Kimberly Mobley's DNA was the only one found on it, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, as part of your investigation, you also learned of Kamar Humphrey, right?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a meeting with him?
I never met with him, no.
Okay. So you never followed up on his alibi either, did you?
His alibi?
Yes.
So the incident with Kamar Humphrey took place in March, 9 months before she went missing. And in all the cell phone dumps and social media and everything, iCloud, everything that ever came back, nothing ever pointed to him. There was no communications. There was no plans to get away and get married. None of that. Everything that I had pointed to the defendant, not to Kamar Humphrey. It's not that he wasn't investigated.
He's not responsive to my specific question.
You're objecting to your own question and his
No,
answer.
I'm objecting the witness is non-responsive and not answering the specific question. He's going off and
That's cross-examination.
I had no need to interview him because none of the evidence pointed to him.
okay, so you can't say for certain that he didn't have access to those Snapchats, right?
No.
You can't say for certain who had access to those Snapchats and who was communicating with IS or SS, right?
I think the messages speak for themselves. Kamar Humphrey doesn't have a daughter named Nia.
Okay, but there's multiple people in there in looking at those Snapchats that you were reading off. Several of them are actually talking about Johnathan Quiles and his family and his kids, right?
I didn't read any of those off.
Okay. And but again, you don't know where Kamar Humphrey was on the day IS went missing, right?
Correct.
You don't know if Kamar Humphrey was still having a sexual relationship with IS at the time, do you?
I believe he was not.
That's your belief. But you don't know.
After the allegation, he kind of disappeared and got away from that family to avoid that entire situation at all. But like I said, in all the evidence that I found, nothing ever pointed to Kamar Humphrey.
So he disappeared around the same time that IS disappeared, right?
No, he disappeared right after the allegations in March, 9 months prior to her disappearing.
Okay.
But that investigation continued. It was a special assault investigation.
You say he disappeared in March, but wasn't he in fact here in Jacksonville on Christmas of...
When I say disappeared, I meant he left the house where he was staying across the street from IS and went to stay elsewhere in Jacksonville with family.
Okay, but you don't know if he was still having an ongoing relationship with her, do you?
I found no messages or any evidence of that, no. However, in September, she would be 16 and he would be 20 or 21 still. In the state of Florida, that relationship would then be legal.
Okay, but he was already a sex offender at that point, right?
I don't know what date he became a sex offender.
Okay. All right. Going back to the Snapchats that you were testifying to. The images that were on the Snapchats, several of them the state pulled up for you. None of those images were that of Johnathan Quiles, were they?
No.
In the Snapchat, none of those images were of Mr. Quiles' family, were they?
No.
Okay.
On those particular messages, no.
Right, the ones you just testified to for both yesterday afternoon and this morning. Now, in addition to that, you made comments about, on a couple of them, you know, these are images of two people having sex. Those were cartoon animes of people having sex, not actual people, right?
Correct. It's drawing.
Okay. And those were not a depiction of Mr. Quiles and IS together, were they?
No.
And again, IS had 3 different accounts, right?
Yes.
Okay. But the one that was of interest was the Princess 400, 46, and the XS Iyana, right?
Correct. I did warrants for all three, though, to obtain the data from all three.
Right, but those were the two that were seen where the messages were going back and
Where
forth.
they are communicating back and forth, yes.
Okay. You don't know who created these Snapchat accounts, do you?
The Snapchat log shows that they were created using her email address.
Okay, but you don't know who created it.
Correct. It could have been Johnathan or IS.
For all you know, it could have been me, right?
Did you know her email address then?
You don't know who actually was texting between the accounts, do you?
I attempted to get their IP addresses for the logins to see if that was, but I was too late on that. I did that after the fact. I should have did that earlier, but that's something that I didn't realize I could do. And by the time I attempted to get that to determine locations for that information had already been purged. But as we can see in some of the other things that, some of the other snaps that were screenshot that I read off, they're in the same house while they're snapping things. For example, where he said, "I'm going to sneak a kiss," and
Okay, how do you know they're in the same house? You're
that's what the
speculating
message.
as
That's
to
what the
that.
message said.
You're speculating as to that, though,
The message said we're in the same house.
okay? But you can't say for sure at that point in time that was Johnathan Quiles at the house or if it was someone else, can you?
The message says uncle.
And for all you know, actually, with the animosity of Kimberly Mobley, she could have been fabricating this and putting it on IS's Snapchat just to plant the seed there so he'd be arrested, right?
Your objection speculation.
Sustained.
On the videos that were on IS's account, you don't know who those people were in them, do you?
No,
You don't know if they were her friends, do you?
I don't believe they were. It looks like stuff off the internet.
Okay,
They weren't any of the friends that I met and spoke with.
all right. And you can't say for certain, again, who put those images up there, right?
They came from that account, the Princess 40046 account.
Right. But you don't know who put it up there.
I think the messages kind of speak for themselves on who's talking in those messages.
All right. Judge, may I have a second with counsel?
No further questions, Your Honor.
See you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The rest of your day.
Thank you.
Take call our next witness.
Naomi Mobley, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, we'll probably take a lunch break at the conclusion of this witness. I'll have some updates for you regarding scheduling that we can discuss at that moment as well. you're saying pens about the state of Florida aren't very good.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ma'am, good morning to you, ma'am. Come over here to your right. Please watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water, let us know. Mr. Gray will certainly accommodate that request of yours.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, I just ask that you pause, let me roll in the objection, and we'll go from there, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can manipulate the microphone to help you project your voice. And with that said, state you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. May it please the court, and good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you state your name for our record, please?
My name is Naomi Mobley.
Ma'am, will you spell your first name?
Naomi.
And where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Springfield.
How long have you lived in the Jacksonville, Northeast Florida area?
The majority of my life. So it'll be about 43 years on and off.
Now, Ms. Mobley, I want to direct your attention back to the time period of 2017 to 2018. Who did you live with at that time?
I lived with my then husband and our daughter.
All right, and your daughter's initials, please?
NQ.
Now, when you say your then husband, for our record, would you name who that was?
Johnathan Quiles.
And will you spell that middle name?
Jayco.
And do you see Johnathan Quiles in the courtroom right now?
I do.
Will you describe where he's seated and an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He is seated to the right of his defense attorney, or to the left of her. He has his hair in a ponytail, blue shirt, and glasses on his face.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, may the record reflect that you've identified the
So reflected.
Ma'am, how long were you married to the defendant? Approximately.
Prior to his arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to his arrest was 5 years, and after his arrest, it was probably another year or two before the divorce was final.
At one point between 2013 and 2018, did you and the defendant and your family live on East 16th Street?
Yes.
Is that Duval County?
Yes.
At what point did you move to another residence at 528 Trout River Road?
Yes.
And when did that move take place?
In April 2018.
Who was living in the household during that early to mid portion of 2018?
Just myself, him, and our daughter.
And how old at that time approximately would your daughter have been?
She was 3 at that time.
Was that 528 Trout River address also in Duval County?
Yes, sir.
And with respect to those were single-family dwellings, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the jury's seen those, and we won't run through any photographs. When you moved in April of 2018, at some point in time, either before or after that, did you become pregnant?
It was after.
All right, and approximately when did you become pregnant?
I was aware that I was pregnant in June 2018.
And throughout that point from June of 2018, moving forward up until December of 2019, did you have nieces that would come over and assist you and your family?
Yes.
And would you tell us who that they were?
You want their full names?
You can just use initials.
IS and SS.
And what, in general, would be the purpose of them coming over to assist? Like, specifically for what?
They would come and help assist with my daughter while I was at work, or just assist, spend time with me.
All right, and because you mentioned your work, will you tell us at that time where you were working?
When we moved to the Trout River world, I started working at my current job where I am now,
And where's that?
at Citrus Transport.
And what do you do there?
I am a driver, recruiter, and coordinator.
And prior to when you took that job in 2018, what were you doing prior to that?
I was driving trucks.
Did that require you, on that first job, prior to becoming pregnant, you to be gone on the road or driving a certain period of time?
Yes. Yes, I typically took loads that would have me to start my morning just after 2 a.m.
Long days?
Yes.
And during that time period when you were gone during those days, would you have your nieces come over and help with your daughter?
Yes.
Is there a time period where your then husband broke his leg?
Yes, he broke his femur.
And approximately when was that?
This was around August or September. It was August 2017.
All right. And was he incapacitated for some period from the middle or late 2017 moving forward?
He actually recovered quite quickly. He was down for about 2 months, and then around October 2017, he was cleared to go back to work.
All right. And just to encapsulate that whole period of time from mid-2017 all the way through 2018 in your pregnancy, were your nieces coming over to assist you, your family, your husband, or a combination thereof?
Yes.
When they would come over, would it typically be like weekends or would it be throughout the week? Could you explain like a general time period they would come over?
If it was during the summer, then it could be throughout the week as well as the weekend. And then during the school time, it was just during the weekend.
Now, was there another child that was also sometimes come just briefly with the initials of KM?
Yes.
And just in general, who is that?
That is their younger brother, my nephew.
And approximately how old was he at that time period, 2017, 2018, just in general?
At that time, I believe he was 8 or 9.
So, would the nieces come with him as well at times?
At times, yes.
Would the nieces come just the two of them at times?
Yes.
Would SS ever come there alone?
She has come alone.
And what about IS? Would she come there and stay alone?
IS came alone more often than SS.
Now, just in the first address in general on East 16th Street before you moved, will you give our jury an indication of where you recall SS and IS sleeping when they came over to your home?
They would sleep on the sofas in the living room.
And would they sleep on the couches or the sofas in the living room together?
Well, there were 2 separate full-size couches.
Now, again, during that time period, would you be gone during the evening hours?
There were many times, more so it would be in the early morning because, like I said, I like to start my trip where I would wake around 2, and by 3 in the morning, most of the time I was gone.
Now, fast forwarding to the Trout River, April or so, 2018, move to that address. Where, if you would, describe to our jury where they would sleep at that house?
We had an extra bedroom that would have been for my daughter, but since she didn't sleep in there, they would sleep in there.
All right, that was my next question. Where would your daughter sleep?
She would sleep on her mother's chest.
Now, with respect to IS, you mentioned she would come stay there alone, and you said more than SS. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you give our jury an understanding of approximately how often she was coming and staying alone?
It would be at least once a month.
And over that time period of 2017 and 2018, for those a year and a half, would that be something that was happening every single month? She'd come over, stay by herself?
Yes, consistently.
You said consistently?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Mobley, would she come as often as needed at your request?
It would be a combination of at my request and also at her asking.
And would the general purpose of her coming to stay in your home be to take care of you
It would mainly be to look after my daughter and to take that load off while I was at work.
And again, just so we're clear, once you were in the second Holman trial, you were also pregnant?
Yes, I found out that I was pregnant in June.
And was that an easy pregnancy for you?
No, neither of my pregnancies were easy.
Did you need the help of your niece?
Yes.
Did you continue to work from 2017 through 2018, even after you became pregnant?
Yes, I did until I was put on bed rest.
Looking back, Ms. Mobley, if you could tell us approximately, first with respect to SS, how often over that year, year and a half, do you think she would be alone with the defendant?
I don't know how often she was alone for the time when I was away and she was at the house along with her sister. But anytime she came by herself, I would be gone. And again, I don't know how often my daughter was not in the same room as them. So.
And same question, would your answer be the same with respect to IS?
Yes, it will.
Did you ever find out or observe or see or have personal knowledge about how your then husband was communicating with your two nieces?
Yes, I found out that his primary way of communicating with them was via Snapchat.
What do you know about Snapchat if you do?
Well, what was made aware to me was that the messages in Snapchat would disappear on their own without you having to delete them.
All right. And I'm not asking you now looking back, but at that time, did that have caused you any concern or create any concern for you during that time period?
At that time, it did not. I just figured that that was their way of communicating with their uncle. They had my way of communicating with me and them. We were texters.
That was my next question. How specifically would you communicate electronically with SS and IS?
We would text.
How would you communicate with the defendant from 2017 to 2018?
We would text.
That exclusively?
Yes, I didn't I could not get into Snapchat. I tried it out for the little fun face features, but it was just, I didn't see the point.
Now, ma'am, was your then husband's phone number at that time 904-568-1617?
Yes.
Was there a time period where you learned that IS became pregnant?
Yes.
When did you learn of that information?
It was December 3rd, 2018.
Now, we've heard a lot about it, but just to sort of ask you to summarize for us, in early of December 2018, was there some sort of family disagreement about that?
Yes, the family disagreement happened via text message that was sent by my older sister. And we had a group messaging that we would do, and the defendant, my then husband, was included in that texting stream, and my sister had stated that Jose was in fact Johnathan, and that Johnathan was the father of Iyana Sawyer, IS's baby. And at that time, it was an extreme disagreement. I was highly upset of the accusation, and my words to them were very explicit, and I finished with, you don't have to wait for the baby to be born. You can test him now.
How many total children does the defendant have?
He has 2 with me, 2 that I know of with another young lady, 1 that I know of with one in New York, and a possible.
Is that 5?
5 for sure, and 1 possible.
What would you say you have observed about those 5 that you could tell us?
Well, every single one of his children look like him. And it seems, in my looking at them by age, that the closer they get to the age of my children that I have with him, the more they look like him.
Was that something that you either expressed or even in a joking manner ever brought up with your ex-husband?
Absolutely. And we both have verbalized that multiple times.
Now, when this family disagreement broke out in text message as a group in early 2018, what, if anything, did you do thereafter with respect to what you told the defendant?
I told him at that time that he needed to stop speaking with my nieces and he needs to give my family space. I said that it looks really bad and he needs to distance himself.
Would you have told him that early December 2018?
It was on the same day that that text happened, which was December 6, 2018.
And would you agree, ma'am, the members of that group text were all of your sisters?
Yes, and also the defendant.
And so we're clear, you're one of 5 sisters.
Yes, I am. I'm the middle.
Were all of them on that text?
Yes.
Did the defendant indicate to you, once you told him to no longer see your nieces, did he stop seeing them?
He told me from his mouth that he absolutely would stop talking, speaking, Snapchatting, texting, any form of smoke signaling to my nieces.
Did you learn thereafter whether or not he stopped speaking and or communicating?
I learned after that he did, in fact, continue speaking with them.
Did you learn that through either family functions, talking with your sisters, things of that nature?
Yes, it was in speaking with my sisters.
Did that upset you?
It did.
Now, ma'am, did you have an Amazon account?
Yes.
All right. And who? First of all, let's talk about that. Did you set that Amazon account up yourself?
Yes.
And who was authorized to use that Amazon account?
Myself and the defendant.
Was this Amazon account password protected?
Yes.
Did you ever share that password with anyone to your knowledge at all?
No.
Did you order items off of it?
Yes.
Did you monitor it on a daily and or monthly basis?
No.
Did you monitor it and look at your statement over time as items came in?
No.
Have you had a chance to look back now, as you testify today, at items that were ordered on your Amazon account that showed up on your Wells Fargo bank account?
Yes.
And I want to now approach and show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 58 and 59. Ask you if you recognize these exhibits. We'll start with the Wells Fargo banking statement, which is States 59. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
Our joint banking account.
And whose name is on that account?
Mine and also the defendant's.
Is there any other name that would be on that account?
No.
Do items appear on your bank statement that came from your Amazon account?
Yes.
All right. And now directing your attention to, I'll remove all the pages in the exhibit and ask you to look at page 2. And direct your attention specifically, ma'am, to an October 5 purchase. Who was that from?
It was Amazon. It was actually purchased on October 4th, and it processed in my bank account on October 5th.
And what was the amount of that purchase?
$8.52.
Was there a second purchase from Amazon shortly thereafter on October 10th from Amazon at the bottom of that statement?
Yes. Again, the purchase was on 10/07, and it cleared my bank account on 10/10.
And what was that amount?
$11.16.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I want to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 58. Do you recognize this, ma'am?
I do.
What do you recognize this to be?
This is a screenshot that I sent to Detective Abbott.
And what do each of these two screenshots on this exhibit represent?
One shows a purchase made on October 7th, and the other shows a purchase made on October 4th.
And what specific account screen or screenshot are we looking at?
This is a screenshot that I sent of Amazon.com of a receipt of a purchase, the purchase final details.
All right. And first, let's talk about the one on the left. What was the purchase for the one on the left?
It is Nature's Way Dong K Root.
And if you can you tell us the amount of that purchase on your Amazon account of the Don Quay?
Don Quay, I'm sorry, $11.16.
Does that match on page 2 the exact amount of the charge to your bank statement, $11.16?
Yes, it does.
Will you look down to the right of the exhibit in front of you and tell us what the Amazon account reflects as a purchase in that account?
Solargy parsley capsules,
And on your Amazon account, what were you charged?
$8.52.
And does that also exactly to the penny reflect what's on your Wells Fargo banking statement?
Yes, it does.
Ma'am, with respect to parsley and respect to Don Quay, have you ever, in the entire time period that your account with Amazon existed, have you ever ordered parsley and or Don Quay on that account?
No.
Is the only other person authorized to use that account your ex-husband?
Yes.
Did you ever find either Don Quay or parsley anywhere in your home at any point in time?
No.
Now, when you made specific purchases on your Amazon account, would you do that on either a laptop or a phone or both?
Both.
Did you ever share your password with anyone?
No.
Did the defendant have access to the Amazon account?
Yes.
You ever caught your nieces or a nephew or anyone in your family ever ordering something that you did not authorize on your Amazon account?
Never have.
Did you ever receive any kind of package at your home that indicated it was some type of supplement like this that you did not order and send it away?
No.
Had you ordered something like this and seen it, would that have surprised you?
Absolutely.
And the jury's heard where it was later found. Did you yourself ever give your nieces either parsley or Don Quay?
No.
Now, ma'am, I want to talk to you a little bit about cars in your family. You give us just a general summary of who drove what at that time period?
Time period in
December
which
2018.
I drove. Well, when I was working, because December 18th was when I was put on bed rest. I drove a Buick Lucerne, and he would drive the red minivan, the Chrysler.
When you say he, do you mean the defendant?
The defendant.
When you say red minivan, have you had an opportunity to review surveillance video that from Ace picked apart during the time period of December 19, December 20 of 2018?
Yes, I have.
Have you identified and agreed that the vehicle that we see the defendant driving is the one he drove?
Yes, I did.
Is that the vehicle that he drove on a daily basis?
Yes, it is.
Did you also have other vehicles in your home and or your driveway or your premises?
Yes, we did.
Tell us about those two.
We had a Dodge Durango and also a Dodge Intrepid.
Who drove those?
The Dodge Intrepid was broke down and being brought back to life, and the Dodge Durango he would drive.
Right. Did you make a demand about the number of vehicles that your family was in possession of during that time period?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about that.
I said our house, our yard looked like a parking lot, and I told him to get rid of some of the vehicles.
Do you know the best you can approximately when you told him that?
It would have been late December
Of 2008?
of 2018, I'm sorry.
Did he act on that request?
Yes, he did.
What vehicle did he choose to sell once you made that request?
The Chrysler minivan.
The red one?
Yes.
Was that the vehicle he drove on a daily basis?
Yes, it was.
Did that leave him with the two Dodges left to drive?
Yes, it did. Well, one Dodge because one was broke down.
Right? Did the second Dodge even have enough room for your family when you went places?
If it were just he and myself and our daughter, then we could fit. But otherwise, if we had the nieces and nephews, no, it was only 2 seats in the front and 3 seats in the back.
Were there time periods where you all would go out routinely as a group, including your nieces and nephews?
Yes.
And yet he still chose to sell the red van?
Yes.
How soon did he sell it?
Rather quickly.
Did he sell it in the latter part of the month of December 2018?
Yes.
Shortly after the Christmas holiday?
Yes.
Now, man, I want to briefly ask you about cooking in your home. Will you describe sort of mainly focusing on when the nieces came over, who generally was responsible for that?
Well, he was the cook. 95% of the meals that came through our house were cooked by him. And when my nieces came over, well, in the Trout River house especially, I noticed that he would cook 2 meals.
And did you take note of who he was cooking the second meal for?
He would always ask the kids as a whole what they wanted, and they would always announce what they wanted. But the meals that always won were the meals that IS would say.
Did you ever know your then husband, your ex-husband, to pick up IS and or SS from Terry Parker High School?
Yes, when his son Jaco was attending Terry Parker High School, he would pick the 3 of them up.
And what vehicle would he do that in?
In the van.
The red minivan?
Yes.
Did he ever take him to other places in that red minivan that you're aware of?
Yes, they went places all the time. They would especially go to the beach.
And looking back now, do you have any recollection of whether the defendant had alone time outside the home with IS, and if so, explain?
Well, he had a lot of alone time outside of the house with IS because she was in the process of getting her driver's license, and so he took her to get the mandatory hours. I'm not sure how many hours it was. I believe it's 10 hours or something along those lines that they require you to have in order to go from having a permit to having an actual license. And he was the person who took her in order to get those hours.
When he went with her driving to get her hours, would he do that alone?
Yes, he would.
Did you ever do it?
No.
Now, for the record, ma'am, is your ex-husband's date of birth April 18, 1985?
Yes.
Now, when the family learned that IS was pregnant, I guess in the earlier part of December 2018, was the defendant upset about that?
Yes, he was.
Explain that.
He was upset because of our reactions to her being pregnant. As I said, he was on the group chat. Initially, he was just in shock with me in my telling him, but initially we were also in shock, and our messages reflected that. But as the shock settled, we began to celebrate the fact that there would be a baby coming. And so that's when I noticed that he was upset, because his attitude was, her life is ruined. And I knew his stance on abortion because he had mentioned it to me many of times. And I reiterated to him, our family does not have that stance on abortion. It is not the baby's fault. She will be fine, and we are celebrating. He was very much upset at the fact that we were happy that the baby was coming.
And ma'am, when the family made the decision for her to give birth, could you describe what your eyes saw and or your ears heard that made you notice he was upset about IS keeping that baby? Was it words? Was it the way?
It was the words and also the demeanor. This will mess up her life. She has a future. Because we all saw her as the first president. We saw her as a lawyer or judge. We saw many things that she had the potential to be, and we verbalized those things for years. And his idea, his thought was, his words were, this is just going to ruin her future.
Now, I want to ask you now, once she went missing, December 19th of 2018, what, if anything, did you notice was unusual about him, specifically just him, after she went missing?
There was a change in his behavior after she went missing. Prior to that, he was fidgety and nervous and always speaking about the fact that he could not get a hold of his brother. He was restless. After she went missing, then he slept like a baby. And I'm aware of this because I was very pregnant and I was up every hour on the hour to go to the bathroom as he slept like a baby.
Yeah, but I want to ask you just a few questions and approach and show you what has been entered into evidence and marked as either states 31 and or 32. First, ma'am, we'll look at states 32. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is the layout of Ace Pick Apart.
All right. And would this be the entrance to Ace Pick Apart up near the top of States 32?
Yes, it is.
All right. Is this area what's been described in this trial sort of the cement, the old cement factory area?
Yes, it is.
All right, ma'am, at the top where I'm holding my finger, where you pull into Ace Pick Apart, do you agree with what I think we've all seen in photographs where my finger is, that when you drive in, most employees turn left to go to the employee parking?
After the railroad tracks, you turn left, yes.
What if you go straight?
Then you would be going back to that cement area.
Right. Were there times, ma'am, and leading up to when she went missing that you would go to Ace Pick Apart yourself for various reasons?
Yes, I would.
And would you go, for example, to see the defendant there for lunch?
Yes, I would bring him lunch occasionally.
Now, when you drive into Ace Pick Apart and drive over the train tracks, did you ever go straight and your eyes see the defendant over here with the cement area?
Yes, I met him in that area often.
Did you ever notice whether there was a closed gate there?
There was not at the time.
And had you been there several times?
Yes.
Have you driven back there yourself to meet your husband?
Yes, I have. I've driven back there and I have parked and I have sat and I have watched him work and waited for him to get off the clock and come to me.
Have you seen him, and I'm circling with my finger this entire cement area, have your eyes seen him work in that area?
Yes, I have.
Where else would you, if you have, would you say that you've seen the defendant work at Ace Pick Apart?
Yes, if you come in, go over the railroad tracks, take a left, and come all the way down to where the dead end is, there's actually a gate right there, and I would hand him food through the gate.
Am I pointing at it?
Yes, you are.
So, ma'am, to orient our jury, if you're facing Ace Pickup Park, is this the far left of Ace Pickup Park?
Yes, it is.
So the two places that you see him working routinely are the far right, where the cement factory is, or the far left. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ma'am? While I'm up here, ma'am, taking a trip back, do you recall whether your husband would go shoot his firearm at Gun Gallery on Beach Boulevard?
Yes, he would.
Right. Would he do that often?
Yes, oftentimes we went together.
You've been there yourself.
Yes, I have.
And when you go there, do you have to sign in on a sign-in sheet?
Yes, you do.
Would the defendant take his own firearm when he went to shoot his weapon?
Yes, he would.
Was that a handgun?
It was.
Was that the 9mm Ruger?
Yes, it was.
And when you go there with him, would he have to sign in on a sign-in sheet?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's been marked, the State's Exhibit 39. You recognize that, man?
The sign-in sheet with his printed name and also his signature.
All right. What's the date on the top of that sign-in sheet?
December 20th,
Of what year?
2018.
I want you to look closely on the far right under line 10. First and foremost, do we see his printed name?
Yes, we do.
Do we see his signature next to that?
Yes, we do.
Would you read on line 10 what it says next to line 10?
Johnathan J. Quiles.
And what's the significance? What do you notice about that in particular? Does he normally put his middle initial?
Yes, he normally would put his middle initial whenever he printed out his whole name.
All right, and look closely, if you can, at the signature. I want you to look at this jury and tell them, is that your husband's signature on this form?
Yes, it is.
And just briefly, ma'am, you have an opportunity prior to trial to look at State's Exhibit 31, which is all the surveillance video that was captured of the defendant on December 19, 2018, December 20, 2018.
Yes, I have.
Each of those clips that you reviewed on that exhibit, your ex-husband.
Yes, it was.
Did your ex-husband, have a gun cleaning kit?
Yes, he did.
Your eyes actually saw that, ma'am?
Yes, I did. And he explained to me why he bought it too.
Is your sister Jametta Mobley's phone number 904-450-0955?
Yes, I do recall that being her number.
Right. And probably one of the last things, man, I want to ask you is this. Geolocation services that tell couples where each are. Did you and your husband share that particular device on your phones?
Yes, faithfully.
A simple, more easy way to put it. Did y'all share location data?
Yes, we did.
Did he have it on all the time?
Yes, we both did.
Did it remain on at all times?
Yes, it did.
If it ever turned off, would that be unusual
Yes, it would.
with respect to the defendant?
Yes, it would. The defendant and myself.
Now, man, would there come a time after he was arrested that you, well, let me ask you this way. Did you keep talking to your then husband after he was arrested?
Yes, I did.
Was there a time period where you decided to call him and ask him whether this stuff was true?
Well, he called me.
He had you from the jail?
Yes.
Tell us about that conversation.
There was a time period because things were building up so much. And the point came where he fed me an explanation as to our wash machine and his DNA.
You talk about the underwear?
Yes, he tried to give me an explanation as to how his DNA could possibly get in my niece's underwear via our wash machine. After he told me that, I then asked him, tell me the truth. What happened? Tell me the truth.
What was his response?
His response to me was, I want to tell you the truth, but the people listening will take it the wrong way.
From that point forward, ma'am, did you begin the process of leaving?
Everything in me at that moment let go. I immediately, after that conversation, went to God regarding my vows, praying that I honored my part in my vows as his wife, because from that moment on, I explained in my prayer that I could not stand by him still and look at myself in the mirror, because I no longer believed them.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, one moment. One moment, Your Honor. Couple more minor things, ma'am. Finish up with you. Was there a time period in December where his hair changed, his hairstyle?
Well, he would go from braids to no braids. I know at the beginning of December, I had braided his hair, and towards the later in December, I took the braids down. So he would go from having braids to more so wearing his hair in a ponytail like now.
Would that have been December of 2018?
Yes, December 2018.
And then will you, if you can remember, estimate when Jacob moved into your home? When did that happen? The best you can recall.
I believe it was August 2018. It was before the new school year. I believe it was August 2018.
Now, on December 19, 2018, the day IS went missing, you remember anything about that particular day?
Yes, I remember reaching out to the defendant and telling him my niece did not come home from school.
Yes, ma'am.
And
That day, was it your recollection whether he came home at any point in time during that?
no, he did not come home that day. He actually came home later than usual that day as well.
And do you know whether on that particular day, looking back, that his location data had been turned off? The record shows, I'm asking you what you recall about that.
I found out later at a time in 2019 when my sisters all came over to the apartment that I had moved to where we were trying to figure out how IS got from Terry Parker High School, the last lone place that we saw her on the video, to Ace Picker Park. And so I had no way of knowing, but then I remembered that we have our Google location on. So I said, if anything, let me go and look at the Google location for our accounts. And at that time, I realized that the Google location for my then husband had been erased all the way up until December 20th, 2018, when suddenly it reappeared. Yes, they did.
Was that kept in a closet?
Yes, it was.
Is that where the defendant kept it?
Yes, it was.
Was it up on the top tier, up on the upper shelf of the closet?
Yes, it was.
Present when they came and retrieved it?
Yes, I was.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Okay, they'll get you a new one. Mr. Skinner broke it.
Not the last time, or the first.
All right, if we could start out. Are you going to switch it out? Thank you so much, Jeff. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so if we could start out, could you tell us about the layout of your house that was located on 16th Street?
Yes. If you walk in from the actual front door, you want me to walk through it?
That's fine. Go ahead. Just give me the basic kind of layout of how many rooms it was, and if you want to walk through and tell me, that's fine.
Okay. Well, there was a front porch, there's a living room, there's a dining room that was split between the kitchen and the living room, and there was a hall that gave access to the bathroom. And also, at the time that we were there, it would have been 2 bedrooms, but we converted it to one big master bedroom.
Okay. And so you had that one large room that you, Mr. Quiles, and your daughter were all sleeping in, correct?
That's correct.
And then the only other main room that you all had, besides like the kitchen and things like that, was that living room. Is that correct?
The living room.
And those were in pretty close proximity to each other, correct?
Yes, there was a hall that separated them.
As far as like, hey, I'm sitting in the bedroom, would you be able to hear what's going on outside in that living room area if people are watching TV or something along those lines?
It depends if they're watching TV loudly. We had a lot of get-togethers in that house, and we were able to, in our master bedroom, watch TV on that screen and also have video games going on in the front room, and they wouldn't interrupt each other.
Understood. If you had that door open, would you be able to hear if people were talking and having conversation? Would you be able to at least hear some rumbling of conversation outside of your room?
If I were paying attention, I could.
Right. Thank you. All right. You said that Mr. Quiles had broke his femur. I believe it was, I think you said August or September of 2017, correct?
That is correct.
And you said he was pretty much back up on his feet around October, sometime in October, correct?
It wasn't 2017, it was 2018 that he broke his femur. No, it wasn't. It was 2017. It was 2017. I was pregnant in 2018. So yes, that's correct.
All right. Thank you so much. And I know the dates can get mixed up. So it, in fact, was October of 2017 that you believe he got back up on his feet pretty much sometime in that month.
That was when he was cleared to go back to work.
Okay. During that time period when he was injured, he was pretty much immobile before he got back on his feet, correct?
He had crutches to use, but immobile, he was very resilient, and even the doctor said that his healing was faster than they had ever seen. So I've never actually seen him incapable of moving.
Okay. And maybe immobile is the wrong word, but he was not moving around like he normally would while he had that injury, correct?
He had a limp.
Okay, thank you. During that time period when he broke his femur, there were people coming and taking care of him at the house from time to time, correct?
Correct.
And that was to help him get to get items for him and things like that, because he was having a little bit of difficulty moving around, correct?
It was actually to take the pressure off of him because I was working and our daughter was there. So it was to help take the load off of him of having to run after a toddler.
During that time period, were your nieces part of that group of people who were helping to take care of your daughter and doing whatever else needed to be done around the house?
My nieces were the primary. They weren't part of it. There was no one else that came over to help him except my nieces.
So that time period that we're talking about, September, October, or I guess August through October, your 2 nieces that you described, IS and SS, were at your house quite a bit helping to take care of things around the house?
Yes.
Okay. When he did get back up on his feet, did he go back to work? And specifically, was he working for Sky Towing at that time?
I don't remember which company he was working for. He had several jobs.
In whatever work you can recall him having after that time period, did that require him to work away from the home?
He was never away from the home overnight, but he had to go out just like anyone else at a job, and then he returned.
And would that require him to be gone for most of the day?
When he was at the towing, he was gone during the day, and then when he worked at a contractor, he was gone for most of the day, and there was Ace Physical Part, he was also gone. I mean, like a typical 9 to 5.
Okay. And did he sometime, of course, work later hours?
Late and compared to what, 9 to 5?
Yes, ma'am. And later than the typical 9 to 5. Did he go into work early, like 8? Did he come home 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night from time to time?
It depends on which job you're referring to.
In general. I just mean in general.
While at Ace Pick Apart, they were pretty much set on their time. And then at the contractor place, that boss pretty much cut them around the same time. And with towing, that would be the only one that would have sporadic where he had to be on call, sometimes for runs that might have been an emergency that he had to go out of town and recover a vehicle and bring it back.
All right. I want to talk to you about your Amazon account and then kind of go on to some other things. The Amazon account, we talked about that. Yeah, I heard what you testified to as far as your memory of ever having ordered something. You don't recall ever ordering Don Quay or parsley on your Amazon account.
I never ordered Don Quay or parsley on my Amazon account.
And the dates that you had provided and looked at on your own Amazon account, that was in October of 2017, correct?
That is correct.
And I believe it was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it was like the 4th and the 7th, right, the very beginning of October, correct?
Yes, it was the beginning.
That would have been the same time period that your nieces were at your house quite a bit, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that you personally would purchase items on Amazon on your phone or on your laptop, correct?
That's correct.
And that laptop that you had was in your home, correct?
That is correct.
And that laptop, there were several people who had access to that laptop, correct?
Yes, it was there at the home. So if you want to pick it up, you can pick it up.
And your nieces, in fact, you knew them to use that laptop on a regular basis.
They like to play video games like most teenagers like to play video games.
And as far as them being on there, when you would order on Amazon, would you sign in every time you went to Amazon, or was that something that was just saved on your laptop?
No, you have to sign in.
Okay, and you said you never provided anyone with your password.
No.
Including Mr. Quiles.
Of course, he had the password. He was my husband.
Okay, you don't know if anybody else had access to it or had that password, correct?
Not by my doing.
Okay, so it's possible that someone else would have had that password. You just personally don't recall ever giving it to anybody.
If he gave access, then that's a question for you to ask him.
And the question is simply, you don't recall ever giving it to anyone, but it's possible.
I did state that. I do not recall.
And it's completely normal to do that, but if you could let me finish the question, that way the record's clear. I will try my best not to overtalk you. If we could do the same, that would be appreciated. All right, let me go back. Let me go back to the time period. Were you aware of a time period where IS was sexually assaulted by their neighbor? I think he lived across the street.
Yes.
Okay. And was that person known to you as Kamar Humphrey?
I believe that's his name.
You didn't know him personally or never had met him, correct?
No.
Okay. Only thing you knew was that there was this sexual battery that happened around March of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay. During that time period, were allegations raised of there being some sort of sexual relationship between Mr. Quiles and IS?
Following Kamar, yes.
I'm sorry. I was answering your question following Kamar, yes. Your response to that is?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, in March of 2018, when those allegations came out, did those come from your sister Jametta?
I don't know who they originated from. I just know that it came from my family.
Did Jametta express agreement about those accusations?
They never came to me directly.
When you learned of those accusations, did you confront IS or SS or both about any sort of sexual relationship between Mr. Quiles and them?
I asked them at the Trout River location if there had been any type of inappropriate anything. I asked them both together at a time when he was not around because I didn't want any issue to be of feeling discomfort in the event that he was around, and the answer was yes. So I asked them both together.
And there was no sort of admission from either of them at that point, correct?
No, there was not.
In fact, they said vehemently that never happened.
That is correct.
In fact, if there was any inclination whatsoever from them that something had been going on, you would not have stayed with Mr. Quiles, fair?
I would have took myself and my daughter, and I would have left him.
Around that same time period, do you recall there being a falling out between your sister Jametta and Mr. Quiles?
There was a falling out that was happening all the way around with my family around that time period.
After that accusation came out and you got your assurances from your nieces as to nothing having been going on between them and Mr. Quiles, did IS and SS continue to come to your house?
Yes.
Was that at your request?
No, it was mine. It was if they texted and asked if they could come over, I would tell them to ask their mother, and oftentimes they would text and ask if they could come over.
Okay. And that was going to be my next question. Did they do that with their mother's permission, come over to your house?
I would never get any of my nieces or nephews without their parents' permission.
So is it your assertion right now today that every time that IS and SS would come over to your house, you were aware of it and your sister Kimberly Mobley was also aware of that?
That is if it happened under my say-so. Now, what happened while I was at work, I can't attest to.
Okay. And let me ask you about that time period when you were working. How long were you working where you were away from the home overnight?
That was in the East 16th house in 2017, and I worked that job. I don't remember how long it was. I know it was past the time of him healing, and I moved out of that job because the tractor that we owned broke.
Okay. And during that time period, you said you were taking jobs, you would leave like 3 o'clock in the morning, you'd be gone.
Oh, well, I had another job after our truck broke to where I was driving as a yard jockey for a company, and I started my shift around 2:30 in the afternoon, and I would finish anywhere around 12 midnight and 2 in the morning. And those were periods of times where my nieces, the girls, would come over and they would help out.
Okay.
Would you like the dates for that time period?
Sure. If you know the exact dates and you can recall, that's fine.
That was after Christmas, the beginning of 2018, up until I started my new job in April 2018.
All right. So I want to ask you about, I'm going to fast forward just a little bit to December 6th, and that was the date that you testified on direct about there being an accusation, once you found out that IS was pregnant, that Johnathan Quiles was Jose and the father of IS's baby.
That is correct.
And that was December 6, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
At that date and time, accusations or allegations that Mr. Quiles was Jose was happening right then and there.
Yes, at that time. That is the first time that I saw.
And that was 2 weeks or so before IS went missing.
Yes.
Did you again confront and ask IS and or SS about that specific allegation?
We found out that they were pregnant, that she was pregnant December 3rd. IS and SS, they never stayed at our house again past November 2018. So at that time, there was no need for me to reach out and ask again because they were no longer coming and staying at our house at that time. When I told him to stop communicating, of course they weren't at our house at that time.
Okay. So you never did ask IS specifically about this allegation?
I asked her if he was being inappropriate when I asked SS the one time, and that was that.
Okay. And so closer into that December time period, you never had any conversations with your nieces, even if it wasn't at your house, at another location, confronting them about this specific allegation?
The last time my nieces stayed at my house was the most strange time they had ever stayed at my house. And in that time, I decided that I was going to go ahead and take them back early. And when I was taking them back, Iyana sat in the front seat of the car. She turned her back to me. She looked out the window. She gave me no communication whatsoever. As a matter of fact, Iyana and SS stayed in the bedroom right across the hall from me and texted me if I could order them a pizza, which is what led to me taking them home early. So at that time, I took them home while he was still at work. That was the last time that they were over the house. And at that time, I had no idea that she was currently pregnant.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Let me talk to you about Snapchat. You stated that you were aware that Mr. Quiles was Snapchatting and talking to your nieces or whoever on Snapchat, correct?
Correct.
In fact, it wasn't any sort of secret or anything like that. If he was Snapchatting your nieces, he would say, I'm Snapchatting the nieces, correct?
No, he would not say, I'm Snapchatting. What, is he going to just announce, hey, I'm Snapchatting my nieces? I never asked who he was texting, who he was snapping, if he was texting, if he was snapping. I did not bother him when he picked up his phone, so there would be no need to announce that he's snapping or texting anyone, including my nieces.
So let me ask it a different way, and it may just be, let me just back up a little bit. If he was on his phone, if you asked him, hey, what are you doing? Would he not tell you, hey, I'm Snapchatting IS, or I'm texting whoever? Would it be something that was a secret, or would he tell you, hey, this is what I'm doing, if you asked him?
If I asked him, he would tell me what he was doing.
So it wasn't any sort of secret that he kept from you about Snapchatting your nieces, correct?
Correct.
And as far as his use of that, was that strange in some way to you, or as you testified on direct, did you just view that as the way he communicated with them?
It was extremely strange because you're Snapchatting. I'm like, I had to go and find out what Snapchat was. He texted me solely, and they text me solely. So they were still hip to texting. However, that was their platform, so I had no reason at that time to question him as to why you're solely using this with them. But was it strange? Yes, but I tried. I just couldn't, no, I couldn't get into it.
Yeah, it's strange for you in the sense of you didn't use it.
I didn't use it, and I didn't understand why it exists anyway.
Understood. Okay. So Snapchat in general, you just didn't get the point of that.
Yeah, it was a cheater's playground, if you ask me.
All right. But that was something that the kids would use, and he would relate to them in that way, correct?
Yes, correct.
Was he that type of uncle to try and relate to the kids in whatever way that he could?
He was, yes, he was.
Did you ever know him to communicate with another niece of yours, ID?
No, I didn't know that they communicated.
Okay. Did you ever at any point in time catch ID and your husband alone together?
To catch would be to be in a matter of being startled. Were there times when they would be in the room or at the house, and there was one time when we had to get together, because that's the only time that ID came over to the house, is if we had a family get together. I remember one time I came in and they were in the room, but I thought nothing of it at that time.
Okay. And nothing, as far as you know, nothing inappropriate or anything like that happened in that one time you recall them having been alone together? I
have no idea what happened prior to me entering the room.
All right, let me talk to you about his job. You said that you would go to, and I know we still have this up, you would go to Ace Pick-a-Part to visit him. You said you'd bring him lunch from time to time or to meet up with him, correct?
It was to bring him lunch.
Okay, that's fine. And I know you testified on direct that, and when I say him, I mean Mr. Quiles. When you would go to Ace Pick-a-Part, you said that you would actually drive forward, and this picture is up on your screen, so you can refer to it if you need to. But the part that you're talking about that you would drive into would be straight. If you cross those railroad tracks, you would actually go straight into this area that has this opening here in that blue fence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you would see him working over there.
That is correct.
Did you see him working on tires or with tires?
He was in a bulldozer machine, like a big giant Caterpillar type bulldozer machine. He worked in that often.
Okay. Did you also see him repairing or fixing a fence ever over there?
No.
Okay. Do you recall him working with any dirt or filling out roads or ruts in roads?
No.
Only thing you recall him being in is in the Caterpillar at some point when you went over there.
Yes, he moved cars and they put stuff in the bucket of the bulldozer thing, and he would move wheels and stuff.
Okay, so he did work with tires. I did ask you that earlier. I don't know if you answered that specifically. You would see him working with tires or wheels, however you want to describe them.
Well, I know from him explaining to me, and oftentimes he would video chat and FaceTime with me while he was inside the bulldozer.
Okay. And so when you would FaceTime, he would describe his work, basically what he was doing.
Well, I could see what he was doing. I could see him, and he's moving around, and oftentimes he's messing with wheels. That's what I know. I didn't ask for specifics of, hey, are you getting tires or getting wheels or pulling them apart? What are you doing? All I know is he's moving wheels and tires.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to ask, are you moving wheels right now? That if you could see it, that makes sense. As far as other times when you would go to the work, his job, you would say that there was another part of the fence area that you would hand over lunch or things like that if you had to.
It was chained, and I would just hand the bag of lunch through the chain.
Okay, through the chain. All right. And that chain link fence was locked, correct? That's not something that you would go physically walk through.
No, it was chained even during lunch hours, so I'm assuming that it stayed chained all the time.
Meaning that's not an entrance that people would use to go in or anything like that?
No.
It's just an opening where you could hand something through, essentially?
That's correct.
Okay. Not something that you yourself could physically get through, though?
Well, I was very pregnant at that time.
Okay, even if you were thin, would you be able to get through that?
Then, yes, I could.
All right. When you actually would see him there, he was working in the main yard area. He would also be working on that outside area that we talked about earlier, correct?
That is correct.
Did you always know him to be a hard worker when he was working at these jobs?
Always.
Let me talk to you about the gun gallery. You testified to some of the gun gallery stuff. You actually were the one who purchased that 9mm gun, isn't that correct?
Purchased it immediately after our daughter came home from the hospital when she was born, yes.
And the gun cleaning kit that you talked about as well, you also purchased that for him.
I did not. He purchased a gun cleaning kit because one time when he went to the gun range by himself, he said that immediately when he fired the gun, it jammed. And the guy who worked in there told him, look, you gotta keep these things cleaned regularly. So he came home with a gun cleaning kit and explained to me that that was why he purchased it.
Okay. And that was years prior, correct?
That was in the Trout River house.
And after, and as far as the gun gallery would he go there fairly often?
Yes. Most of the time we would go together, but on December 20th, I recommended because he had a short day at work. It was raining half crazy, and he released the workers to leave early on the yard. So I recommended, I'm like, hey, you're stressed, I'm stressed, go to the gun gallery. That's a stress reliever.
And so you were fully aware that he was going there?
Yes.
And you, from your own statement, you actually suggested that he go there?
Yes.
And that was just a pastime that he liked to do?
Yes.
A way to blow off steam?
Yes, we both liked to. I just was very pregnant, so I couldn't go.
Fair enough. All right, thank you for that. All right, I want to talk to you about the time period, specifically December 19th and the 20th. During those 2 days, specifically, you said that, and I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you said during your testimony because I might have missed it. During those 2 days, did you observe anything strange from him at that time that you noticed?
His behavior was strange.
As far as looking, is that what you believe looking back, or at that time on the 19th and 20th, did you believe that?
On the 19th and 20th, I believe the period coming up to the 19th, his behavior was strange because he was continuously saying how his brother's not taking this call, And the significance of that was, for me, Your brother doesn't take your call all the time. So what? He's not talking to you right now. What's the big deal? For him, he didn't see it that way.
Okay. And were you aware of any communication between him and his brother?
He made me aware of communication between him and his brother on January 8th, actually, the day that the cops took him away at Ace Pickup Art. He made me aware of communication with his brother. And it's my understanding that that was the first time that his brother actually called him back afterwards.
Okay. And I mean, there's phone records to talk about that, so I'm not going to ask you about that by any means. But were you aware that they were in communication quite a bit all that month in December?
I don't know. I know that he was panicked of his brother not speaking to him. So if they were in communication, I wasn't aware of that part.
And if you heard the figure that they were in contact via text and phone call 228 times in the month of December alone, would that surprise you?
Yes, it does surprise me.
So you were not aware of that, how often they were communicating?
No, I was not.
All right, when IS went missing, do you recall when Mr. Quiles found out and how?
I told him. If he found out prior to that, then I didn't know. But from my mouth, he found out the moment that I found out that she did not come home from school.
Okay. And did you all assist? I know we've heard from other family members that people were trying to locate her and do what they could to post flyers and things like that. Did you both assist in that?
I could not assist the family because I was very estranged from the family at that time. But myself, on my own, when he came home from work, myself and our daughter would go and drive around in Arlington because I needed to do something. My niece was missing.
Understood. And I know that you guys said that you were estranged, but were you still in close contact with your sister Margiela?
Yes.
And and you guys call her Margie, right?
I call her Margiela. They all call her Margie.
Okay. So would Margiela be giving you updates and keep you updated as far as leads and things that were going on?
Yes, she would.
So you were at least in contact with someone from the family and assisting in some way, whatever way you could at that time?
I couldn't assist. All I could do was be on the outside and listen to what they were doing. I could not assist because I was not included. I was estranged, as I said. I was just thankful to be able to at least have updates as of the progress.
And during that time period, Mr. Quiles, he came home every night?
Yes.
Okay, he wasn't gone for any long period of time that you didn't know where he was, besides from work, obviously. But he wasn't gone for any long periods of time where you didn't know where he was?
No.
And at that time, you never had any indications during that period of time that he was somehow involved in IS's disappearance?
No, I didn't. And I asked him.
Okay. You asked him about whether he had anything to do with IS going missing?
Yes, the day the cops came to our house, and that's on record because the cops came out and it was all on the news. I asked him on that day, at that time, while the cops were at our house, I asked him.
And he denied?
Yes, he did.
During that time period when IS has gone missing, so this is sometime from December 19th up until Mr. Quiles' arrest. Actually, let me back up a little bit. From December 19th up until when police came to your house, and I believe your sister Kimberly Mobley came as well at one point when the police came to your house. Do you recall that?
All of my sisters came.
Okay. So from December 19th until, I believe it was December 26th or 27th, shortly after Christmas, did at any point in time anyone talk about Jose being Johnathan Quiles?
At that point, I was no longer on the group text message. After December 6th, after the text message that happened on December 6th, that text line with me connected to it was no longer being utilized. So I don't know what they were talking about.
And prior to police coming to your house around a couple of days after Christmas, had you been questioned in any way about Jose being Johnathan Quiles?
No.
Okay. So for that 2 weeks where you're getting updates of what's going on and leads that they're following, Jose and Johnathan Quiles, that's never brought up?
That was December 6th. Again, I'll state, December 6th was the first time that my family said that he was Jose, and he was also the father of her baby. Prior to that, they were on a search to find Jose. IS's story kept changing, and then they said he is Jose, and that was the first and only time that they directly came to a line that I was attached to. And it was a heated discussion where I said a lot of vulgar words to them. And I said, at that time, like I stated before with the prosecution, you don't have to wait until the baby is born. You can test him now. Any conversations that happened with my family after that time, I was not privy to.
Understood. And I guess I was asking more so about police communications. There was nothing to the police about Jose being Johnathan Quiles from December 19th all the way up until a few days after Christmas.
The only thing I learned of police communication is what was on the news.
Understood. And when you said that it was December 6th that this first came out, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you about the sale of that red van that occurred after, I think you said it was after Christmas as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you testify that you asked him to sell a vehicle, correct?
I said vehicles, get rid of some of these cars. We only had 2 that were insurance and being plated. Our yard was looking like a parking lot, and I said get rid of vehicles.
And did you all have a conversation about him selling that red van?
No, he just picked whichever one he was going to get rid of. I didn't care as long as it wasn't mine.
Okay, and didn't he actually speak to you about not selling the Durango?
Well, the Durango was his baby. He completely gutted out the Durango. He built a custom box in the back of the Durango. So at no time did I assume that he would get rid of the Durango. The 2 vehicles that I figured would go would be the broke down Dodge Intrepid and then whichever vehicle other than my Buick Lucerne.
Okay, so the only other vehicle that it could be would be the one that was broken down or that red van, correct?
No, it could have been his Dodge Intrepid because, it could have been his Dodge Durango, but that was going to be up to him as to which vehicle he wanted to make his primary because he was the one who was going to choose what vehicles were going to be sold. My only stipulation was do not sell my Buick.
Okay, so there's 4 vehicles.
Yes.
The Buick, the broken down Intrepid, his Durango, and the red van that he was also using during that time period, correct?
That's correct.
I'm just trying to get to the point. The Durango, he actually told you, hey, I put way too much money, I spent too much time, you described what the work that he did on the Durango, I'm not selling that particular car.
We didn't, I don't recall having a discussion or a debate. There would be no debate. I didn't give him conditions except for do not sell my Buick. So as to that, why would he have to discuss to me why he's not selling the Dodge Durango? My only stipulation was do not sell my Buick Lucerne.
Understood. So the only options he had to sell, he's not going to sell his baby as you described it, would be the red van or a vehicle that was broken down, correct?
He had 3 options of what had to go. He made his choice as to what he wanted to sell.
And it wasn't strange that he sold that red van in any way?
I did not question why he chose the vehicle that he chose.
Let me ask you how John is with people. Is he a really overly affectionate type of person? Would you describe him in that way?
As far as physically or as far as words, as far as what words of terms of endearment or what?
Yes.
Terms of
all of the above.
As far as physically, no, he wasn't the one that was going to be just overly affectionate with everybody. But as far as terms of endearment, yes, he's going to call everybody baby.
Okay, and so like men, women, children, co-workers, friends, family, he would call everybody baby.
If you're in a circle of somebody who he considers to be a friend or a family member, then yes, but he's not just going to walk up to you and say, hey, baby, so...
As far as your nieces, your nephews, he would call them baby as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he would hug and love on them as well, correct?
Yes.
And he was affectionate with them regularly, all of them?
Yes.
And so that wasn't anything strange or abnormal to you?
No.
You yourself never have witnessed anything that could be deemed inappropriate between Johnathan Quiles and your niece IS, correct?
No.
You've never seen anything that can even be considered inappropriate behavior between Mr. Quiles and your other niece SS, correct?
Considering the fact that if something is going on behind the scenes, the one person you don't want to find out is the person who you are doing dirty and cheating on, such as the wife, it's not strange to me that I never saw anything directly. No, I did not see anything.
And you never even suspected that anything was going on, correct?
No, I didn't suspect. I just had the allegations that were coming from my family.
And those allegations were put to bed, according to you, correct?
No, they were... My comfort in the allegations was when I spoke to my nieces. That's when I was comforted by the allegations.
Even as you sit here now, you cannot tell us anything that you ever witnessed or suspected outside of those allegations that you questioned your nieces about that would be considered inappropriate behavior between your nieces, ISS, or IS, and Mr. Quiles, correct?
In hindsight, as opposed to with all the new information, I can sit back and say, okay, well, that was strange, to cooking my niece a meal every time, especially knowing that she was also pregnant at the same time that I was pregnant. At that time, no, but afterwards, having over 4.5, almost 5 years to sit back and think in hindsight, yes, I will say that that was extremely strange.
And let me ask you about the cooking thing, because you brought that up. The cooking thing, you testified on direct that he would ask all of the kids, hey, what do you all want to eat? And then he would make food for them, correct?
He would ask all of them. They would either agree and they all wanted the same thing at that particular time, or they would each say what they did want. But when it all boiled down to it, I got my meal, and the second meal that was made was always the one that Iyana said. The one that IS said.
And as far as cooking 2 meals, you're talking about that time period when you were pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time period, he's making you a specific meal that's just for you, right?
Yes.
And the other meals that he's making, and that's basically because of your request, right? Like, hey, I want XYZ.
Yes.
And he would accommodate that.
Yes, he would.
And he would do that regularly. That's just the kind of guy he was.
He was a cook. He was the cook. Yes.
All right. And as far as any sort of specifics, do you recall telling police, I believe it was August of 2022, and I don't have the exact date, but around that time period, do you remember telling police that you didn't have any sort of specifics that you could provide or any information that you could provide of what you witnessed or saw or anything like that to indicate any sort of inappropriate or suspicious behavior about Mr. Quiles around this time that IS went missing?
It's the same thing that I'm saying now. It's the same thing that I said at that time. I cannot say what I did not see.
One moment.
No redirect, thank you, sir.
Ms. Mobley, good to see you, ma'am. The rest of your day. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break now. It's 12:38. I told you earlier today I'd let you know about scheduling wise and what I'm foreseeing happening. And I've talked to the attorneys about this yesterday after you were dismissed, and some this morning as well. And so they are fully aware of what I'm going to mention to you guys regarding scheduling moving forward. Couple different options I see moving forward. As you know, and we talked about this in jury selection and whatnot, is that Florida law requires that I sequester you when it comes to deliberations. The parties have waived that, and I've handled that, so that's not an issue. I anticipate, as I sit here right now, and that has changed the past week and a half, as I sit here right now, I anticipate getting to closing arguments potentially tomorrow afternoon, but more likely Friday morning. What that means is a couple things. That after closing arguments, if it happens Friday morning, for example, let's say I charge you and you can begin deliberations early to mid Friday afternoon. Friday is obviously the end of the work week. So what does that bring up to us? It was asked earlier about working Saturdays. That's usually not what happens. But that I can make accommodations if your deliberations go into another day. I don't know how long your deliberations are going to take. They could take 2 hours. It could take 20 minutes. It could take 3 days. I have no idea. And as you sit here, you guys don't know either. So I have to make arrangements regardless of every possible situation. Because it's not just me coming to court. It's an operation. So there's a couple options. I think there's pros and cons across the board. And this only comes into play, there's a couple options, and there's pros and cons. If I think closing arguments beginning Friday afternoon, Friday morning is the latest. I think that's entirely feasible, and the attorneys agree with me on that. You would only have to go into another day if you take more than a few to several hours to deliberate. You may not need that extra time. What I don't want to have happen is you deliberate Friday and you guys want to break and have to come back Monday. I don't want to do that. That's a long break in your deliberations over the weekend. The law requires if I sequester you that they waive that. I don't want to break the weekend for deliberations. Another option is whenever we finish this week, we finish, and I bring you back Monday morning for closing arguments. But what that does is if there's a guilty verdict, we're going in now to more than we originally told you for next week. And that's a con as well, because that means there may be a 3-day break between hearing testimony and then going and closing arguments. And I don't think that's really ideal to have it fresh in your head when you deliberate and talk to each other. So there's really no good solution in my mind. I think I have an idea of what I think's the best solution is. I have talked to courthouse administration. I can make us available Saturday for you guys to come in if your deliberations require that. That means I can bring you back here as early as I can on Friday morning, even earlier than 9 o'clock if I can, go through closing arguments. I can order you guys lunch. I can take care of all that and get you the case as early as Friday as possible. And I'll be here as long as you want me to be here Friday until you come to a verdict. If you guys need a break and can't come to a decision and need more time to deliberate, I can bring you back Saturday. I don't know, but the X factor is we don't know how long your deliberations will take. The other solution is taking that weekend, taking that maybe possibly Friday off, and that weekend and come back on Monday for closing arguments. I don't think that's a great idea because then you're 2 to 3 days removed from all the testimony at minimum. But then that's going to, if there's a guilty verdict, as we talked about, and we go to the penalty phase, that's stretching us into next week as well, more than you originally told, and that's not ideal either. Those are the issues that I'm grappling with. I'm letting you guys know because I certainly don't know your schedules, and as you guys know, you have lives, and I mentioned this, you guys have lives outside this courthouse, and I think it's important to get your input as to what we do in that regard. I will do whatever you guys want me to do. When it comes to the schedule, the attorneys know that. They agree with that, and I'll talk to them more about that. I personally think starting Friday morning and just seeing what happens is probably the best solution. I don't have to bring you back 9 a.m. Saturday. I can bring you back mid-morning and do whatever you guys want to do. I think it's better to deliberate when it's fresh in your mind, but I don't know your schedules. And I don't know what you guys have going on. So I'm letting you all know this so I can get your input. You guys can talk about it over the lunch break, talk about You can't talk about this. Talk about what you guys prefer, what you want me to do. And so I can make a final decision as to how I handle it. I've already cleared it with the courthouse administration about coming in Saturday if I need to. And again, that may not happen if you deliberate and you come back to a verdict one way or another Friday afternoon, and then we take a break and, depending on the verdict, come back to the penalty phase if we need to. So a lot of the ball's in the air. I will do whatever you guys think's best. My opinion's out there as to how I think the schedule should best lay out. I think you guys should deliberate when you have things fresh in your mind, and that's important, regardless of the case at hand, but especially on a case of these issues. So I say that because I wanted to get your input. You guys can talk about it over lunch. You can slip me a note of what you want to do. Give it to the bailiff. I'll talk to the attorneys about it. There is a chance we can get to closing arguments tomorrow afternoon. After this morning, that may not be as likely as I would like it. So then you can do closing arguments tomorrow afternoon, and then I would bring you back Friday, give you final instructions, and then you can have all day Friday to deliberate. But then again, that still possibly brings in Saturday if you don't reach a verdict by sometime into business Friday and you guys want to break. Deliberations could take an hour, 5 hours, 5 days. I have no idea. And that's the X factor. So I want you guys to enjoy your lunch. I'm sorry to kind of give you that news. It's just the reality of the situation. And it's nobody's fault. A case of this magnitude, these issues, as you can tell, it just takes time. And that's no one's fault. The attorneys are doing a great job presenting their cases. And it's certainly worthy of your discussion. And so a couple of issues I need to talk about over lunch is, can you stay a little bit later today so we can get as much in as possible? And two, what option do you prefer to go to closing arguments, going to Friday and seeing what happens, or delaying it until Monday, which means that we're stretching into further next week if there's a verdict of guilty as charged on counts 1 or 2. So you can get a piece of paper. The bailiff can help you out with that. You can write me a note what you guys prefer by consensus, however you guys want to kind of work through that situation. It's the first test of how you guys can deliberate an issue. And we'll go from there. So it's 12:46. We can come back at 1:45. We'll have lunch, and we'll have continue our afternoon. The jury's outside our presence. I still have counsel of state defense, Mr. Quiles, present. Before we take our lunch break, state any objection or exception to the issues I brought up to the jury before the break.
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else we need to handle during the lunch break? First from the state.
No, sir, just to advise your staff that the next witness is the inmate being in hatch, so I know they may need to check on him, making sure he's back. Just got advised he was back there, so yes, sir.
Okay. Anything from the defense? Is there a chance you can still rest today, you think?
Yes, sir. So,
Especially if the jury can say a little bit later.
again, a lot of this depends on their cross, but we have Damian Hatch, who I don't think would be as long as the last witness, Detective Bidlick, very brief. George Jackson, 2 hours on the wire.
That's just your direct in the wire.
Yes, sir. Well, the wire itself, I think it's right at two hours, and then the last witness is Joseph Felix.
Is he going to be? Is he about the last witness?
The state will rest after.
Is his testimony about as lengthy? Not as lengthy, but as time-wise as the last witness.
Not from. I'm looking at defense counsel. We're both saying he will not be as long as Naomi and Mobley. No, sir.
Okay.
I will tell the court he was due to fly out tonight, but I have actually went ahead and bounced that back one more night just because I know the courts were backing up, the schedule's backing up. So he's here today and tomorrow.
If I can fit it all in, I will today, but at the same time, I think the jury deserves to be fresh when they hear testimony. So we'll have to see how it plays out. Irrespective of it, even if we close Thursday afternoon, it still brings a potential Saturday because we don't know how long they're going to take.
Yes, sir.
And so I think that's an important consideration for the jury to make as to how they want to handle it moving forward. I think my preference is out there. Not that I think one's better than the other. I think they both have cons, but I think one's slightly better, so they're fresh. The testimony is more fresh in their mind than waiting over a 3-day weekend potentially.
Yes, sir. The only thing I don't think they have, and the court did a great job of laying out all what's forthcoming, but the one thing I did not hear, that maybe we could advise them, is they think phase one, if their verdict requires it, they know there's a phase two, as we talked to them extensively about jury selection. I don't want them thinking that's 2 weeks.
No, they
don't have any idea like how long that is. The parties have agreed a full day, a full lengthy day of all the testimony, opening and closings. We believe we can get that done. Now that's probably means a day, day and a half, but I think we collectively, and I'll let them speak for themselves, but I feel like at least advise the jury not to think that second phase, if needed, is a couple of weeks.
I think they know that. We told them 2 weeks plus bleeding to a third originally, so
You did.
I don't think they think that at all about penalty phase taking 2 weeks.
And just having just heard from my client, he agrees that maybe we could advise that because we don't want them to feel any sort of pressure that they need to hurry up or anything like that. I think you did a great job with making it clear that there are other options, but maybe if they are thinking it's longer than a day, I think they might put a little bit of that at ease, and that's just from my client.
Your Honor, if he says that, the state does not object.
I'll certainly let them know that. The problem is that I'm not sure they believe us when we tell them how long something's going to last.
That's very true.
So, I mean, I've been riding this train for a while about timing, and so I can let them know that, but they may roll their eyes at me at that point. Understandably, they spent 2 weeks with us. It's a long time, but I tried to tell this to the jury. It's no one's fault. This is how trials work, especially trials of these issues and these charges. It happens. It's just the nature of the beast. So we'll be in recess. I'll see you guys back. Come back about 5 minutes early. We'll go from there.
The court said 1:30.
Said 1:45. Let's go back on the record. 19 CF 7518. I have counsel for the State Defense and Mr. Quiles present. So I was able to talk with the attorneys during the break regarding scheduling with the jury, and I'll address that with the jury when they come back out. But I think we have a good game plan, and we'll obviously reconvene about it at the end of today. But I think we have a good game plan going forward that everybody agrees to. Mr. Davis, Ms. Michelle, if you need to talk to your client more about that and address me, and then we can talk about it later on as well, but I certainly will give you time to do so. But nonetheless, I think we're in a better spot than we were an hour and a half ago. So obviously I'm aware of your next witness and then your second witness this afternoon. I'm going to look to you to let me know when a good time is to take a break during the middle of your second witness, because I don't want the jury sitting there for 3 straight hours.
Yes, sir. Judge, if this inmate is relatively a normal witness, the second one's quick, we'd prefer to start with George Jackson and start the wire. It's long, so maybe at the hour mark of that.
I'm sorry. I said second. I meant the witness regarding the wire.
Yes, sir.
I want to start that witness before we take our mid-afternoon break. Give me a look as to when you want to stop the audio. You have an idea of that. And that way I'll give the jury a break during the middle of that. I am going to tell the jury during the audio, feel free to stand up and stretch at whatever portion they want to during that, so we can elongate that process.
Well, just to decide that now to save time, if it's around your normal break time and it's about halfway through, if the court says it's time to take a break, we'll stop it.
Just let me know. I'm not sure what the audio is going to say specifically, so
Okay.
just give me give me a look and stop it on your own, and I'll give you a look as well.
Yes, sir.
That way it's a natural breaking point during the audio, so I'm not breaking up in something that's critical for you. And we do have copies of the transcripts that the jury will be given per stipulation of the parties. Anything else we need to handle before we call the jury in?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Davis?
Just have 1 second, because they're...
Sure.
You guys were talking, I just wanted... Okay, we're ready, Your Honor.
Okay. Bring the jury back in, please.
Your Honor, the jury re-enters the court.
As a jury, welcome back. You guys may have a seat. Obviously, I'm in receipt of your note and will certainly abide by your wishes in that regard. You gave a time on Friday of 6. Is that time also for today and tomorrow, or can it be a little bit later, the next couple? Okay, a little bit later. Okay, that's helpful. Talking to the attorneys, I think we'll be able to do quite a bit today. We'll know more this afternoon, and so I feel the only unknown factor is how long deliberations take. Guilty, not guilty, guilty of a lesser included. So as you can understand, I trust you guys understand that I have to make preparations one way or another, not knowing what may happen, and that's all we're trying to do. So I certainly appreciate you guys. The attorneys have been great working that out with me in the midst of a case up like this. So I appreciate everyone's cooperation in that regard. But we're going to get going this afternoon. With that said, State, you may call your next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Damian Hatch.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Mr. Hatch, come over here to your right. Watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you, of course. If there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, I just ask that you pause, let me rule on the objection. We'll go from there. And we can lower the microphone for him. And just use that microphone to kind of project your voice so everyone can hear what you're saying, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. With that said, Mr. Skinner, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Will you state your name for the jury, please?
Damien Jerome Hatch.
Will you spell Damien?
D-A-M-I-A-N.
How old are you, sir?
I'm 39.
Will you tell this jury where you're currently residing?
Right now, I'm at Baker County.
At one point in time, were you residing in the pretrial detention facility commonly referred to as the Duval County Jail?
The last in 2022.
All right. Were you in custody on at the pretrial detention facility starting in July of 2019 until you sit here today?
Yes, sir.
Sir, are you a convicted felon?
Yes, sir.
And how many felony convictions do you have?
2.
All right. Now, when you were at the pretrial detention facility, also known as the Duval County Jail, did you meet, sir, an individual by the name of Johnathan Quiles?
Yes, sir.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
You point him out for our jury and give us an idea of where he's seated and an article of clothing he's wearing, please. You state for the record.
He's sitting over there, sir.
What color shirt?
Blue.
Is he wearing glasses?
Yes, sir.
Is he on the far right of the courtroom as he relates to you?
Yes, sir.
Seated next to counsel.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
So reflective.
Thank you, sir. How did you meet the defendant at the pretrial detention facility?
We was in the same part.
And will you define what you mean by that?
We was living in the same dorm,
Right.
living area.
I want to talk to you about what a dorm is. Will you explain for our jury first, are there multiple bunks within a dorm, or how is it situated, please?
It's a gang of cells in one dorm.
All right. Do you know approximately how many cells are in a dorm?
Probably about 20, 30.
And approximately how many individual inmates are in each cell?
It's 3 per cell.
Are there time periods within your dorm that the inmate cells are open?
Yes, sir.
Where you can come and go freely?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you in any kind of group with the defendant at the pretrial detention facility?
Yes, sir.
What kind of group were you in with him?
Bible study.
Right.
Bible study.
Did you start and join a group of a Bible study around the time period of July of 2019?
Yes, sir.
Approximately.
Yes, sir.
All right. And how long did you remain in that group?
I was in that group for probably like some months.
All right. Some months. Is that what you said?
Yeah, some months.
All right. Did this Bible study group meet on a daily basis?
Yes, sir.
Was the defendant in that group?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how many total were in this particular group?
I want to say about 15.
Where did that particular Bible study take place? Was it within the dorm itself? Where was it?
It was in the day room.
All right. What is that?
Like a common area where all of us be at.
Okay. During the time period, I think you described it as months on a daily basis, did you get to know the defendant in that group?
Yes, sir.
Did you befriend him?
Yes, sir.
Did you get along with him?
Yes, sir.
Did you and him talk often?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree that you would speak to him every day?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you in the same, what you're calling a cell with him, or were you in a separate cell?
Separate cell.
Were you both in the same pod or the same dorm, as you call it?
Yes, sir.
While you were in the same pod or the same dorm, were you able to talk with him as you walk freely amongst the particular pod or dorm?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that on a daily basis?
Yes, sir.
Did you become friendly with him during that time period?
Yes, sir.
And again, this was dating back to July of 2019, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time, Mr. Hatch, where the defendant opened up to you and start talking to you about his case?
Yes, sir.
You know approximately, best you can, when that happened.
2022, February.
All right, so early of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Had you been in the same pod or cell, as you call it, with the defendant dating back to 2019?
Yes, sir.
Is that approximately almost 3 years you were together? Is that true, sir?
Yes, sir.
You see him on a daily basis?
Yes, sir.
Always maintain a good relationship with him?
Yes, sir.
Always friendly with him?
Yes, sir.
Now, first tell us, what did you notice about him that caused you to ask him something? Did you notice anything by his outward appearance that drew your concern?
Yeah, something was on. Something was like bothering him. He was looking down and emotional that day.
Right. And when you say looking emotional, can you describe with any kind of detail? Was he kind of sulking about? Was he visibly upset? Kind of describe for us what you saw that said he looked down to you.
He just looked not normal, not happy, not smiling.
Thank you, sir. Did these observations that you made, did it cause you to then ask him, was there anything wrong?
Yes, sir.
Was it just the two of you present, the best you can recall?
Yes, sir.
And where specifically? Was it in the dorm? Were you standing in someone's bunk? Where was it?
In the day room.
All right. Were there other inmates around? At least, maybe not within earshot, but at least just around.
Yes, sir.
Was it just the two of you talking, though?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you asked him if anything was wrong, well, just tell the jury, what specifically did you ask him?
I just asked him what was wrong.
All right. And did he respond immediately? He start talking to you about it?
He kind of paused and then responded.
All right. Sir, the best you can, based on the response that he gave you, will you tell this jury what he said to you?
Say he had sex with his niece.
All right. And did he say anything happened as a result of them having sex?
She became pregnant.
All right. Did he say her name at all, best you can recall?
No, sir.
All right. Did he say what, if anything, he wanted to do once she got pregnant?
He wanted her to get rid of the baby.
What, if anything, did he say about his wife finding out?
She would be very upset if she found out.
Did he mention whether he had any other children?
Yeah, he said he had a daughter and soon a newborn son at the time.
All right. Did he say whether his niece was wanting to get rid of the baby?
Yes, sir.
Did he say the family was supporting her and trying to get her to have the baby? Anything like that, best you can recall?
No, he said nothing about it.
All right. Now, with respect to his niece, did there come a time period where she made the decision not to get rid of the baby? Did he tell you that?
Yes, sir.
All right. What, if anything, did he say with respect to when she decided to have the baby and not get rid of the baby?
He said she gonna she not gonna get rid of it. She gonna run away with the baby.
Did he tell you how he was going to try to get her to run away?
He was like she was gonna run away And she called him that morning, and he told her where to meet him at. And then when they met up, he just started choking her. And
Go ahead.
threw her body in the dumpster.
All right. Did he say, first and foremost, when they talked, where they were supposed to meet up that day?
At his work, at his job.
At his work? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Make sure our record's clear. Did he say where he worked?
I don't remember exactly.
All right. Did he say how he was trying to get her to meet him up with him at work?
Yeah, it was a secret spot, at his work spot.
Right.
And
Did he define what a secret spot at work is to you any further?
He was saying he told her to tell nobody and go to the Pacific spot at the job.
What was he telling you that he told her they were going to do once they met up? What did he tell her?
He told her to meet up, and then after they meet up, I guess
Don't guess. Just tell me what he said.
he just said, meet up at the spot. Then when they meet up, don't tell no one. Then when they met up, that's when he choked her. And then she said she wasn't dying. Then he pulled his gun out and shot her.
All right. Did he say where he pulled his gun out and shot her?
He said in the same spot they met up at.
The words he used were a secret spot at work. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What, if anything, did he tell you with what he did with her once he shot her?
He said just once he shot her, he threw her body in the dumpster.
You say where that dumpster was?
I guess at the one at the job site.
Don't guess. I'm asking you what he told you about where that dumpster
Oh, the
was.
dumpster that was right there at the time.
Okay. At his work?
Yes, sir.
Did he say he had told anybody else about this?
Right after he did it, he said he called his brother.
Did he name his brother to you?
He ain't never say the name.
All right. Did he tell you he told his brother what he did?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Hatch, what, if anything, did he say about whether that baby was actually his? Did he say it was?
Yes, sir.
Did he say anything about this particular niece having a sibling or any other siblings?
He said she had a sister, and he was having sex with the sister, too.
Judge, at this time, would you court, because we're going to dive into that a little bit, will you just read that instruction one more time, just out of abundance of caution?
Regarding SS?
Yes, sir.
Members of the jury, this is the same instruction I gave you yesterday prior to SS testifying. I'm going to reread it to you, given the testimony you're about to hear. The evidence you are about to receive concerning other crimes, wrongs, or acts allegedly committed by the defendant will be considered by you for the limited purpose of proving motive, opportunity, intent, plan, absence of mistake or accident, in corroboration of IS as to count 3, and motive as to counts 1 and 2, and you shall consider it only as it relates to those issues. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Hatch, did the defendant tell you that this niece who was pregnant with his baby had a sister?
Yes, sir.
And what, if anything, did he tell you was going on between him and that sister?
He said he was having sex with the sister too.
Right. Did he name that sister?
No, sir.
Now, did he say anything about how long he was having sex with her sister?
No, sir.
Did he indicate whether it was a one-time thing or whether it was a multiple-time thing, if he said?
No, sir.
Did he just reference it with one comment?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did he say anything to you more about either what he did to his niece at his work or the sister? Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Now, Mr. Hatch, did you get moved out of the dorm shortly after this?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember approximately how long?
Probably like a month or two after that.
Okay. Did you decide to come forward with this information after that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you do that by writing a letter either to the state attorney's office or your lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Did a Detective Abbott come see you and discuss that with you?
Yes, sir.
Ms. French later come see you?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Hatch, in any of these meetings with Detective Abbott, with Ms. French, or even myself, or any member of the state of Florida, the state attorney's office, has anybody ever promised you anything in exchange for this testimony?
No, sir.
And you're certain of that?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Will you tell this jury if you're expecting or hoping for anything in exchange for this? Are you hoping that a court would recognize this at a later date? Would you say that?
No, sir.
All right. Will you explain, lastly, sir, why you came forward? What prompted you to make the decision? I'm going to go tell the state attorney's office this. Why?
Because I was talking about it with a dude I was locked up with in Baker County, and he told me it's a good idea to come forward with the information.
Right. And did that take you some weeks to do that?
Yes, sir.
Why are you helping out then? Just because he told you, or did you make the decision yourself?
I just felt like it was wrong and it was the right thing to do.
Yes, sir. One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hatch.
How you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
All right.
All righty. Okay, let's get right into it. So you just told us about this conversation that you had with Mr. Quiles, and you told us that it was in February of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that would have been about a year and a half ago from now,
Yes, ma'am.
approximately.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said that you had been in the Duval County Jail from about July of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
I just said yes, ma'am.
Okay. Up until this time period when you had this conversation, and then maybe a couple months after that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Throughout that about 3-year period of time, you testified that you were housed in the same area as Mr. Quiles.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For that whole entire period of time, you were housed in the same area, meaning same dorm as him.
Not the whole 19, but probably like a year together.
Okay. Do you recall being on one side of the 5th floor for most of 2020 all the way up until February of 2022?
Say that one more time.
You recall being on one side of the 5th floor of the Duval County Jail for most of 2020, all the way up until February of 2022?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall being on the same dorm as Mr. Quiles from 2020 all the way up until February of 2022?
We was housed together for about a year.
Okay. So out of that time period of 3 years, 2 of those years you were not housed in the same dorm as him?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you recall coming into the same dorm as Mr. Quiles in February of 2022? Specifically, February 11th of 2022. Do you recall that time period being accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On February 11th, 2022, when you came into the same dorm area as Mr. Quiles, you're telling us that this conversation happened sometime in that same month?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let me ask you about this Bible study. So you stated that you and Mr. Quiles attended this Bible study together regularly.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was throughout that entire time when you were housed in the same dorm.
Yes, ma'am.
Because that Bible study happens in that dorm, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't happen in some other area like cafeteria or something like that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It happens in that common area right where that dorm is, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you weren't in the same dorm, you wouldn't be in that same Bible study, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Who ran that Bible study? If you don't know his real name, you can give us the name you know him by.
Brother D.
All right. Brother D. Do you know his real name to be Ulysses Dixon?
I think so. I might make a mistake. I said I think so. If I ain't make a mistake, I always say Brother D.
All right. Thank you. And do you have a nickname that you go by?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that nickname Dino?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Throughout the time period that you were attending that Bible study, it's your testimony that Mr. Quiles was attending that Bible study along with you.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys would do that almost daily.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're confident that that time period was February of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't know the exact date in February, but it's in that 2-week period because you came February 11th through the end of that month, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you're telling this jury that after Bible study, that Bible study you all were going to day, Mr. Quiles broke down and kind of told you this story and these crimes that he committed.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about your current situation. You're in custody currently, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've already testified that you had 2 prior felony convictions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're currently you have charges that are pending right now, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those charges for?
A violation of probation in a federal facility.
Okay. And the basis of that charge, that probation is?
Probably about 2 or 3 years.
Okay. And you have a violation that's pending. You're waiting for sentencing on that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's been pending for about how long? Do you know?
Since 2019.
Okay. So this has been pending pretty much the length of this court case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And it's not been resolved yet because we're waiting on you to testify here today, aren't you?
No, ma'am.
You stated on direct that you have not been promised anything.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you're actually not even hoping for anything whatsoever.
Yes, ma'am.
But actually the way you even learned about how to contact the state attorney's office was from a person that you said you talked to who actually had cooperated with the state attorney's office before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he actually explained to you how cooperation works, didn't he?
Nah, no, ma'am. He ain't not no.
He actually talked. Sorry, go ahead. Were you done? I didn't mean to cut you off. I didn't realize you were still talking. Go ahead.
Nah, he never explained it about the cooperation part.
He gave you instructions on how to contact the state's attorney's office to provide information on a case, correct?
Yeah, he told me how to get in contact with him.
He also told you about his cooperation in past cases, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He told you how that went for him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't know that information before talking to him.
Yes, ma'am.
And he actually talked to you about the benefit that it could be to your case if you were to testify, correct?
Yeah, no, he ain't never tell me that I'm gonna get nothing off for it. He just told me he got something off for it.
Correct.
Yeah.
He told you that the state says, we can't promise you anything, but then he told you that you get a note that says you've had substantial cooperation. Didn't he tell you that?
No, man, he ain't never told me that.
You attended that Bible study that you talked about, and with Brother D running that for that time period, even after February of 2022, didn't you?
Yeah, I think I left the dorm like April.
All right. And when you attend that Bible study, do you recall actually signing in to that Bible study on like a little sign-in sheet that Brother D had?
Yes, ma'am.
And he would have you doing that daily, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you missed a few, he would follow up on you and say, hey, you haven't been to Bible study lately.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you came regularly, day to day to day, he would reward you. He would give you commissary and things like that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you find it shocking if the man who you just described came here and said that you and Mr. Quiles never attended that Bible study together?
Yeah, but
If he says, in fact, Mr. Quiles never really attended that Bible study until 2023, would that shock you?
no, ma'am.
Would it shock you that he actually would say, you and Mr. Quiles never interacted? That y'all weren't friends? That y'all had no relationship whatsoever? Would that shock you?
No, ma'am.
It wouldn't shock you because that's the truth, correct?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Hatch, good to see you, sir. State may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would next call Detective Bidlick.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Detective, good to see you, sir.
See you.
Watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you.
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Only thing I ask, if there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, just pause, let me rule in the objection. We'll go from there.
Certainly.
State may inquire, you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name.
My name is Robert Bidlick, Bydlik.
Thank you for pushing that microphone down just a tad, sir. And who's your current employer?
I work for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
For how long?
15 years and a month or two.
What is your current assignment?
I work for the Zone 1 bike unit.
How long have you been with the bike unit?
A year and a half.
Prior to that, what was your assignment?
I did 3 months in patrol, and I did 11 months in the aggravated battery unit. I did 3.5 years in homicide, 3 years and change in aggravated battery, violent crimes task force, 2 months in burglary, 5.5 years in patrol.
Thank you, sir, for going down and doing a rundown.
No problem.
So during your tenure with JSO, I'm going to draw your attention back to literally 2 days before we get into 2019, and then in 2019, where were you assigned?
The homicide unit.
And what team were you on?
Team 6.
Who was on Team 6 at the time?
It was myself, Detective Billy Abbott, Detective Kenneth Guthrie, and Detective Samantha Dishman, and the sergeant was Sergeant Stephen Rudliff.
And was your partner at the time Detective Dishman?
Yes.
Now, Detective Bidlick, did you assist a part of your teammate, Detective Abbott, with the case involving defendant Johnathan Quiles and victim IS?
Yes.
Now, was the defendant Johnathan Quiles arrested on January 8th, 2019?
I believe he was arrested for unrelated charges.
Was he arrested in early January?
Yes.
Okay. And were you at the sheriff's office during that time the defendant was arrested?
Yes, I was.
Did you recognize that individual if you were to see him again?
I've seen him multiple times, yes.
Okay. Could you please look about the courtroom if you see the person you came to know as Johnathan Quiles?
Yes, it's the gentleman sitting over there with the defense and the glasses.
And what color shirt?
It's blue.
Your Honor, let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Now, Detective Bidlick, before we get to that situation, did you actually assist with multiple different things throughout the tenure of this case?
Yes, I did.
And did one of those include doing a canvass in the area of Terry Parker High School?
Yes.
And I believe, did you and Detective Dishman do that together?
I think there was quite a few people out there. I don't recall exactly who I was with. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. But you recall doing that?
Yes, I do.
And were you all looking to see if anyone had seen IS or some video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to find anything regarding IS?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, drawing you back now to when the defendant was arrested in early of January 2019, was there a decision to do something at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
It was to introduce a wire into the jail.
Okay. And was this, oh, I'm sorry, sir, go ahead. Were you saying something?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize. I thought I was interrupting you, sir. And was this done prior to the defendant even arriving at the jail?
Yes, it was.
And during this time frame, did you do a lot of the wire situations with the Duval County Jail?
Yes, ma'am. I had used the same gentleman previously, so I was very comfortable with them, and they understood when I would call them down, they understood that we were probably looking at somebody for a homicide, so there was very little conversation with them about what we really needed. They knew the routine, basically.
And is the individual that you're speaking of Morris McClendon?
Yes.
And since this occurred, has Morris McClendon passed?
Yes, ma'am.
However, was there someone else that you learned that was present during the wire?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
George Jackson.
However, who is the individual that you actually gave the wire to?
Morris McClendon.
And is that the individual that you spoke with?
Yes.
Now, when you spoke with Morris McClendon, would this have been on January the 9th, 2019?
Yes.
And did you give him any information? And if so, what did you tell him?
I kept it very simple with, I call him Mo, with Mo. He's worked a couple other cases with me before, so it was very simple. Hey, I'm going to put a guy in here in the cell with you. If he starts talking about a homicide, just, you know what to do.
And that was just based on working with this individual previously?
Correct.
And beyond stating that the individual, was that Johnathan Quiles?
Yes, ma'am.
Was his name given?
I believe I might have shown him a picture. I usually show a picture just so they know exactly who we're talking about.
All right. So just to be clear, you would show a picture, and then you stated that he is a suspect. Did you state that he is a suspect in a homicide?
I said we're looking at him for an involvement in a crime, usually. They knew that we were with a homicide unit, so you really didn't have to tell them that, you know, they knew it wasn't their first time. They've worked 5 or 6 cases for us before.
Okay, so it was implied.
Yes.
All right. And beyond that, was any other information given to Morris McClendon?
No.
Now, on January the 10th, 2019, did you go to the Duval County Jail?
Yes.
And did you obtain that wire?
I did.
And did you bring that wire then back to the sheriff's office?
Certainly did.
And then at that time, did you and then the lead detective, Detective Abbott, and the rest of the team members listen to it?
Yeah, I believe I listened to it first, and then I was like, ooh, okay, he probably needs to hear this. And I said, hey, you need to listen to this right here.
And you passed it on.
Right.
And obviously Detective Abbott was the lead, and he was the one that would then go from there.
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Just real quick, when you met with, as you said, Mo, to set this up, you kind of went over the ground rules about what to do and things like that, right?
It was very brief. So I was introduced to Mo probably a year prior to that, maybe even a little bit longer. And he had worked 2 other cases for me prior to this one.
Okay.
So Mo knew the ground rules.
Did you give him some specific direction and questions to ask in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. In this, when you were setting him up for the wire, with how it's set up in the equipment you give them, forgive me, I think it's in their shirt, jersey, or whatever.
It's basically, it looks like a Zippo lighter,
Okay, is that,
and they put it wherever they put it.
that's the new one now?
That's the one that I had back then.
Okay. Are they able to turn that on and off?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if there's a break in there, in that Mo was able to turn this on, turn it off, and control what part of the conversation was recorded, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you don't know, once you give it to him, does he give you a signal and say when we're ready, or do you go and get him and bring him out?
If I haven't heard from him, I usually check the following day. A lot of times I get a phone call from a female that says, hey, Mo needs you at the jail.
Okay. And in this case, you got that call?
I'm not 100% sure in this case, sir. I'm sorry. I believe it was the following day, so it's a possibility I got a call late that evening, or I just went and picked it up the following day.
Okay. May I have a second with counsel, Judge?
No, thank you. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Just a couple of quick follow-ups.
Yes, sir.
Since Morris McClendon is the one that was controlling it, you don't know if and when he turned it off, if there were any threats in between or anything like that to get the statements that he was looking to get on tape, right?
I have no idea what was said when it wasn't on.
Okay. And you have no idea as to, other than George Jackson and Morris McClendon, who else was present either, do you?
I haven't listened to the wire in quite some time, but I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Detective, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you. Take care. Have a good day.
State can call your next witness.
George Jackson is the next witness state to call, Your Honor.
Mr. Jackson, good morning to you, sir. Or, excuse me, good afternoon to you. Just take over here to your right, watch your step. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. If there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, I just ask that you let me rule on the objection before you begin talking, okay? With that said, state your name and quiet, you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please, sir?
George Jackson.
And George Jackson, do you live here generally in Duval County?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long you lived in the area?
My whole life.
All right. And how old are you today?
40.
40?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you do for a living?
I do music.
Okay, just make sure we put the microphone a little bit closer to your softer spoke.
Music engineer.
Thank you, sir. And how long you been doing that?
Like 10 years.
Now, Mr. Jackson, are you a 3-time convicted felon?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, are you on probation for one of those felonies today?
Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to go through your criminal history a little bit, and then we'll move on. Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, back in August of 2018, were you arrested for the case that you're on probation for, which is organized fraud?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's a first-degree felony that's punishable up to 30 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the time that you were arrested on August 9th, 2018, did you have a pending violation of probation case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that involve 2 felonies, organized scheme to defraud, again, another first-degree felony up to 30 years, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And accompanied with that was defrauding a financial institution, a second-degree felony up to 15 years, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so during that time frame from August 9th, 2018, were you in custody then through September 12th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that when you ultimately entered a plea to both of these cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you have been then in custody in the month of January 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive a sentence of 9 months Duval County Jail, even though you had spent 13 months in jail? Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that followed by 7 years of probation?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what you're on probation today?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, and also too, Mr. Jackson, have you cooperated on other cases with the state attorney's office?
Yes, ma'am.
And however, is this the first time that you have ever testified?
Yes, ma'am.
However, have you given a deposition before in other cases?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just going to give a quick rundown, and you tell me if these are cases that you have cooperated with. Would that involve the co-defendant case of O'Neill, O''Neil, Exantus, EXANTUS, and David Robinson? Did you cooperate in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
In those 2 cases, I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, is those 2 cases still pending?
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's okay if you don't know. If you don't know the answer, it's okay. You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Yes, sir. And did you cooperate in the case of State of Florida versus Antonius, ANTONIOUS, Burney, BURNEY? Did you cooperate in that case, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that still pending?
I'm not sure either.
Okay. And did you cooperate in the case of State of Florida versus D'Angelo, DEANGELO, Robinson?
Yes.
And then lastly, did you cooperate in the case of Stephen with the PH, Bentley?
Yes.
And then did you cooperate in this case involving Johnathan Quiles?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you know someone by the name of Morris McClendon?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know Morris McClendon?
Morris is my cousin.
Okay. And so is that a biological cousin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you and your cousin Morris McClendon both at the Duval County Jail in January 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Morris McClendon wear a wire in the case of State versus Johnathan Quiles?
Yes, ma'am.
And just to be clear, you did not wear the wire, did you?
No, ma'am.
Now, since this has occurred, has Morris McClendon passed?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Morris McClendon tell you that he was wearing a wire back in January of 2019 in regards to a Johnathan Quiles?
I don't remember if he told me.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't remember.
You don't know what?
I don't remember
What he told you?
when he told me.
Well, when? Okay. Do you remember what he told you?
Yes.
And what was he asked to do?
He said he was called out by detectives. When he got back, he was telling me that that they wanted him to wear a wire.
Oh, hold on. Objection sustained. I need you to lean closer to the microphone.
Okay.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay.
You can scoot the chair forward if that's easier for you. The objection is sustained. You may continue.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Mr. Jackson, did you have any personal knowledge of why, again, personal knowledge of why Johnathan Quiles was in the Duval County Jail?
Not at first, no.
Okay. And did you get to know someone by the name of Johnathan Quiles?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you speak with Johnathan Quiles?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you recognize this person if you were to see him again?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please take a moment and look about the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you please identify Johnathan Quiles by where he's located and something he's wearing?
The guy right with glasses on.
Okay. And what is he wearing?
Like a blue shirt, look like.
You can stand up.
Okay. Yeah, like a light blue shirt.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
So reflected.
And did Johnathan Quiles talk about some cases involving killing a niece?
Yes, ma'am.
When I say cases, I meant case. I apologize. That was a bad question. And was that recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity prior to today to review that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you recognize the voices on that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were the individuals on that recording?
Myself, Morris McClendon, and Johnathan.
And based upon you reviewing the wire, does it appear to be a fair and accurate representation of what you recall the defendant telling you regarding a situation with his niece?
Yes, ma'am.
Now let me ask you this, Mr. Jackson. At any point in time while you were conversing with the defendant, did you ever threaten the defendant?
No, ma'am.
And in front of you, did you ever see your cousin, Morris McClendon, threaten the defendant?
No, ma'am.
Did the defendant on his own tell you the information?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Jackson, before we listen to the wire in State 66, are you seeking assistance potentially with your probation case?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're open to that if you get something favorable out of testifying, then you're good with that?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this time, I would move to do States 66. I know we need an instruction, and then to publish and to pass out transcripts.
All right, members of the jury, Mr. Gray is going to pass out some transcripts for you. I'm going to have some instructions for you regarding those transcripts. You're about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. You are not permitted to bring these transcripts back with you to the jury room as it's not evidence. If you wish to take notes, do not take them on the transcript, take them on your notepads, which will be available for you in the jury room. Okay, so we'll have the transcripts now, but you're not going to have them again later on to refer to. Also, while the recording is being published, feel free to stand up, stretch if you would like. We will take a break at some point during the playing of the recording, as it's quite lengthy. Other than that, I don't have any additional instruction.
And, Your Honor, permission to publish.
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Jackson, I'm going to start to play the wire, but I will pause it at the beginning a couple of times, and I'm going to ask you to identify voices, and then we will just listen from there. Okay, sir?
Okay.
And, Your Honor, after that, permission to sit down after those couple of questions?
Of course, whatever you want to do.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
What's coming loose? Paper here, take this one. Just take mine. Does everyone have, after this, does everyone have a copy? I'll make sure everyone's attention's where it needs to be. Everyone has a good copy. Okay. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead, Ms. French.
Of course, no.
John. You straight? Oh, what? I'll make sure you're good. Oh, yeah, I'm good. Man, you want me to better balls or something? Nah, I'm good, man. Me too? I ain't break. I want to make sure you're straight.
Now, Mr. Jackson, who's talking right now?
Me.
And again, I'll just do this a couple of times, and then I will stop.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good, man. Oh, yeah, still raises on the floor. I'm sorry.
Now, Mr. Jackson, who's the individual that is saying, yeah, I'm good, man?
Johnathan.
You all that sleeping, you stayed up all night. Now you want to sleep. Now you want to motherfucking sleep. You done got your ass up. Yeah. Shit. You didn't even talk to your lady for a lot now. Me? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she
fell asleep.
Yeah, she didn't want, we was gonna talk tomorrow anyway.
She come down?
No, I don't think she's coming over the phone.
Who's talking right now, Mr. Jackson?
Johnathan.
She's mad at us right now? She's mad what? Come to visit?
Yeah, she mad about this whole situation.
She's upset with
everything. Whole damn thing.
Well, hopefully it'll be worked out in a couple of days.
Who's talking right now, Mr. Jackson?
That's Morris.
I'm sorry?
Morris McClendon.
Is it fair to say that Morris McClendon has the, higher pitched, louder voice?
Dark, yeah, deeper baritone.
Deeper?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I'll ask you just one more time, and then I'll sit down.
Yeah. And really, I don't know what lawyer they hired you, but I don't see why your lawyer ain't fucking come talk to you. Yeah, because this is now. I'm gonna lose, B. How the news go talk to your lady and your lawyer ain't here? Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah, for real.
You know what I'm saying? Now, if that was a public defender, yeah, that'd be different. But we talking about a fucking lawyer. Who paid for the lawyer? You gonna see our pay for it?
I think she's gonna pay for it.
Oh, so that's why you think that's yeah, what? I guess she first. Oh, they ain't paid for the lawyer.
That's what I thought too, but when I talked to you yesterday, you know, who got the lawyer? Yeah, she was like, I got the lawyer.
Who's talking right now, Mr. Johnson?
Oh, excuse me. I got the lawyer. Yeah, I'm going back.
Hey, so what you talking about now? Cause I ain't want.
And who is that, Mr. Jackson?
That's me.
All right, I'm gonna sit down now.
I ain't want to talk while it was up. My wife, she said they came to the house.
The detectives came over to the house.
The news reporters.
Oh, they came to the house, yeah. Knock on the door, calling the phone, leaving messages and shit like that.
But what are they saying? You already locked up. So what else do they want?
Yeah, they have my they put my picture on the
News?
On the news, yeah.
Oh, what? What the fuck is they putting you on the news for?
Yeah.
I don't understand. You here? They ain't got you.
Yeah, they put that's putting pretty much what I was charged with and everything on there. They have
So they say about the other shit too?
they
Who?
my wife said that that's what the detectives told her. That's the news. She said she getting a lot of information from the news thing from the news, you know, on TV. But she said the detectives is the one that, you know, was telling her, you know, about pretty much all the bullshit, you know.
Well, what you gonna do? Well, man, that's the $1 million question. That's the $1 million question.
You up against a lot, man. I know they put you back. They really put you on this fucking bullshit anyway.
They back him into a coma, but you gotta react, bro. You can't sit here and not fight back.
Stop laying down, man. That's soft shit. Like again, okay?
I don't told you. Oh
You
shit.
sitting here like the dog on up in there 4.5 years. Ain't been to court yet.
Oh man.
This shit, yeah, man. You guys don't give a fuck about you in Jacksonville, man. I don't even do what I ain't gonna. No. They don't give a fuck. You want something to eat, man? Anything in bunch of?
No, I'm good.
Sure.
It's gonna be a long night tonight, bro. You eat since 5 o'clock.
You ain't nothing. You ain't nothing but vegetables. Man, eat something, boy.
About you? Nah, I'm good. I'm good for now. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, man, you just.
I know how you feel, though. I know one thing, how you feel. It's no lie when you talk loud. You don't really know us. You know us when we came to pay. That ain't the police. I wish you didn't come to my cell. You feel me? My dog could have stayed in up his canteen. In a public, but God really steered away.
But I told you earlier, and I swear to God I ain't talking about that shit. This is what he said. This is what he say. This is what he say. He said, "Ooh, I was telling him." He said he noticed when people come in, we start talking. I'm like, that's right. You know who we talking about, I'm not talking about. He was like, I know
that's mandatory.
Listen, I said I know certain people. It's hard to talk about. He was like, yo, they probably say, well, all the time. You know, I told him that. He's exactly right. But the difference is, if they take us out this cell and put people in this cell, then he got something to worry about.
We was in, you came in.
I didn't told him that. And now I told him, we had my already in the bed.
You wasn't even finna come in. If Lowe wouldn't have been a nice guy and let you come here because he was in the wrong book, I didn't give a fuck. If it was a cracker would have came to
well, luckily, they didn't change him in the system.
He was supposed to be in our bunk. Man, you ain't see that whole about him?
But I didn't need to hear no that.
Okay.
That's what happened though. So he was like, I was like, man, you gotta pray. And that doctor said, what's called? He said that he's not talking to me. Yes, he is.
Man, but he said how?
Because it's God really said to me to reach a message to him. You get what I'm saying?
That's right.
But he just gotta react. Like, bro, like, yo, what are you? I'm not gonna sit up and tell you that I know how you feel, cause boy, you up against some shit. Yeah. That shit serious.
But I know one motherfucker, man. You gotta do something about this shit. This is over. That shit is over. Hey, I got bumps back my head. When I raise shit. No, really.
That's all, bro. I know you feel like that. You uncomfortable something. You got to try to do something. Do something, try to help yourself. You ever go to the church? You feel what?
I said I don't got no other choice.
I told you, shit. I did what I can do today. I told you,
Then you got him running around.
No, but he just
doing this, doing that, doing that.
But he made it. Because at first I had him still make the call for him, but the spot that he went at, it wasn't nothing. But, man, I didn't trust too much because I don't know how. You know about this shit?
You know something, brother, snitching.
Okay, yeah. This is my brother.
Yeah. So yeah, right. Yeah, listen. Let me put it this way. His brother said that he did the same shit I did. Honestly, like my situation. Only difference is, this is the funny boy. Supposedly somebody dumped the body in a dump. I was telling him, we been on that shit. We just went into the water. Why? Because the water do what? Wash off what?
DNA.
Oh. And what does dump do?
And what?
And what does trash do?
There's no TV there.
Oh my God. I swear to God, I never said it. It's just common sense.
I'm talking a little bit there.
Yeah.
But
so what happened was, I asked him what dump could they possibly be talking about. He said that they say somebody dumping his job, and he said that he went to a certain spot that the dump trucks drop it off to. So when I, who work at DFI, I called him to see if he put a law of how he could determine how dumps be and all that. So he said he just knew how to do it. I don't know exactly how, 100% how it's played, but he said that.
What unsaid?
It's not true. They don't pick up, like, dumps from there don't go to that particular, like, waste landfill. They go to another waste landfill. But he said...
And there's a couple different dumpsters?
There's 2 landfills into that.
There's a couple different dumpsters? And there's different type, and there's...
I mean, what
y'all put steel in one?
It's one dumpster that does garbage. And that dumpster, see now, I personally talked to the driver, and this is like way before that she even went missing. I asked him, just out of curiosity, where does this dumpster go? And he told me Trail Ridge.
What is that, Trail Ridge?
Trail Ridge is a landfill.
It's a couple different landfills.
There's 2 landfills that's over there.
So did she go in a rolling dumpster or did she go in a look, y'all got
That's just a rolling dumpster. That's all they got over there for garbage.
Rolling dumpster? It definitely don't go to no damn Trail Ridge. They go to
it's different kind of dumpsters. It's rolling
dumpster.
Right, I understand that.
It's the big 40 yard, big ass shit.
But that don't go to.
Bro, did you guys clean up my age up?
Huh?
Did you make it look good? Did you clean up? Everything good? You gotta worry about that? I'm just keeping it real. Cause them guys gotta do their job.
I told him that. That's their job.
That's why they
Hold on. This stop. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This picture is for me. If his brother called from New York and not in Jacksonville, Florida, and just so happened to call a detective and say, or the police or the news, whoever, the warden comes to fuck and call Jacksonville and say, this person was missing, this such and such did this other. You get what I'm saying? And they
what you did to him?
He did nothing.
Nah, fuck hard about this nigga.
What he did to him?
He did nothing to him.
What did he do to you? What did you do to him?
Nothing. I'm trying to tell you what happened, bro. He's explaining what I'm trying to explain to you, but you just keep cutting off.
He kept on.
This is why we use that plea.
He told me, he says, oh, I can't sleep at night and all this here little bullshit. And I'm like, wait, hold on, nigga, you could've been called me and shit, and I'd have put that shit to rest, nigga. I ain't had nothing to do with that, you know, that girl disappearing or whatever. And he's like, you know, the right thing to do is to just, you know what I mean, talk to the police. And I said, right thing to do, nigga, is keep your fucking mouth shut.
Definitely, right.
And sure enough, he sent me a text like, look, if you're innocent, you don't have nothing to worry about. If you're guilty, you get what you deserve.
Okay, now sorry though. Now move. Without you cutting people off, please just listen, bro. Please listen. Can you please just listen? So, his brother know what the fuck you're talking about. Just hypothetically. Just say if he wrong. Then he right. He got nothing to worry about. But if his brother calling people and telling people that his shit is that a body at a landfill, and them people go find a body at a landfill, what the fuck will happen to this man?
I told him already that.
That's a big ass coincidence. Shit just like that, niggas just don't guess no shit like that.
Yeah.
So that's the point I'm making. I tell him that, and I'm telling him out of respect. He could bullshit us, or he could bullshit the media. But you can't bullshit with no hackers gonna find that bitch. That's what I'm saying. Just protect yourself, bro. You don't let you ass gonna beat out this bitch.
Why you even told your brother, bro?
Huh?
Why you even told your brother?
See, it was
You made a dumb decision. You made a dumb. It was stupid.
I mean, why would you tell your brother? Honestly.
But why can't you tell his brother that's your brother? Right? Why can't you tell your brother? But also, you know how your brother built. You ever thought that he was gonna say something?
My brother, two-time felon in the street, hood nigga, you know what I'm saying? He got maybe 3 bodies on him.
He got a wife? He got an old lady?
He do.
So he probably told his old lady probably who pushed him up to him.
He never even said anything about his wife. So he did that all on his own.
So his wife pushed him to go tell on you, or?
Nah, he did that all on his own.
You should have went and blew his motherfucking brains out. Yeah. Did you tell your brother before you did it or after you did it?
No, this was after the fact that she was missing.
You think a nigga look out for you because of your blood? That's crazy. That nigga's supposed to go to bat for you not.
No.
And you told a nigga so you, same thing he probably got people the same thing. You went, that nigga crazy, man. Yeah. So he called the video Jacksonville police.
He called, well, the detective said that he called them personally. He called them personally. And then that's when they got the warrant for me, and they did, fucking, the SWAT team came over to the job, gun drawing. But they weren't even thinking about me. You know what I'm saying?
You were never labeled as a suspect.
That's right. It's just a cooperative person, you know what I'm saying?
So you did good by getting rid of the body and all that.
No, my thing is, when did she go missing?
I think it's the 8th of December. It was before Christmas.
Damn.
She was missing after school?
After school, she broke out after lunch, and she had 2 bags on her. That was at the surveillance camera caught her.
What school she went to?
Terry Parker.
Oh, she went to TV? Yeah. So, they stayed on that side of town?
They lived in the Arlington area.
Oh, shit.
And my job was like, nah, this nigga, because when they first questioned me, my job has me there at the job all day. You know what I'm saying? They got me on camera. I haven't done nothing. So that's what they was, when in the interview they were talking about who brought her to you. You know what I'm saying? Who brought her to you? I'm like, what time you can see in the camera, what time do I got to even motherfucking be around this bitch, you know? To the police, like. But, yeah, that shit that my brother said,
So, why, this will be the $1 million question. Why were they pointing the finger at you?
Because of my brother. And first, the first reason they would even look in my way and they even asked about where I was at and all that.
Because of the rumor, they said.
Because of the rumor.
They said y'all fucking around.
Yeah.
But she was 16.
You think she would have told you?
She was 16.
Okay.
You think she would have told you?
Why you just? But 16, man, that's like an age. Like I was saying, she one age.
So if you didn't think she was gonna tell, why did you fucking kill her, though? If you didn't think she was gonna tell, or you just felt like it was gonna hit the fan and later on.
She was pregnant. I wouldn't give a fuck. He did right.
She was. I understand that.
That's the same shit happened to my shit.
Right.
Same shit.
I understand she was pregnant, but.
Nigga, DNA, they go to jail. Statutory.
Well, what they was gonna do when the child was born, then they had to get his, somebody had to tell him in order for him to get the DNA.
But they was already accusing him of that. He said.
Oh, they was?
Yeah. She was going to school, she probably was showing. How far along she was?
5 months.
You know what I'm saying? She probably was showing.
So that she wanted to be with you, like make you, she wanted you to be with you, like leave your wife and be
Probably what it is.
Honestly.
So then, then that blackmailing shit.
You know, should have been blackmailing.
All kind of shit.
You did the right thing. Shit.
I won't leave my wife either. Fuck that. You did the right thing. Shit.
So who brought up though? You shouldn't have told your brother shit. You should have just went to New York and killed him.
Fuck a bitch.
You're a bitch. Real. And your brother feel like somebody you can trust. That's why we in this bitch now, cause of pussy ass niggas can't hold their motherfucking water. We in jail, they free. So you was really forced to do that. Damn.
The situation.
You'll get about that.
So why are they gonna put a sex case on you when she did?
It's like her sister is also claiming that I had sexual contact with her.
But that ain't got nothing to do with it.
Which is, you know, that's not true.
But you fuck both of them.
Yeah.
Now you got that shit. These niggas up bring bullshit.
Oh, why you don't know your job? Why you fucking didn't go?
I don't. That's the $1 million fucking question. Why you hit that close to home? Oh, they don't know if it's fuck people. But why you hit that close to home? Like you can't go to the job.
That's why you brought up to the job, bro.
That's stupid.
Do they see her actually on camera at the job? No. So why the detective?
Because they can't charge me with something that they don't have no proof that she was over. They brought cadaver dogs. They brought everything looking for her.
Cadaver dog. How could that dog look?
It's just like a regular dog. It's just they train to smell for dead bodies. You know, for some type of, you know.
So they really thought the body was on the job.
Yeah.
That's what a cadaver dog looking for. Not that it's been there, that they're looking for it getting buried there.
Yeah.
Boy, they looked down on that.
Yeah. And then with Joe, you know, my brother telling them all this other bullshit, so now they're looking elsewhere.
You shot him, man? Mm-hmm. You shot him? How you killed him? You don't mind me asking, I'm just blunt.
Yeah, I know, man.
I know you don't really want to talk about it, but it's okay though. Fuck all that. You ain't got to talk about that. It's all gonna be able to get rid of the body.
Huh?
It's all gonna be able to get rid of the body.
I'm not trying to drag. I don't even know.
I know.
That shit crazy, bro. I don't even know. Cause he was telling me, I supposed to made a call.
By that time, see, supposedly with the time, see, I dumped garbage over at the landfill because I used to work for Waste Pro.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I know how the situation goes. I know where the garbage people dump all the garbage, recycle goes to recycle, yard waste goes to yard waste.
Right.
So I'm very aware of the way that goes. But the time is so past the time of that container being dumped that it'll be buried under like 3 feet of fucking garbage. You know what I'm saying? So
What the fuck that got to do with?
finding a bag without the machinery is pretty much impossible. It's not like you're gonna just back over.
Hey, let me tell you this.
She
though.
rap good.
Hold on, stop. When you got money involved with shit get done. When you got resources, shit get done. That's neither here nor there. Your main thing is, can they do it? And if they can do it, please do it so we can get this shit over with so your ass won't be spending the rest of your motherfucking life in jail. That's the question you need to be asking. For one, if the police, okay, but if the police told you that it was that dump, they're not gonna find shit anyway because it's not there. Y'all building do not dump there. Y'all trying to explain to you that I'm lying.
Is it wrapped up good? She wrapped up good.
What you mean?
You said she put it in a bag. In a bag. I mean, you gotta. So a bag.
It's
Okay,
a
look.
big bag enough.
I understand, but branches in a certain place, recycling in a certain place, and garbage in a certain place. So, do you know what they actually do with the landfill?
Yeah, they just push the.
They just keep pushing, further.
Yeah.
They never really go nowhere. You know that?
Yeah.
You know that? It ain't like the old landfill where it burned.
Yeah, no, I don't burn it. Just keep on pushing and then dumping and just keep on pushing and
That's what I'm trying to tell
So
you.
it's been a month, almost a month.
What day is it?
June 9th, a deal.
I bought the knife. I think it's nice.
Well, I guess by you killing her, you did the right thing, dog, because you'd probably be in a worse situation if she was living. Feel me? So,
I'm working on got him off in the cell. He makes one motherfucking noise.
damn, bro. I guess you should have just thought about it a little harder. You should have think. I don't want you to think about this. Yeah, you must have thought on this shit for a while. It was just a spur of the moment thing. Damn. Yeah, she was gonna end up blackmailing. Well, that other shit ain't gonna really stick, because they ain't got no DNA. You know? They ain't gonna find no. But it'll all work out for you. So, what you gonna do about your brother? You ain't tell nobody else? Your brother was the only person you told, well, besides us. Who you think he told?
I know he spoke to my aunt. My aunt told me, and she was like, nah, you crazy, don't even dare tell the police that. He still went to the police and told them.
So, the two sisters, you think they both knew you were screwing both of them?
Which one, two sisters?
Okay, you said
the aunt is the one that was accusing me.
No, what I'm saying is, okay, you say you in jail right now for the one who was alive.
Yeah.
Okay, you think the one who was alive and the one who was dead was talking to each other?
I don't know. Possibly. Yeah.
So who do they think she was pregnant from?
She had mentioned it was like fucking 3 or 4 different other people that had popped up. You know what I'm saying?
So she was fucking good.
Yeah. She was.
But you knew it was your baby.
Not 100%, but
you didn't want to take that chance.
Yeah.
You ain't wrong. Because at least you be a sex offender, you'll be for the rest of your life. But at least you can go to trial on the murder and beat it. It's hard to beat a sex offender case. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what they charging me for, the sister. And then my wife was talking about that they're adding 2 more sex crime cases
To different girls?
Nah, I think now they're adding, the one that's missing to it too.
How? What proof they got from that?
That's what I'm saying.
Did you get rid of the book bag and everything? Oh, everything?
No, what book bag?
He said she had 2 book bags or some more shit.
Yeah, book bags too?
Yeah, she had two bags that she got from school with.
Bags? Oh, she was at school?
Yeah.
Hey, listen, one other thing. She got no cell phone with her, did her? Okay, good. Good, you know they be pinging that. You was shot, now. You know you shit this first time you kill somebody, man? I done killed somebody 2 times. On accident. On accident. Let the record on accident, baby. You get me? I love it. No, I'm just joking. I put a smile on your face, but yo. You know what it is, see that?
They want to play with it.
I got a problem with my face, the pistol.
Yeah.
You should have just thought about it a little bit more, bro. You should have just thought about who the fuck
It ain't about him. Listen,
It
ain't about him thinking about it, bro.
It is, because
Alright.
you got to think about something before you do it.
You know, it ain't like that. You're not understanding. You blaming the man, don't help the shit.
No, I'm not.
It don't help it.
Right, but
By you blaming him and saying what he should have did, it don't help it. The thing is, man, whatever's done is done.
Right.
You gotta just make sure you clean up your mess.
right.
That's it, bro.
That's cleaned up. It's already clean.
How? He wouldn't be fucking nervous if it was clean up.
Shit, the man just see.
Man, let me tell you something, man.
Right.
Let me tell you something. Cause, bro, it's like, this way, when you be smoking, throughout the day, and do whatever you do,
Because if you think about something before you
it ain't that, because you never listen. You always over talk, always talk.
I'm not, I snuck.
Alright, you go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk. We'll let you talk and we'll talk you done.
If I think about something before I go kill him, before I go do this, then I'm gonna think, man, I shouldn't go tell my brother because I know.
It ain't even that. But you don't think shit happen when you gotta change up plans when you do some shit?
Right, I'm with you all the way.
So who else you got? Brother, and a brother.
I'm with you all the way.
So can you listen what I gotta say, please?
Go ahead.
That's the only point I'm making, right? Fuck, because he told his brother. That shit done. He can't take that back. Us talking about that is pointless. Alright? You gotta understand this.
Okay.
And you taught me this. And on this, I put my hand on the Bible and this here. There's some truth to everything that you hear you say.
Right.
You can bet your ass on that.
Right.
Them motherfuckers know that.
Right.
Police are 10 times smarter than us. I don't give a fuck what nobody says.
Okay, so, I mean, it's cleaned up.
You think the news showing to the house for nothing?
Alright, they just trying to scam up.
But the thing about it is, you take care of the situation and get. Cause what happened with me?
Well, I'm with you, but what more can he help you right now to clean that up? And he done told you it was in a bag and he dumped it in a. I mean,
it ain't my mess to clean up.
Right,
It's his mess to clean up.
But I'm saying, what more can he do or say for you to help him clean it up?
How can somebody help somebody who is nothing to help?
Right. I thought the whole conversation about we was trying to help.
But it's nothing to help. He said that dumps don't even go to where the landfill that he said.
Where the police said they were going to look at?
He said he was going to look at the landfill.
Which one? What's your name?
They didn't mention an actual exact landfill.
They didn't? Don't you say it?
No, I said that the guy, the truck driver told me that's where they take the garbage.
Oh, you didn't say that last night.
Trail Ridge.
But last night, didn't I tell you that they don't go to Trail Ridge? And you was like,
that's why I was like, yeah, they're pretty sure that they do, because that's what the truck driver mentioned. This is prior to me, to anything.
So this part you're talking about in there. You saying you already want to know where it goes, so you'll know.
Well, I know the reason why, because of the container. Like I said, I work for a garbage company, and this is before any of this thing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I was just asking, like, hey, it may sound like bullshit, but it was just a question, like, hey man, where you take this container to? And he said, that's what he said. I mean, I don't see a reason why he would need to lie about it.
Well, I'm just telling you that There's nothing I can do if nothing ever came of it. That's just all I don't think I'm saying. I'm just being honest, bro. I don't know. And then
this is what the cops did say though, is they know, they didn't tell me where the container or the garbage went to. They said they know it's in the landfill. That they know exact truck, exact time.
What the fuck they gonna know all that? They knew all that, they wouldn't be fucking asking you. What the fuck them crazy?
But then again,
eat a nigga ass.
But the only thing about it is, if the body is dumped with book bags and stuff like that, then it's easier to find.
EJ got rid of the book bags.
But then, I don't know. We gotta find out where it's at. If we find out where it's at, I swear, and you know how I am with that word. I can tell you that I can get rid of it. They can have them switch or something up and put that bitch in water. That bitch gotta be in water. And why it's going to water? DNA is going off of, they can't pull DNA off water. But I don't know, bro, because now I'm getting somebody innocent involved with some shit and running around, and I don't even know what the fuck going on. Yeah? Because I can't put this man life at, you know what I'm saying?
Let them guys do their job, but it still ain't gonna matter. It ain't gonna matter.
No, I can't even play like that.
No, without the month, no, that shit, no, they been digging for months. Just think about how much garbage in a month they didn't dump.
Yeah.
But I mean, fucking officers that can go out the bed like looking.
Right.
With dogs and all that shit. They not gonna stop. You think they gonna stop?
They ain't gonna find that shit, man.
Well, then they don't find it. No need to worry about it then. You're right. You're fucking.
You let it find?
I just know, like,
I don't even know, man. I can't honestly give you an honest answer on that.
I know they ain't gonna stop till they find out.
Every bird and animals, all that shit, gotta eat that shit.
Oh yeah, there's always birds out there.
Yeah, so that shit could have been total off. Coyotes, whatever they call them motherfuckers.
Are you serious, man?
Dead serious.
So you saying that shit is fine though? Don't move it and don't get rid of it. It's out there. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm not even talking about even to get rid of it. I'm just talking about what could happen while it's out there. You know what I'm saying? Because they always do it's bells and all out there.
Okay. You got nothing to worry about that. There's bells that eating the body. There's a little finger get left. Any little piece of hair fiber or anything, they can't find that. You just jackass. You just don't give a fuck. That's what I keep telling you all about life. You don't give a fuck about nothing else.
No, it's a done deal. Shit.
Okay. Okay. That's fine.
Deal, baby.
You're right. Okay.
I mean, you got to think, dog, them crazy got that for months and months and months, dude.
So what?
Right.
You think they not gonna stop?
Right. So what else can he tell you that?
He can't tell.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. He said went in a roller dumpster.
This shit, I'm getting aggravated. All right, I don't even talk to you. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. This shit is aggravating. This man here retarded. You just can't talk to this nigga up, bro. That point.
I was trying to let the man talk.
I'm trying to shoot.
I'll go to sleep.
I'm just telling you, like, you don't know when to stop playing.
Right, no, I'm dead serious. You done deal.
You can't be dead serious.
On my mama.
You 10 times smarter than that. You cannot be dead serious. You can't be dead serious. You are 10 times smarter than that shit.
You alright, go ahead.
Happy?
Yeah, I got to pay.
Let's turn around.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Fuck the crap. That's how I feel, like.
Yeah, well, that ain't the right thing to say, though.
Crazy something niggas do.
I ain't about that. It's about, like, that still don't help the situation, bro. I'm trying to get you to think right, bro. You want to think gangster. You want to think gangster.
Everybody different niggas, you know what I'm saying?
You just don't give a fuck.
Don't give a fuck about them crackers. Fuck them.
Do you really think in your heart they gonna stop trying to look for this person?
I didn't say they were gonna stop.
I'm just talking to him because you just don't make sense. So even if he say the birds will eat it, if he say the birds will eat it, you got nothing to worry about.
I'll tell you what now.
I don't think they're gonna stop. That's for sure.
Thank you. That makes sense. Thank you. That's the most logical thing you ever heard.
I know they ain't got nothing to charge you with murder right now.
Absolutely not. You absolutely correct. I agree.
Right.
That's one thing I agree.
Right. Because if they had something to charge you with murder, you'll
Now they did say, I told you that they did say something about having my DNA and all that bullshit, but I doubt that was 100% period, because they said that same thing to my wife. Oh, we got DNA from him and all that. And I was like, well, if they had DNA, I wouldn't have been walking out of there with just this one charge. With the other one,
No. They probably have your DNA, but not saying they got it on her body yet. They probably just got a hot. You was over there. They got some hair from your ass, samples, anything. That's DNA.
No, I gave them DNA.
Okay, well, perfect. So they find about it. You got any hair fibers on them or anything on your ass? That's just your ass out of it. It's just what it is. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, of course I do. I just want to hear what you got to think.
Okay.
No, that was it. I was thinking because if they had DNA linking me to, to anything, the sexual activities with the girl, anything.
Oh, that's what they were talking about.
Yeah, they had like.
They weren't even talking about the girl who did it.
Because no, they're talking about the one that did.
Well, they ain't found a body to compare it.
Yeah, sex with a
They had. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sex with a fool. So where you gonna get DNA from?
When she slept with that dude across the street, the 21-year-old dude, they did a rape kit on her, and that's what they were comparing it to. So they had my DNA came up on.
So the 21-year-old dude know that
the 21-year-old dude's DNA also popped up.
So they slept together. You slept with her the same day he slept with her?
No, that is no way. That's why. Yeah, that's why I was like, nah, y'all fucking bugging.
So was the 21-year-old jealous of you?
21-year-old didn't even know about me. That's what I'm saying.
So she kept it a secret?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
So she wasn't against you?
Yeah, no.
But you just passed out when they was security.
So hold on. So if she wasn't against you, then what was the problem? Just the pregnant?
Pregnancy, yeah.
Yeah, not that she had a baby. Yeah.
So why you just ain't take her ass to town in this?
Where though?
What the fuck? You could go back to New York with her.
You got ties up there too?
What you mean? I just got family. I got family in New York.
Why you get an abortion?
They wouldn't do it.
Why?
She's too young. One, you needed to have a court order. So
you couldn't say you was illegal. You were uncle. You could have said that still ain't working either.
They didn't want that.
How you know? You tried?
Well, mom did it. One pops did. And they needed a birth certificate and they needed a court order.
Really?
Are you serious?
Because she was 15.
Right. And I mean, even when she was 16, they still wanted all of that.
Oh, she turned 16. She turned 16. Oh, yeah.
16, yeah. She was 16 when she came out that she was pregnant.
You knew right then it was your baby?
Yep. There's a possibility that was mine. I knew that she had ties with other folks and stuff like that. But,
so she wasn't just screwing you?
She looked good? Honestly, no disrespect, like I said, because I know my situation. What problem you was having with your wife?
It was problems was just
sex.
Yeah.
I know it.
When my wife got pregnant, they cut us off from sex immediately because she's so high risk.
Was your wife jealous of the little girl too?
No. My wife didn't.
She didn't never expect you ever sex with her?
Nah, did never think that.
But the girl liked you? Y'all was cool. There wasn't no bad blood. Man, she would've, I ain't never told her to put the name on somebody else and tell her.
And no, they already was accusing me of it, and they was doing.
In the family?
Your wife too?
Not my wife.
Oh, it was your mom.
Her mother
How her mom know?
Because of her older sisters. Her older sisters didn't like me. There's 5 sisters in total. The 2 oldest ones never could stand me, so they always was like pointing fingers towards me.
About any little thing.
Anything.
They really want to fuck you.
Yeah.
They want to get some pussy too.
Yeah.
They want to eat some pussy.
So was the baby girl? So was the baby girl and the girl that accused you of now and the girl that's dead? Was they mad at each other? Well, both of them had to like you.
Yeah. No. I don't even know. I know that they had their little on and off situations or whatever, but I mean. Sisters, you know what I'm saying?
So the one that's dead, she knew about you and the other one?
No, I never had anything with the other one. This is all, that's what I'm saying, those charges are all fabricated, the ones that...
Oh!
That's just to arrest you.
That's just to hold you, bro.
Crazy. So what you should have been charged with, they didn't charge you with.
But So in that case, it was 20 years to kill him. So you still been charged the same shit you'd have been charged with originally. Other shit.
But you didn't even want to take a chance on having your wife.
But man, he killed his own little baby. Shit. Okay, why didn't you kill the child?
You wasn't thinking about the child in the stomach?
What she was having?
I think it was a girl or something like that. I don't know.
This nigga hell crazy.
Well, I was did the same thing. Fuck this shit, he tried to do that bitch brains out. You did right. You this just don't make the bitch suffer once you die. You did it quick. You ever kill somebody before? That was the first time?
You ain't throw up? Why?
That's fast happened. Look, if I tell you you're gonna be scared, Steve been with me, so I don't really want to talk about my
No, tell him. You gonna laugh at his head.
Man, I'm doing nigga brains out. For real. All his brain was splattered out. So you can imagine that? Talking about cold run, hit a nigga just like that. Quick and easy, get over it.
See, I ain't never had that situation. In my situation, I just had to, I sent one out there. I sent a hit out there. That's just the only thing.
You shot him.
That's what they were trying to say. That's what my brother said. That I choked him and did all that.
Yeah, but nigga, I get a kick out of it. I ain't trying to be funny. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, she got shot.
You got rid of what?
Yeah. Registered to me over at the house.
What else? Why you gonna get rid of the gun? Well, it's registered to you, so it don't matter. Yeah, they'll never think you'll use a registered gun to kill a girl. You have flashbacks of this shit? Just don't think about it. Just do it again. When you get out, kill another motherfucker, then fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely get out there.
I told you to do. Yeah, I can't, listen, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this before you cut me off. Go ahead. Yeah.
Make sure she's dead. No, I ain't being funny, boy.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
That's why I should have slept that. I should have went to sleep.
No,
it's serious. I got you got that shit.
Right, but that kind of shit be irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant, man.
Alright.
Look here. See, I'm the oldest. You know, 19. No, for real.
Nah, for real.
I was inside. Did you clean the shells up behind it?
There's no ballistics, nothing.
Oh, there ain't no ballistics? Is it a revolver?
No, it was just something, but I got everything's clean. No, nothing.
You cleaned the gun off and everything?
I went to the gun range the same day.
You did? So you really good shooting?
Pretty alright.
Yeah.
When I was going to say, go ahead.
SRX-9.
XRX-9, what's that?
Taurus.
My boy.
Nah, no, man.
Well, you did right. She ain't suffer. At least she ain't suffer before she died.
Anything else?
No, go ahead, though.
No, like, what I was saying is, like, bro, I'm not gonna, I don't care about none of that. The problem is, you gotta clean up after yourself. That's where the problem lies. You did it like you did everything right you supposed to do. You had a problem, you had to take that situation. Like, I ain't never killed nobody. I ain't got the heart to kill nobody. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a killer. But the problem is, I had a situation that had to be dealt with. So I had to get it done. But, you get what I'm saying? So it's just like, you gotta try to make shit right, bro. Like, I don't know. Listen, this is what I'm saying. Finding that shit is a needle in a haystack. Garbage all look the same. Either black bags, white bags, what other color bags here? Boxes. It's simple. All that shit. All garbage bags are similar. It's like, I don't know. But even if, like,
I feel though, everybody ain't got the heart to do it. I don't give a fuck.
That's all I'm just saying. He just made a mistake, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
You act out
there,
there,
really a
bro.
mistake. She killed the bitch.
Not a bitch.
Whatever, she did. Goddamn it. She did. I mean, God might know more than what I know. He might. I don't think they're gonna find more for him. Especially because you want your brother. Fuck your brother.
That's one thing I agree. That's what I agree on.
Yeah,
That's some pussy ass shit.
So he trying to put you away for life. So he trying to take your life. Man, I blew it, but I can't tell you how to go kill your brother because you probably gonna take sides with your brother anyway. But
Sitting in here, fucking, especially.
he older than you,
Yeah, so there's nobody.
and he done been in trouble.
You said what? I sitting there what?
I said sitting in here, you know, especially knowing that I had no police pointing their finger at me, nothing. I had nobody looking at me at all.
Yeah, you got away with the shit.
Turn around because of his statement, this motherfucker that I'm sitting here talking to y'all.
So it was a fucking reward or something he was trying to get?
That's what I was trying to understand.
Yep.
It wasn't no reward.
So what the fuck?
Dude, I
This
don't know.
nigga
I don't know.
blow his motherfucking brains out. Make him suck on the end of that barrel and blow his motherfucking brains to Methuselah. Fuck boy. He's a real fuck boy.
Yeah, boy, I don't know.
For real. Well, that's one good thing you did with your gun, so it ain't that's a plus. Cause you know, you see people want to get them hot ass guns off the street.
But how do it get to, like, bro, this is my thing, but how did it get to a situation where you felt like you just had to, you get what I'm saying? Like it wasn't no other logic?
The shooter gave birth to that baby, I would have been sitting right here with y'all again.
But for a different fucking charge, bro.
But he ain't charged for murder.
Not yet.
Man, I feel like they had enough, man. They was doing them.
Alright, watch this. He's still charged with the same thing that he would have been charged with anyway.
But he can really be that because he really didn't sleep with the other sister.
Correct.
100% you didn't. Never.
100% not.
So the older sisters lying on you now to get you put in jail. Because you say the 3 older sisters or something. Really, so they like, did you ever fuck into them?
No.
They that's all right there. They want to show that motherfucker before they nigga dick. Real. I'm telling you. That was just what like we see red O's and they look good. I don't know how you look at them, but that's the way it be. And they look.
I looked at them like this.
Hey, black?
Sloppy ass bitches.
They assholes?
Hey, black girl? What?
My white black.
You white black? Damn.
You can't tell. Yeah, just like a nigga.
So, like, so how did it come to the situation, like, for as, so you need to tell her, like, babe, like, why you just won't say another nigga got you pregnant?
It was the mom was already saying that once the baby was born that she wanted to do anything.
The mama who you said smoke crack.
Yeah, that she don't smoke crack. She smoke bud and just sniff coke here and there. She wasn't crack that, yeah.
Did the girl know she was from there? She knew she was from there?
Where she thought y'all was going? Just played it off just like a normal day. You try to let you come. Thank God you did, because they got them motherfuckers on them.
I'm not tied. I'm not tied to nothing personal.
Well, so you ain't
The only thing that you can find about it is them finding about it. So that's the problem. You gotta get rid of, you gotta move the body.
How did you?
That's it. And that's the only problem.
Right.
You gotta move it.
Right.
You can't.
Who gonna move? You gonna get on the door?
He don't know where the fuck is that.
You don't fucking know what it's at.
He don't know where it's at.
I swear by you, don't tell you. The fuck? How you gonna get in the landfill? I mean, it's in one landfill.
Bro, it's not at that shit. I swear to God. I call it a day, bro.
It's a couple landfills. There's some motherfucker what? What is that? Give
I mean, not all day. I mean, like life and family. You can't be looking through 3 landfills. Full of 3 feet per shit on every landfill.
Fuck it. Fuck them. I'm getting shit. We know money's not been there.
No package is nothing.
You say me no package of that.
So you talking about that money?
Yeah, you do.
How much I pick up my shit?
Yeah, that's good shit. Few stripes.
Okay, then. Yeah.
But I was your man. I was totally different though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll be swimming in no motherfucking trash. I'm not even eat funny. I'm not laughing about the shit, but you know what I'm saying?
I've been there. I've been there multiple times.
To the landfill? That shit, miles of that shit.
I know.
Them crackers would be looking for motherfucking nothing. By that time,
For the landfill, you can personally take something?
Nah, I work for a garbage company.
Yeah.
And I was.
You need like, I thought you meant like, you took the shit on.
I was the lead technician, so I used to have to go all the way up on the hill.
who helped you? Who helped you get rid of the money?
What?
Dog, dead body here is a motherfucker, boy. I used to work at a morgue.
Ain't care on them. That's why I know it can't be on them trash bag either. Because how the fuck you, I mean, gonna tell.
Better cut her ass up. You cut up?
He cut up here, cut himself.
She's all together.
For real?
She's adrenaline gives you the strength to take it.
You said adrenaline. Hey, that shit do though. Cause you know, dog, when I ain't shot nigga, I ain't being funny, I ain't gay, but all my dick was on. Look, all your side, you know your adrenaline, you know your dick, you get from the blood, because of pressure. And adrenaline, like the hard boost. I used to, and dog, it's crazy, shit just is what it is, but hey.
I got something to tell you though, but you know, I mean, I can tell you from him or wait to talk to you in person. Cause it's your business.
Yeah, nah, I mean, shit.
We don't never get to talk, but he just cut shit off. That shit just aggravated.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap. I'm finna go see you. It's a wrap.
But this one thing, I can help him get it. I can make the call back to him. I'm gonna have to pay this man, but I'll do that for you. The point I'm making is, he tried, bro. Honestly, God, my dad, he tried, but it's not there. Like, poor ass, he didn't go look and search through every bag and all that shit. I'm not gonna lie to you and say he did. But he just telling me that was impossible. That.
Cause that would be too hot. He's going through like, oh,
right.
This bag,
But I'm saying that trash thing don't go there. So you're not gonna go look for no stupid shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. So the only thing, if we know where it's at, then honestly, I can't do anymore. But I don't. That's the little thing. He probably trying to hide some girls. This girl from the bottom floor, you can talk to the toilet. That's the only thing. We can find out a location of one away as hell, close to could be. When you got another idea or you think it might be, and I can have them check or something like that. That's the only thing.
Just going off the drive where they say that they take the garbage to. After that, I don't know.
Yeah, they got them big old roller ducks where they pull it up on the trailer.
Yeah, it's a Class B truck, and then
Go down.
It'll go down just like that. They'll put the cable to it, and then they'll roll it up, and that's it.
Yeah, it ain't no regular little dumpster where they pick it up and dump it up.
Nah, not
Wait a minute. Do that make a difference on what landfill it might go to?
No, they all go the same. Because the roll-offs, they'll open the back door, dump it, and after they pull out, the ones with the forks that do that will back up.
So which one she was in?
It's like a roll-off.
Roll-off. I don't know.
See, because the ones with the forks, ASL, they all go.
How you manage to dump on your job without nobody seeing?
Yeah.
No.
Why do a job? You know how many fucking dumpsters you pass before you got your job?
At the job, I can control and get it done.
Okay, you the one, you call and tell him he's ready.
Well, I called the boss, my boss, to tell him that the dumpster is full. And truthfully, I never even called him to tell him that the dumpster was full. It was already full.
So how the fuck, day you know what day that, so why did you say it was between the 10th and the 12th?
Because I'm not good with dates, so I'm just saying that was the time that she went missing. So this day to that day.
So the same day she went missing, the same day you dumped her?
No, it wasn't. It'll be the next day, so it'll be the night.
What the fuck the body was at the first day?
Huh?
So what the fuck you had at the first day?
She was there, man. She was there.
And they can be throwing in the water right there. You see the river.
Did you kill her one day, didn't dump her the next day? Oh.
Why you dump it in the water?
Because there's no way to access the water over there.
Yes, it is. Extra drive is right there. Yes, it is.
I know, but it's too much going on.
All the cars passing by.
Man, late night, bro, you gotta wait. You know how to creep.
Late.
All that I have to drive by, look at how I do that shit.
You shot her down there by the water?
I don't know. No.
Late night. I got a wife, but at the house,
Right, you can't go to work.
like that. Yeah, that's
Where you shot her? Where happened there?
It was over at the job. It's loud over there.
Oh, you shot at the job and left her there overnight?
Broad daylight? Nobody hear that shit? Broad daylight?
It's loud at the job over there.
Y'all
on cameras
and shit?
Hell no, ain't no way in the fuck. This man got monkey nut. No, so nobody ain't see y'all there. Oh no, nobody ain't see y'all there during the day. Man, he
But you
lying.
get to drive in.
I don't believe that.
He drive in. We go through the gate. You ever been there?
But yes, but I know this girl would have jumped out screaming anything.
So what about the cameras?
The camera system and shit. It's like everything is blurry, nothing is focused.
For real? So I be scared to steal the shit. I can just steal the shit. I thought the camera worked.
But that's the thing. The cameras do work, but they suspect. You know, in A-Speaker Park, there's so many spots you could throw shit over the gate, and it's been proven that niggas can still walk in and out of that facility all day. It's happened many times. It continues to happen probably to this day. You know what I'm saying? So it's like.
And that is a big old ass. That's a big old ass. That's a big lot.
Yeah. And
If people be left there at night.
They literally shut that whole shit down and ran dogs to that whole fucking thing.
But they was looking for a body, not the fucking blood.
But it don't matter because
well, they did the cadaver dogs with the blood too, but it don't matter because they're looking in cars and shit. Which, if you got a DWI and you wreck, that airbag comes out. It's the first
blood,
thing it's gonna blast your blood everywhere. So there's blood in multiple cars.
So you may have get in the car and you shot her.
No, she wasn't in no car.
Dog, you had some motherfucking balls, bro.
I didn't tell him that.
Like you run the yard, you did say you run the yard. So you really control what movement going. Well, that was kind of smart. Just you should have put some oil where the blood was.
Yeah, nah, it's dirt. You just scoop it up, fucking move it, scoop it.
But so what Brandon was? What it was? Like co-workers?
They See, they so scheduled on what all they do. They ain't fucking paying attention about nothing. Everybody.
So people have girls there all the time.
It could be, yeah.
It could be somebody with a customer.
Yeah. It's not, it's not uncommon to see people walking through the yard and that they don't supposed to be there, And then truthfully, when everything was going down, I got multiple people that can place me in the zone where I was working,
Oh, so that's why when they said you was at work, how did you get her? You never left. So how did she get to you?
That's the $1 million question, huh?
That nigga, that's up, man. She called me about doing something. She been coming up there to see you.
Nah, that was well, she knew where I worked, but that was like the first time that she's ever been up there.
So somebody had to drop her off. Out the bed.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a break at this point. We've been going for a while. About 55 minutes left in that audio, so I wanted to break it at a good point, kind of halfway through to give us a break. So we're going to take our mid-afternoon break. It's 3:49. Let's come back at 4:15. I know what to expect the rest of the afternoon. I do plan on keeping a little bit later than yesterday to finish up what we can today to make tomorrow and Friday a bit easier for us. Please remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves or each other. Don't do any independent research, and have a nice lunch break, or have a nice afternoon break. All right, the jury's outside our presence. You guys may have a seat. Mr. Jackson, you may take a break as well. Walk around, get some steps in. Just be back at 4:15. All right, so the jury and Mr. Jackson are outside our presence. I still have counsel of the State Defense and Mr. Quiles present. Anything we need to handle outside the jury's presence? The state first? No, sir. Defense? Okay, Your Honor. So 4:15, we come back. Another 50. Do you have many questions on direct after it ends?
Not many, Your Honor, just a couple about commentary, but very brief.
Okay, and then you guys will have some cross?
Yes, Judge, but it's not very long.
Okay, I think we can finish the brother tonight.
I have it present.
Okay, and then you're going to rest?
Yes, sir.
So I plan on completing that tonight. You can rest in front of the jury, then we'll break for the day and pick up with any defense case tomorrow and handle any miscellaneous issues we need to after the jury leaves. If we got to start discussing jury instructions, or you can do it tonight or come back early tomorrow. The instructions aren't that complicated overall, considering everything. So anything else we need to handle?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, you guys have a nice break. See you at 4:15. go back on the record. 19 CF 7518. I have counsel for the State Defense. Mr. Quiles present. Any reason why we can't bring the jury back out?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Defense, Your Honor. We're on, what page are we on again?
We are on page, Your Honor.
Okay.
85.
Okay. And I do have Mr. Jackson on the witness stand, so let's bring the jury back out, please.
Yeah, if you need me to pull it off, I can. Oh, okay. That's from the cell phone dumps. That's 33. That's crazy.
Your Honor, the jury's re-entering the court.
Members of the jury, welcome back. You guys may have a seat, of course. We're going to continue with the audio playing. As a reminder, feel free to stand up and stretch while it's playing. You may find me do the same during the course of this. Are you guys okay? Or do you need to find your spot? I don't want to have it played before you guys are ready. Okay. State, you may continue.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Just for record purposes, I'm publishing at 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 13 seconds.
You knew she was coming out?
She was coming to get some money? Nah, she was coming to get a beat at first to fuck out.
Who?
She was coming to get a car to get out, to go. You know what I'm saying? But
To go what?
anyway, I think she was going to go to grandma's house in Georgia or some shit like that.
Are y'all supposed to get together or are you supposed to give her stuff?
Yeah, we were supposed to. It was one of those things that.
Y'all can run away.
Yeah.
You tricked her. Well, you wasn't wrong.
Slime boy and shit.
Yeah, bro, don't look at it like that. Just look at it like, bro, you.
That's what it is, though. You know
Hey, lean back some. Lean back some. That's what it was. Your back was against the wall, bro. You just reacted. You did it smart though, because you made sure you stayed in front of the cameras and all that shit. You made sure they seen your.
And it's crazy because they think you left the job.
You never did.
You were there the whole time. Pussy ass cracker, you cracking double as a motherfucker.
My phone keep getting right.
How the fuck you get a gun registered in Florida and you say you had a felony?
Nah, I never had a felony. I had a misdemeanor, but it was like low misdemeanor.
So you ain't get rid of the gun?
Still over at the house. They never even picked it when they stabbed me.
They ain't even gonna go get the gun. Cause they
Why you want to tell your wife to go get it? Oh no, I'll be telling her.
Be a killer.
Yeah.
But your lady need to go in there anyway to protect her.
That's right. Popped the first nigga that tried to break it down.
She not using?
Yeah. I take it to a government.
Damn. Got my dick in the hard boy. Hey, bullshit. That shit does something.
That shit is, I don't know. I ain't got no, that shit crazy.
Would you do it again if you had to?
Why?
That's life, though. Dog, you just ain't no killer, so.
No, it ain't even about that, but it's other alternatives. You gotta think smart.
See, but that's my thing. What was the alternative?
Leave fucking town until she had a baby and then what?
I got my wife, I have my daughter.
You keep saying that, but she had a baby that was yours. A baby she had was yours.
Well, I didn't know that for sure.
Yeah, you right.
That's the only thing, yo. Honestly,
I tell you, bro. Alright, but do you agree? But do you agree?
You know what I'm saying?
Well, that was the only real big mistake. Tell your brother. Your brother, you kill him too? Oh?
Yeah.
I mean, she
to get out this shit, man, to be with my wife and to be with my daughter, man, that's my whole purpose.
That's the whole point you killed her, because you want to be with your wife.
That's pointless, bro. I mean, everything done is done. The only thing now, in order to get with your wife, you gotta make sure
everything gotta be clear. I gotta get out this bitch, and that's the only way that I can possibly be.
You gotta move. When you get out, you gotta get the fuck out of here.
Oh yeah, once I get out of here.
What's your gun with?
200,000.
What's the lowest that take, bro?
10,000.
10,000? I thought it was 20,000.
Yeah, you got some over 10,000 dollars? No.
What's the lowest you can't let you? I'm saying, bro, I'm gonna lower than that.
What kind of money you can put your hands on?
Listen, how about that? Listen. Do they got, hey. What's the lowest they probably do?
And then if you think about it, I found out they racking up new charges. They bringing my ass right back in.
From Greentown?
For what? I'm gonna be on the run for the rest of my life. My wife ain't gonna be down with that.
So you rather just stay here and fight the bullshit charges? They ain't gonna hit you with no money. You wanna stay here and fight the bullshit charges?
If everything stays so far the way it is,
We need that body. You get rid of that bitch.
it'll be. I can fight.
And then file that hearing. Like I told you, file that memorandum.
So everything stays the way it is. No new shit pops.
So you ain't never confessed this to your wife?
You can't.
This your wife's niece though? This your wife's sister kid? She gonna take your side anyway. Your wife she gonna ride with you anyway.
She hung up the phone on me when they did. She detective told her that they had DNA with me linking us together and stuff like that. And then I called her back. She didn't pick up, so I waited for an hour or something, half an hour. I called her back, and she held a full conversation until the phone banged it. But she was very upset. But she's still there.
She got your back.
Yeah.
That's real.
So what we got is us.
That's why you married.
That's right.
God put y'all together.
100%.
Yeah. That's why I don't mind being around the motherfucking Puerto Rican, because y'all don't mind blowing the bitch brains out. Hey, bullshit.
Can't deal with this man.
I told this man, funny as fuck, bro. He want to joke, but that shit aggravating, bro.
You know what, to be honest with you, man, I'm grateful, because even though this is a stupid, crazy situation, it's making me feel just a little bit better that I'm able to giggle here and there, because, yo,
you been down and out.
The misery is a motherfucker.
I know it is. But I had to get over that shit first time I came in.
See, it's one thing to pop somebody's top. You got no ties to it.
Right.
There's another thing to pop somebody's top that you actually love. You know what I'm saying?
For me, who's love?
It's not love. That was like, that's my baby. You know what I'm saying?
You put nigga on, you love her.
Hey,
I know that shit was good.
Taught her how to drive. I taught her how to.
You was in love with her.
You know what I'm saying?
You taught her. She did what?
I taught her how to drive a car. Showed her how to swim against with the rip current.
Hey, so you was her first?
You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. No, I couldn't. No.
Yeah.
The pussy was open.
Oh, she fucked too good.
She was experienced for sure.
Oh man, you got fans from too?
Was it good?
She freaky.
I can't hear you.
You better not bring me no good.
Hey, that you was slipping on. You feel it?
Yo, he should have done that.
Now you could have put it right.
He was a roll. That young pussy.
I did. Well, sometimes I can't say all the time. I did. Yeah.
Hey, how does that manage to get around your wife?
And fuck.
Yeah, you see, that was.
You fought at the job with it.
Job?
Yeah.
Nah. That was the first time she ever did it.
You might have got some pussy for sure.
Where y'all fucked then? Where y'all, you said sex at?
Yeah, I mean, just random spots, you know what I'm saying, going to the store.
Outside?
Yeah, car.
Nigga, you was a whore.
You freak.
You not fucking hotel?
Nah, I never would. I can't have anything tracked back, you know what I'm saying?
So your girl was like a detective?
My wife was...
Who find her or her sister? Who the best?
I can't even...
You know, fuck the sister.
I found the older sisters.
Oh shit, my wife ran down all day. Her youngest sister is pretty much it.
Hold on, that's your wife's sister?
Which one? The ones that's accusing me. Yeah, those she has five sisters.
Oh, so that's not your...
No, it ain't, cause you missed it.
Okay, you missed it. Okay, the one that's dead.
This is me.
What's she up to your wife? Right, what I'm saying is, the niece, she got sisters.
She has one sister.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm saying. So your wife look better than your niece?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Pussy was good.
That shit, pussy young or what?
And you know, pussy do it till it's every time. I don't really fuck with young. I ain't gonna fuck nothing under 18, but
I did.
I'm gonna fuck with young.
She was 17.
I got a big dick, so I don't wanna hurt her. So, fucked up about
Fat white girl.
big white girl. I seen one other night so big, boy. You should have seen the white bitch I seen up. Hey! You hear me?
Too bad.
You know she bad. You know she bad. Listen, man, it's a white bitch that worked with my lawyer. She's so fine. You don't fucked up, but she like black girl. So she's so fine.
I like white girls too.
You like white girls too? Yeah. But this white girl here, she's so fine. But she'll give you ass a million motherfucking years fucking with her. Believe that. My boss stayed believe it.
Just like that.
My boss, bitch. That's what my boss, that's what so boss had. She'll get you a million motherfucking years, but she wrong. You hear me? You hear me, dog?
That's ain't that fine. I don't know, I ain't real. I ain't real.
She bad, and she knows she's bad.
The district attorney?
Oh, what, you?
Public defender?
Oh, no. She with his lawyer. She with, you know, I'm working lawyer.
Oh.
No, what's the district attorney?
District attorney is the DA. That's the one that put your ass up.
Fuck no.
No, man.
Nah, cause I seen one that was in court, but then I was thinking about it. She
this
paper.
No, this lady came with my lawyer.
She
came with my lawyer today.
Public
You hear me? She can't now. That's why we're gonna get down to the nitty gritty. She's so fine. She came with my lawyer today. She blessed me. Trying to get the bitch to sit home. Yeah. Trying to get her to sit to the house. She just said, just keep on doing what you do and I'll get you. You good? She fine now. But I'm fucked up by white women, you hear me?
Yeah.
To the teeth. You hear me?
He got them bitch bad. But they ain't got no booty.
No, she my chick. She bad about it. She ain't got no ass. But I love her too.
She said she bad body.
Yeah. But it's two of them that work together. There's two chicks. They work together, they fine. You ain't never seen them before. He wouldn't interest you anyway. Cause you like, yo, you feel me?
Yeah.
You like the fuck, yo.
Me too though.
She a fat ass, she fat. She got a complex. So that's why he like little chick, little young girl. You too.
But nah, I was like, this is the first young chick I've ever.
So you been fucking her. You been fucking, y'all been fucking for how long?
Maybe
Oh, you've been putting digging up, listen.
probably less than that, maybe less than that.
Why she ain't got birth control?
He ain't know, he wasn't there.
I mean, she was supposed to be on birth control.
Hey, nah, but real talk, we having fun to make you feel better and shit, but
all my ladies is always been like
fine.
Older than me. Like, yeah, this is the first young chick I've ever.
But wait, I'm gonna hook you up with Michelle. I got a white chick I'm gonna hook you up with. What she say? Michelle Sophomore, I'm gonna hook you up with. She bad. You hear me? Tell the shit, put your ass up, but you gonna fall in love with her. You hear me? I'm gonna hook you up. I'm gonna let you be I ain't gonna tell her what you're in jail for.
Yeah.
Bet. So you gotta hook me up with somebody.
I don't even know who to hook you up with, man.
I'm gonna put you down. Matter of fact, I'm gonna call tomorrow. Call tomorrow morning and let you talk to him. Put you down with him. But get your mind off the other shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But like real talk, bro, like.
Oh.
So what's next?
My baby.
So you can prove.
I love you, Michelle.
I don't know, brother.
What
We can't do nothing. All we have to do is sit and wait. So there's no way that we can try to take care of it for you. I don't see how could I don't know. Go out there and look and check and track down where that's at. Is it?
What color bags? Black bags, yellow bags, white bags? Black bags?
Bags? Why is it 2 bags? Because one is not strong enough.
You had to double it up.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm bringing
my 2 seconds.
More than 2 bags. You had to use 4 or 5 bags. She was a little, she short?
She's about my height, but she was pretty skinny, so. How you able to put it in the bag? Hold on.
So when you did,
you flop.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, when you dead, your body is limp. You got strings on the bag? The regular bag.
Regular zip tie bag.
You got rid of it. So you made sure you threw the book bags and stuff away properly? In the same dumpster?
No, it's smaller than that. I want to let down a bit. Bodie. Hey, Bodie.
You sure it went there? To that landfill? That's what he said. That's what the driver said. That's what they're thinking about. Then you sure it was on, what you say, on the 8th, between the 8th and the 10th? You don't know what day, because you say it was full when you called. You don't know what day you called. I didn't call for it. That's the office is already. So, like I said, I don't even know. There's nothing that really, I don't think anybody can do anything about it, really, for it.
Man, I don't think they're going to find it. Well, everybody has different opinions. That's just me.
Yeah, they got to look a lot of shit. What I'm going to say,
you do got something to cover.
So, if you know that you hit her with a stick, why your brother saying about, what you strangled her or kicked her? And that's what's fucking me up.
You told him?
Hold on, nah. I said none of that. This is exactly what I told this dumbass nigga. I told him because when he called me, I just got off the phone with the pastor. I was talking to him, like where region, shit like that. So I was crying. You told the pastor? Yeah. You told the pastor what happened? No, I didn't do no. You told the pastor? Just making conversation with multiple people. So I could seem that you got a heart, man. Cause I know what you did. Of course I had a heart. Yeah. So you tell your brother, I'm sorry. To a certain extent, but then my brother, he's like, yo, so what you do with her. Oh, so he already knew what you feel. That's what he was insinuating, like I had something to do with her disappearing, and I turned, sarcastically, I was like, yeah, nigga, like, for real, nigga, I got her tied up in the motherfucking backyard, in my backyard. Like, really, what the fuck you think? I don't know where the fuck she's at. That's all that. Oh, cause he found out she was missing. Yeah. How did he find out she was missing? I told him that she was.
But he knew you was having sex with her?
So why he see, this is what the detectives are saying that he said. So how much do I believe that? I don't know. But why they looking into the garbage and looking on into that? You had to tell him. You had to tell him that they put him in the garbage. I did not say nothing to that.
That's crazy as fuck.
How the fuck they actually knew? And then he said that
you had to tell somebody, bro.
I did not.
You so she didn't tell nobody she was going up there to meet you?
See, I can't be sure of that. And I definitely know that she didn't talk to her brother. How you know? Because they never. So whoever brought her up, well, you said, how she got there? You said she fought a rider with her. So how you know whoever brought her up? She didn't tell. They ain't question the last person that brought her up? Not to my knowledge. Who brought her up? Who brought her up? That was her people. A girl? I don't know if it was a dude or a girl.
But they picked her up from school.
Yeah.
No, they might got cameras at school.
Yeah, they got cameras at the school, but it's only leaving the school and walking off. How you know? Because that's what the news put out there.
Oh, so this shit been on the news?
Oh, this has been on the news.
Is it a big thing? Or they making it, they blowing it out of proportion? Cause they ain't nothing but a fucking pregnant chick. Fuck this shit.
My picture is all over the fucking Before you got arrested, was your picture on already? Oh, no, not at all. This is after that court date from yesterday. That's when everything. Cameras are there in the.
In the what?
Yeah.
Courtroom today?
Camera was there. Was it that on today?
Oh, you in the court today?
No, it was yesterday. I went. The camera. Damn, it's like you retarded. The cameras.
He went to court this morning. You went to court this morning, sir.
Oh, you went to court today, son? I did. Yeah. You brought your ass here last night. You drunk this right here. You woke me up. You the one got me on this fucked up time frame.
You came in last night because you woke us up.
You right.
I went to sleep. I was scared to talk. You told me to wake you up this morning.
You right. You right, sir. You right.
So,
you right.
So
today. Yeah.
Did you wave at the camera?
No.
Should have shot a bird at the camera. Fuck the news. What's the ass cracking? Harold and my dog.
Yeah. So
What's the detective there? You know the detective's names?
I don't.
You know? Fuck no cracking. They ain't tell you their name when they talking to you?
No. They were. You didn't listen to them. It was so. No, they never said that.
Oh, me say. Okay, so what?
It was multiple detectives. It was a lady and then one dude and then two other dudes came in and then after that it was one other dude. Well, they came prepared, but they was like one of the same detectives from the last one, but now
they were playing good cop, bad cop.
Oh yeah, all day.
So it was a chick in there too. White girl, how she look?
White girl, short, blue eyes. She was like
skin up thick.
Medium good.
Medium good. My type. God.
Alright, fuck that.
I want to meet her. Hook me up with her. Hook me up with her. Tell her I want to get with her. Fuck white girl. I'm just playing. Let me start. I'm just trying to put a smile on your face. That's all. I'll be dead serious though. Might be that date.
She was sitting there and she was just pushing. I was like, look, man, y'all niggas is gonna do either or. Y'all gonna motherfucking charge me with something or let my ass.
She good at her job? You feel like she was good at her job?
She seemed like a rookie to me.
For real?
She seemed like she was a rookie and she said she had a bunch of years experience in it, but I didn't see it.
You did? So you didn't deal with detective before?
I don't know how to answer that. I guess, yeah. But it wasn't like in this situation, never. Never been in this situation. I mean, you just get, me being a professional person, period, you get that. You get the same extent off of people, period. You know if they do the shit, they straight for many years.
They thought you were stupid enough to tell them crackers you killed somebody. They gotta be the dumbest fucking crackers in the world. And you know what's crazy? Really? What the fuck are the shit and telling themselves? Dumbass cracker, do your job. There's some dumb niggas will.
Hey, let me ask you this. Like, so when did they actually start looking for her?
They didn't put out a missing report for her, I think, until like almost 4 days later.
So by that time,
the police came over to the school, reviewed the footage, or they did a welfare check for what we were told, because this is all second party television. We did a welfare check throughout the school to make sure that she wasn't just like passed out somewhere around, the school. And from there, maybe 3-4 days later.
Okay, so
then they want to make the report.
When did they search the real job?
They searched. So they questioned. The homicide came over to my house. I want to say. I want to say maybe 13.
Okay.
13, maybe 2 weeks later, after.
Okay, so they never came to your job?
No, they came to my job. They left that same day. They came to my house on a Sunday. We gave them DNA. And they went from there straight to my job. So why do they want to DNA from you? They've already accused you then? Because of the allegations, and they didn't ask for DNA. We offered it to them.
What?
We? My wife.
So they got you.
No, my wife didn't get. My wife is not in the question. It was me that was in the question. So it was like, look, I'll give you my DNA. And then in the interview, this nigga talking about we asked the DNA. I'm like, man, he's a fucking lie. I was like, okay, keep on with it.
So they wait almost a month later to actually bring up charges on you.
And that's because.
So why you didn't clean this up yourself? Why you wait to get locked up before you go back trying to go find a way to clean this shit up better than what you did?
Well, the thing is, see, you know more about this here landfill thing than I do. I was maybe into the garbage, and that was the end of the garbage, is with the garbage at, especially when there's no ties to me. So by the time they even go to look for her, you know, it's all early now, so it's possible that they can find her, but it's also possible that they can't. So, you know, my theory behind it is since I had no connection to anything, she would sit there for a whole fucking year. They'll build houses on top of that shit by the time they even think to excavate anything. So that was my thought process behind it, you know what I'm saying?
So you thought about it?
Yeah, it was, I mean, it was thought about it, but it was spare of the moment.
I ain't trying to be funny and say the words, because I don't want you to feel like that's how it was premeditated. Meaning you thought about it.
Well, they find the body 100%. No matter if it was or if it wasn't, that's premeditated.
Yeah, I was premeditated because she put it in the bag and disposed of it. For real?
Absolutely.
Oh, I thought premeditated.
No, absolutely. It all ties into it. It all ties up. Exactly. The element for that. He had sense enough to do all this shit, Like, that's just, that's just what it is.
See, I ain't think like that. So when I shot the nigga, I thought about it because I only got my pistol, but I shot the nigga when I ain't.
See, when you went to go get your pistol,
you had time to think about what you was going to do.
Yeah. So why they offer me as much time as they offer you? I mean,
depends on what all they
the evidence. The evidence too. They ain't even charging you.
You was saying that you ain't want to spend the rest of your life.
So far, I'm not even charged.
You ain't. What you in jail for real? Don't lie to me.
It's a sexual.
You ain't charged with no murder for real, bro?
No.
So what the fuck?
I'm here for sexual assault.
So how they gonna have you on the news?
The highest felony that you can get off of it.
First degree?
First degree.
That shit carried 30 years.
So premeditated murder carry what?
That shit carried a life sentence.
Well, you good though. You gonna go home. Definitely go home. You Jason?
Yeah. As long as I find a damn body. Absolutely. I'm not gonna lie to him. That's just my opinion. That shit. That shit.
They go home. Well, I thought I heard somebody knocking me like this or something. Somebody told me. Ghost from y'all. So you were sober when you did the shit? At least I was. You know you sober motherfuckers kind of crazy, though. All you do is think. Think. At least you do fuck good, though. Because when you're out, you come with it. Oh, shit. If you sober, you can fuck good.
Oh, I was never big on like drugs and anything like that.
You ain't never really.
So you?
No.
You ain't no blizzard. And she thought that nigga you that blizzard.
Alcohol or nothing.
I mean, pussy, boy. I mean, you usually love that little shit. What her name was? What her name was?
Iyana.
What grade she was in?
She was actually college student. She was fixing to graduate 2 years early and going to college.
Well,
damn.
So she was smart. She just was hot in the ass.
She was beautiful, long hair, pretty hair.
She's like an angel, bro.
Huh?
She's like an angel.
So look, how much did you love her? Honestly, you love her enough to kill her?
She loved his family more though.
But you weren't in love with her.
Could you ever kill your wife? If you find your wife and fuck with somebody else, what you do?
I'm talking about my nigga.
What you did?
I said, I kill her, man.
You understand that cheat shit. What about you though?
That's my, that's just.
But it's different though. We can cheat.
Insecurity.
What's your wife name?
I'm fucking up about Samantha.
What's your wife name?
Fucking up about
Okay. Damn.
Naomi.
Naomi.
Yeah.
And what? So the other sisters, so your mom's sister's older than you? I mean your wife's sister older than you? Older than her?
Yeah, my wife is the middle child.
How you wife her?
She's 30, I think 37, 38.
That shit older than you? That nigga fucking old.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My first baby mother.
I don't know. What her name again?
Naomi. My first.
She did?
No. She was.
What else was the name of?
There's Jametta, there's Paula, there's Kimberly.
Where are you from?
Margie.
No, what side of town are you from?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Probably over Arlington area. I don't know. They moved their moms and moved around a lot, so I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I don't really know the whole school about it.
What their last name is before you all get married?
Mobley.
Mobley?
Mobley?
You for real?
My wife was the Florida Gator.
They got a brother?
Yeah, but
Chris?
No. What is his name?
They got people living on the south side off of Emerson.
Could be probably.
Yeah.
What her brother name was?
Boo.
Boo,
yeah.
Dark hair?
Yeah, he don't live over here, he lives in Fort Pierce. He hasn't lived over here ever. I mean, well, he stays.
He got goals?
He got
goals?
I don't know what that is.
He got gold teeth?
Oh, no. Boo is he's a straight up working. He's not a shooting at all.
But she know what area she grew up in when she was younger?
On the south side.
Could have been south side, north side.
What's your girl mama name is?
Wendy.
Her mama was a Mobley or her daddy?
I'm sorry?
Her mom is a Mobley or her daddy was a Mobley?
Daddy was a Mobley. His name was James.
Yeah, you saying Mobley, but it's Mobley.
Mobley, yeah.
M-O-B-L-E-Y?
Yeah.
Yeah. Small world.
I know she's
I already know her like that. Yeah. Well, shit happened, but shit, at least you still got your wife.
Nah, I didn't get about this shit.
I won't believe leaving you, man. Them guys ain't finna charge you for fucking murder, man.
They ain't got
you
shit.
overthinking this shit.
I'm trying to, but though, you need to get rid of that beauty product like that.
Fuck that body. That body go. I got rid of that motherfucker a long time ago. Get rid of it.
Well, that shit sound good, but not for him, just for you.
I feel.
Yeah, just for him. I know what you're saying, but they gotta do it him. They find that bitch, when they find him, you ain't gonna do that time for him. You know you can do, you ain't gonna do shit for him. They definitely gonna book it up. I'm trying to tell you, you need to find out where that bitch at. Cause, shit. If you don't find that bitch, you dead, bro. I'm being honest, bro.
Shit, he can't.
They officially give me motherfucking needle.
You think they give you the needle?
You damn right.
Yeah. Why you think they give you the needle?
One,
tell me.
Premeditated murder.
What?
Two. Young adult with the unborn child that was 5 months, so it's still considered.
So that's considered a child? What? That's what the detective told you?
That's just, I believe that's just.
You been doing your research?
Just a little bit. Yeah.
3?
So that's two right there, and then the 2 allegations of sexual assault. That's, I mean,
fuck, you could run those damn things not even concurrent. I got 60 years on 2 charges, and then you got another, what, life sentence?
If they were to ever charge you with this, hypothetically, if they were to ever charge you with it, would you own up to it? I'm saying, honestly, I mean, keep it real.
If I was to get, I go to trial and I blow trial and there's no way out this bitch.
What? Did you admit to it?
I tell my wife.
You tell your wife?
Everything. At least I think that she's old that at least.
Right, to put peace, to bring peace to her family.
Don't tell your wife to fuck her.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay. I can't talk to you though, cause
so what would you own up to?
Go ahead.
So you're taking the trial?
I take the trial.
Definitely. I mean, that's what I got. I guess what I'm about to do.
I don't got no other choice but to take the trial.
So if they offered you 30 years, would you take the 30 years?
30 years? I lose everything, so I might as well take the trial and get the needle.
So you know a little bit about the law?
I know. I mean, see, my thing is, I've never been a real, like, alright, so you got your hood niggas that's in the hood doing the drugs, selling the drugs and all that.
What?
That wasn't me, you know what I'm saying? I was in the hood, raising, just trying to survive, you know.
Right.
It was more, my shit was just working because I don't got no other choice. Because the drug thing wasn't me. I see my brother how that road goes. I see how people flop on each other and that shit. I ain't want to deal with none of that.
Right.
So my interaction.
I ain't a snitch.
Yeah, my interaction with people was mainly on a business level.
Right.
Like I wanted to be 100% legit. Or at least if it wasn't 100% legit, if I was questioning about it, I got some paperwork saying, hey look, I may be a couple of dollars off, but fuck, call the IRS. You know what I'm saying? By the time they do all that, I already done clean all that money. You know what I'm saying? So that's where my mindset's always been. You know, so as far as legality stuff, I'm very educated and you know, as far as I'm okay as far as book smarts and trying to, you know, I'm not just.
You ain't got the real street smartness because you wasn't in the streets.
Yeah, well, I was all the way in the streets, but it was.
Real?
Oh yeah, man, 100%.
So you killed me before?
I never killed somebody before.
But you shot him?
I've shot people. I shot at people and stuff like that. I've strong armed, stabbed folks.
So you was out there? That's real.
That's survival, baby. That's it, man. It's like you just gonna get poked or you gonna poke somebody. That's pretty much where it goes. You know?
Well, this is different type.
No, this is all the way different.
This is all the way different.
This is a whole different life.
None of that shit you saying just don't matter.
It don't.
If you gotta find a way to find out how you can get that body and get that bitch somewhere else. That need to be on your mind throughout the day.
Yeah,
how can you get to the body?
And that's the thing. I don't even know where to start. See, now if I had a connection to the outside world, that's different. And I could go ahead and do the demographics on the landfill. I need.
You got somebody you can call?
No.
You got a cell phone?
The only person number I know by heart is my grandmother's number when we were like 10 years old, probably even younger than that. It's never changed. And my wife's number, my wife's cell number. Everything else is in my phone, so I can't even begin. And then
phone from you too.
Oh yeah, and then even if I had a contact that I can call, there would be too many jumps from this one to that one to this one, meaning that I have to call you so you can call him, and then he can call him.
If we got a cell phone, who is the person we need to get in contact with?
I'm sorry?
Who is the person
I need the person that's the foreman that works in waste management that controls the damn.
You know him?
Don't. That's what I'm saying. That would be too many questions Right. So the format waste management, that's who come pick up the dumpster.
That's the people that tells you what truck dumped and where and what time and at what depth.
So that's what I need to fucking find out so I can do it for you. If you do it, it's gonna make you suspicious.
All the way, 100%.
So all right. So you contact. How do we get the person number? So you just contact a foreman who.
Yeah. That's gonna be the most difficult part. It's almost impossible.
I know what we do. Tomorrow. Tomorrow we look up and find out exactly if getting a dumpster dump in that area, what landfill would y'all drive to? That's it. That's the simplest way, right? You agree?
Because the garbage, I know, garbage goes to.
You say you got dumpsters that.
You got dumpsters, okay, that have house debris that goes to a different landfill that's off of, like near Lane, that we used to take Lane all the way down. That goes to that, normally exactly, they go to that landfill. And then you got like the city trash and recycle. Recycle goes to another landfill that's off of near the pilot. So that would be like near the tomato factory.
No, but it's one off by. There's one back off by. Where y'all cut up?
Yeah, the tomato. Heinz ketchup factory. That's the recycle one, and then there's another recycle one that's off of. There's one on Naomi, and then there's another one
by Kings Road, right back in my mom.
That's the one that's Kings Road is the dump for building debris.
But
yeah,
like boards and stuff.
Right.
Drywall.
So let me ask you this: what was in the stuff that got dumped with her body?
Garbage.
Straight garbage.
So I had to have gone to the landfill. That's why I'm trying to,
But what area that's in?
That's in, you take, I think it's 294 or 10 to 301, and then take 301 up, and then you just bang right into Trail Ridge. And take it.
They definitely went that way.
Yeah, no, that's the route.
No, but not from. A1A is by the zoo, right?
Yeah, that's not that. Really, truthfully, it's really not that far. You jump on 95, you get off, you go to 95 and then hit
301, 10 to 301.
Really not that. Because what they do,
301, you go back to start.
When you like going to start, now what they do is
it's another one that do trash. I be seeing the birds on top of the hill and shit. They're eating the trash.
They'll drop a new container off and take the old one. So that trip is worth it. You know what I'm saying? It's just you taking that after you dump that, you're gonna bring that container to another place and then pick up, and do the same swap over and over again. But the only thing that I might have on my side is due to the accumulation of garbage because of the holiday. And then with all the rain that we had within those days, you know what I'm saying?
Well, then the smell was gonna play up for after all that shit stinks.
It all stinks. It doesn't matter. You have a body.
They used to burn it. They used to burn it.
Right. But now you just push it on the ground.
That's right. They outlawed that a while now. So that's the thing. My thing is the machine ran over the bag, broke it open. It rained. It filled with water. You know what I'm saying?
That's what you owe.
That's what I'm hoping.
Me too.
But she been there for like you said, over a month.
Over a month. A decomposition should be at a rate
You Google that shit.
of 75%. My mother used to work in the morgue, and with the heat index that we've been having, she's been cooking, so she almost, it could be either she turned into water or she mummified herself. Mummified is dangerous. Mummified, when they get mummified, is they get, like, pretty much, the skin turns into leather, that type of deal.
It could be either or though.
How the fuck you know all this shit?
Because it's just physics. It's when, if you was to take a piece of your skin, rip it off while it's alive, put it on a put it on a table, you know what I'm saying? And if the heat in the house is at a certain temperature above, like let's say 75, that piece of skin is going to turn real hard right away because you got the oxygen elements. Now, you turn around and you drop that temperature down below 60, that skin is going to stay more preserved because the oxygen level, although it's still the same amount of oxygen, is at a lower rate, you know what I'm saying, it's at a cooler rate, so it doesn't affect. Yeah. The Discovery Channel. You learn a bunch of shit off of that.
You do? You the second person I've met here saying something about that Discovery shit.
So in the 5 months she was pregnant, you really didn't just want to react off just killing her at first because obviously she's 5 months. You was still thinking about it from month 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. But why at the 5th month? Like, what was the sudden rush? Like, her mom was putting pressure on her? Why you just kill the mom?
That would have been easier, but it would have been kill the mom, then I'd have to kill the 2 aunts.
Then the dad. Too much killing. You killed
too much.
You killed 2 motherfuckers in 1 stone. Fucking 1 bullet killed 2 of them. Fuck the other shit. Goddamn.
It's too much. It's too much.
So one bullet took it up? You still have 1 bullet?
Yeah. They shot him 1 time. You see that was it? Shot him with a SR9, P22, whatever. What is it?
Yeah, SR9.
SR9. That bitch is 9mm hollow point load. Shot in the head.
No, in the heart.
Yeah, so you shoot somebody in the heart or the head, you got, which one killed faster?
Yeah, but how you know if you shoot somebody in the heart, you automatically die?
It's that's you get a little bit of distortion, but they're done.
So you knew she was dead when you wrapped up? Definitely.
She wrapped up?
Yeah, nah, I mean, she just went into the bed.
You feel bad, man?
Yes, I mean.
Should I feel bad for her? Bad situation.
Look, she did.
Well, I understand that, but it's just a bad situation.
But
it was
not just on her part, on his part too.
It's a feeling.
This nigga was forced, like, the parents really caused this, because they wouldn't put pressure on who the fuck their daddy was. Instead of trying to support the situation, the child lost their life, they still lost the child, he lost his child. This shit fucked up all around.
But you don't feel bad.
Allegedly, my checkers, I don't know if that was my child or not. You know,
if it was your child or not, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Hypothetically. You knew you were fucking wrong, so shit, hey. In that case, you felt like that, then why even take the risk of doing it? Shit.
Hey, we ain't took no medication, do we?
No. You straight? You want to stay home?
Better eat something, drink something.
You have a bag of chips.
Oh, no, I'm shit. To be honest with you, when you gave me that little bit left, man, that actually put me over. My stomach, my stomach.
Well, look,
my stomach closed.
You definitely gonna like that tray in the morning. I ain't trying to be funny, but it's shit. Anybody ever eat? They got cereal on that. You eat cereal? Cereal.
Drink milk. That'd be good for you.
Yeah, they got shit. Well, fuck that cereal. Well, no, you gotta know, like, you gotta not let the shit bother you so much, like.
I ain't gonna give up on you, bro. I'm gonna still see what we can do too, bro. Like, if you really feel like it's done, I think what we need to find out is if the garbage
Well, I love
Fuck the white woman, man. Like, whatever, bro. This shit aggravating.
you. Tell me to go right
Okay.
now. Right now.
Okay, go to bed.
No, tell my motherfucker.
Hey, what I'm saying is like, well, I guess what we need to find out is like where that garbage go at. Like, cause he say that it don't go there, but you saying it do. So like,
Hey, thank you, Adam, too. Fucking I'm out of here, baby.
huh?
I'm out of here.
So you got to bed on.
Oh, Ray, too. Ray, Adam, all of them, I appreciate y'all. Motherfucker.
But anyway, yo, you got to whatever. Like, whatever you go at, man. What the hell they beating on?
Like some real shit. Like,
oh, for real, bro. You being a bug.
no, real.
Bro.
If they
Like,
gonna kill my daughter, I don't wanna blow your, like some real shit, I don't wanna blow your brains out. Like, if that was my daughter, I wanna blow your brains out, but it wasn't my daughter. I mean,
so my thing is, why even bring it up, though?
Right.
I'm saying, like, what is that to bring up? But it still don't matter, but I understand. You got anything more to say before you go to bed?
No, cause I ain't going to bed. I'm just telling them that if it was my daughter.
All right, you already said it. So what else you want to say now?
Just speaking hypothetically.
Okay, what else?
You keep talking about dumpster. That fuck, they ain't gonna find nobody no dumpster. That just go.
Alright.
No, they ain't gonna find nobody. They ain't gonna book you on the murder. Definitely.
You think what is your all the way views about the whole situation?
You got some goddamn jokes too, boy.
Me? Shit.
Man, you give a fuck about nothing in human society.
Yeah.
I swear.
Yeah.
That's the real shit.
Overall thing, I don't think you're gonna be charged with no murder. That sex crime shit, that shit bogus. That shit just gets you down here because you say you ain't they charge you for somebody who was you say you didn't touch it. So how the fuck you gonna charge me with a sex crime on somebody who I know I ain't fuck? Okay? They ain't got the body. You got rid of the body. So they gotta get DNA out this woman.
Now, what they saying, now as far as the DNA that they said, because they said they had a sex kit from when they had, because they pressed charges on that boy across the street.
Oh, he in jail too?
Hold on.
No, he didn't ever make it to jail. That's the thing that's wicked. He's still living right there across the street. So they said that they did my DNA that I gave them, and they tested to that kit that they already had on her underwear, and that's my DNA came up on that.
Well, I can tell you what they did.
His DNA and my DNA popped up on that.
On the girl that did.
But they can get DNA from that unborn child though. But you don't think they went to that street? I mean, they could have got, when they did the rape kit, when they took her to the hospital.
No, they didn't do,
yeah, that's what they told me.
She wasn't pregnant at that time.
Oh, she wasn't pregnant?
No. When they did the rape kit, it was just a swab on her underwear because they had semen from, I guess he nutted in her.
How do your DNA end up in her panties?
That's what's baffling to me because
She could have, honest, real talk. When the last time you had sex with her prior to her getting killed?
Shit.
Honestly. But I will tell you where the DNA came from.
But now they police.
He did DNA when she wasn't pregnant.
That's what I'm police.
I know I'm pregnant, but not DNA on the baby, but this DNA that he could have been inside. He could have been from old panties.
Police confiscated those. Police confiscated those underwears. I mean, months ago, like fucking last year sometime, like it was on.
Oh, they been trying to hit you with the chalk back.
No, they was trying to hit dude across the street with the truck, so they took his DNA and they also took the panties because they were tying.
But you don't know, they took 10 pair of panties. One of your DNA could have been on one of them damn panties.
And it was just only the one pair.
They live with y'all?
Cool.
The girl?
No, they don't live with us.
How far would it live?
In Arlington, we over here.
Hey, look, I'll come all this year. You be real. If they find out, they might do see the death penalty. But that's just a scale. But the only way that we find out if they use your brother against you.
Now, but my brother, that could be flipped because of his criminal history and shit like that.
Right.
His record.
Well, that could be flipped because he said that she was killed one way and you said she was killed another.
Well, but that I'm not saying that I even killed her. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm not saying that.
Saying you didn't tell your brother that.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
Right.
I mean, what you told us, you didn't tell your brother.
Not at all.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. Even if you find the body and she was done a different way, your brother said that she was done a different way. You get what I'm saying?
See, he did it.
Yeah, so that means he probably did it.
Yeah, but that means.
Members of the jury, why don't you just go ahead and put the notebooks on the shelf in front of you, and then at the conclusion of this witness, we'll have Mr. Gray come by and pick them up from you. Thank you for that. And Ms. French, you may inquire at your ready.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Michelle, you may inquire at your ready.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jackson, you testified on direct that you yourself never threatened Mr. Quiles, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't hear Morris McClendon threaten Mr. Quiles either, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At the very beginning of that wire, you all were talking about razors. There's razors on the floor, and then you talked about razors again. That was a threat to Mr. Quiles, correct?
Well, I don't know.
You don't remember.
Yes, ma'am.
At the very beginning of that conversation, were you and Morris McClendon consuming illegal substances?
No, ma'am.
There were no drugs in that cell at that point in time.
Not that I know of.
You never held a razor in your hand.
Don't remember.
You don't remember.
No, ma'am.
You never threatened Mr. Quiles. You never gestured towards him with a razor blade.
No, ma'am.
There are a couple parts of that conversation, especially at the beginning, where we hear what sounds like jumping on that recording. Do you recall that?
I don't remember what part clearly you're talking about.
All right. You testified during direct that it was Morris McClendon who had control over that recording device, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know when he started it, when he stopped it, if he jumped, when it's jumping, whether that's him stopping and restarting it, do you?
No, ma'am.
And so that would not reflect the entire conversation of what may have been said by you or Morris McClendon during those times when it was not recording, correct?
No, I'm confused.
It would not include the parts where Morris McClendon stopped and then restarted. We would not be able to tell what happened in that in-between time.
Yeah, I want to know if he stopped or started when he did it.
And so if the threats were being made on times when Morris McClendon was not recording, that would not be reflected in what we just listened to, correct?
I mean, I don't know.
You also stated that you didn't have any control over that whatsoever, so you didn't tell him, give him any signals or anything like that. That was completely within the control of Morris McClendon as far as the recording device goes.
Yes, ma'am.
You also stated that you and him didn't have any information about the case or anything like that prior to Mr. Quiles coming into that cell. Is that correct?
Yes.
But in fact, you and Mr. McClendon had a conversation about what you could elicit from Mr. Quiles before he came in there. And is that not true?
I don't remember that part.
In fact, Morris McClendon had told you, hey, this guy's going to come in. We need to get him to say X, Y, Z. Did he not tell you that?
No.
On this wire that we just listened to, Mr. Quiles, in fact, denies doing anything as it relates to IS on several occasions, correct?
Yes, I heard him say that.
And then on these times when Morris McClendon could have been stopping and restarting that recording device, Mr. Quiles could have been denying in those as well, but we wouldn't get the opportunity to hear that, would we?
Our objection is speculation, argumentative.
Sustained.
as it relates to some of the specifics, on that wire, we actually heard him tell you that the allegations from the younger sister were completely fabricated, correct?
Yes.
And that was used to get him into jail, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he told you that never happened at all. Absolutely not.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that throughout that conversation, you and Morris McClendon were prompting Mr. Quiles to answer questions about this alleged murder?
Yes.
You all were feeding him information beforehand, telling him things and having him respond to those, correct?
Not really sure.
Before he does not give you specific information on his own. You guys ask questions, he responds to them. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that's the great majority of the wire, is you all prompting and saying things and then him responding, correct?
Yes.
He didn't just sit there and confess and give you all this information freely and willingly. You all are pushing, leading, and giving him information to give back to you, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk to you, I want to talk to you about the length of time that you all talked. We're listening to about an hour and 56 minutes, correct?
Yes.
But again, if that recording is stopped and restarted, that conversation could have been much longer than that, correct?
I guess.
And again, we would not get the benefit of whatever is not on that recording, correct?
I guess so.
He talked to you guys about a landfill. He told you that it was going to Trail Ridge, correct?
Yes.
He never once mentioned the Otis landfill, did he?
I don't remember.
He was actually adamant that it was Trail Ridge that he was believing that the dumpsters would go to, correct?
I don't remember.
Even when you and Mr. McClendon were saying, that's not where that goes, that's not where it is, it's a different one, he still continued to say Trail Ridge, correct?
Yes.
Again, this isn't some sort of confession where Mr. Quiles just sits there and lays out all exactly what happened and how he did it and all of these things. These are things that you prompted him with, you led him to say, correct?
Yes.
And again, you and Mr. McClendon had to ask him over and over and over again. You had to keep going back to details, had to keep asking additional questions and prompting him in order for him to give you answers, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Somewhat, yes.
You didn't know Mr. Quiles before you guys were placed in the cell in order to try and get any sort of information you could, correct?
No, ma'am.
Outside of this one conversation, you'd never spoken to him before, right?
No, ma'am.
And you've never spoken to him again.
No, ma'am.
You stated at the very beginning that you are cooperating on several cases, correct?
Yes.
And so this is like a side job for you.
No.
You are hoping to receive a benefit of substantial cooperation in this case to help out your probation that you're currently on right now, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
And you, in fact, you've received benefits in the past, so you know how this system works, correct?
Yes.
You said you're a 3-time convicted felon. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And the current charges that you are facing for from the probation are what?
Schemes to defraud.
It was just schemes to defraud?
Schemes to defraud. Or organized fraud, I think. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
All right, thank you. And I know that you testified at the very beginning that you can only attest to the things that you personally saw. But there was a time period, in fact, where you were not inside that cell while Morris McClendon was in the cell with Mr. Quiles, correct?
Yes.
So during that time period, when you were not in the cell, Morris McClendon was having conversations with Mr. Quiles, was he not?
I mean, possible.
So those threats that you didn't hear, Morris McClendon.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Further questions, Your Honor?
Mr. Jackson, good to see you, sir. Have a good rest of your day. State, you can call your next witness.
State of Florida calls Joseph Quiles.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
This way, sir.
Sir, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you, sir.
One thing I ask, if there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, just pause, let me rule on the objection, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
And you can adjust the microphone to help your voice project.
All right, thank you.
Skinner, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Will you state your name, please?
My name is Joseph Quiles, Quiles.
What state do you live in, sir?
I live in New York City.
And where are you employed?
I work in
Just in general.
Staten Island.
All right, what kind of work do you do, sir?
I drive trucks.
Who do you live with in New York?
And me and my wife.
Have any children?
Yes.
How many?
The ones that live with me,
Yes, sir.
4.
Is that the total number of kids that you have?
No, I have 8.
How long have you lived in New York,
Majority of my life.
sir? Now, specifically in December of 2018, were you also living in New York permanently at that time?
Yes.
Living with your wife?
Yes.
How old are you today, sir?
I'm 40.
So approximately in 2018, how old were you?
35.
Sir, who is Johnathan Quiles to you?
My brother.
So your biological brother.
Yes.
Is he your only brother?
Yes.
Do you have any sisters?
I have like stepsisters.
Who's your father, sir?
Joseph Quiles, but he's no longer in the picture.
Was he ever involved in your life?
A small amount.
All right. And how about your mother? Who is she?
My mother is deceased. Name was Annette.
And what year did she pass away?
In 2000, the ending of 2010.
Do you see your brother Johnathan Quiles in this courtroom, sir?
Yes, I do.
You describe where he's seated and what he's wearing.
Sitting to my right, he's wearing glasses, ponytail, and a blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Do you, sir, and the defendant share both of those same parents that you just described?
Yes.
Will you first describe your relationship with the defendant while you were growing up?
We grew up together, but we weren't. I did a lot of moving around, and so he mostly grew up with my mother and aunts and stuff.
Is your relationship okay between the two of you as you grew up?
As we grew up, yes, but we weren't always together.
Did you become closer with him as you grew older?
Yeah.
Can you describe that a little bit, please?
As we got older, I became more settled, and he became more settled. We reunited and definitely spent a lot more time together. Well, mostly through phone in Texas. Yeah.
All right, that's where I was going next. As you got closer, did you generally communicate via electronic devices?
Yes.
Did you get to see him often?
Not often.
What is the age difference between the two of you?
2 years.
Is he older or younger than you?
Younger.
Now, directing your attention back to the latter part of 2018, Would you describe your relationship with your brother, the defendant, as close at that time?
Yes.
Were you talking routinely?
Yes.
Were you texting with each other routinely?
Yes.
If the records show you and your brother talked and or texted some 200 plus times on your devices in December, would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself close as brothers could be in December
Yes.
of
Definitely.
2018?
Yes.
Would you say you spoke almost every single day?
Just about, yes, every day.
Did he share with you any details about his job at Ace Pick-A-Part at that time?
Yes.
Did he just give you sort of a description of what he did for a living there?
Yes, but he transitioned from multiple jobs, so we always talk about how fast he would climb up the ranks in the job. So, yeah.
At different jobs?
At different jobs.
Did he ever show any video of himself on Facebook or anything like that with you, with him while working at Ace Pick-A-Part?
No, not on social media. We would FaceTime.
All right, even on FaceTime?
Yeah, we would FaceTime while he's like doing his duties at the job.
Did you guys engage in communication during this the FaceTime?
Yeah, we can say that, yeah.
All right. Now, sir, are you good with dates?
Depends, yeah.
All right. I want to direct your attention back to December 19, 2018, leading over to December 20 of 2018. Do you recall just sitting here now what day you spoke with your brother about what we're here to testify now about?
I remember speaking to him in that time frame. Which day? Not so much, but I know between those 2 days, yes.
All right. If your phone records that this jury has seen reflects that you either called him or he called you on 4 occasions on December 20, 2018, would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Now, in December 19, 2018, or December 20, 2018, were you in New York City at that time?
Yes.
When you had these conversations with your brother, were you at work or were you at home or elsewhere?
I was at home at the time.
On December 20, 2018, when the first call was made, best you can recall, who called whom?
I don't recall who called who.
Fair enough. Did you first speak with him on that particular day? And if so, will you first describe his demeanor, how he was acting on the phone?
When we spoke, his after normal greetings, his demeanor was a little off. It was kind of like he was nervous or a little panicky about something.
All right. Have you heard your brother sound panicky to you on previous occasions?
No.
Did it surprise you how he was acting?
Yeah, always very confident.
Did he appear to be concerned when he was talking to you?
Yeah, more of a concern, yeah.
Was the tone of his voice different?
Yes.
Was he making sense, or was he more talking to you in a rambling manner?
It was more, I wouldn't say rambling. It was more like, I need to do something. There's something I need to do.
All right, we'll talk to you about what he said in a moment. Is there anything else that you could describe about his demeanor or how he was sounding on your phone calls?
No, just he was worried, just concerned, yeah. That's it.
Worried and concerned?
Yeah.
All right, now would you now explain to the jury what did he first start telling you about that took you by surprise, sir?
The first initial conversation that we had, I don't recall. After that, getting closer to what was his worry, he was more concerned about what is he going to do with the young lady in question, that she might be pregnant, and what is he going to do? He doesn't want to ruin his family and mess up what he has already going on.
All right. Did he, in fact, tell you she was pregnant?
Yes.
Did he tell you who she was to him?
Yeah, his wife's niece.
Did he use her name to you?
Not that I could recall. It's mostly in that term.
When he told you that she was pregnant, what, if anything, did he tell you about what he was going to do about that, sir?
He said that he needs to. She's pregnant, and what is he going to do? And then outside of that, there was no conversation at that particular moment about what is he going to do.
All right. Did the conversation end shortly after he expressed that to you?
Yeah, at some point in time, we had another conversation where I started questioning him a little bit more about what he was going to do, or what he did or didn't do, and
So just so we're clear, let me stop you there. Was this next phone call on the same day?
Same day. I don't know if in the order of the calls for the conversation. And after we had a small conversation, he then said that he already handled the situation. He already took care of it.
Were those his words? He took care of it.
Yeah, he took care of it.
All right, sir. Now tell this jury what he told you with respect to how he took care of the situation.
In another conversation, same day, he then said that he took the young lady and he had her sitting in a vehicle. He picked her up. He had her sitting in a vehicle, waiting. He tried to strangle her. It didn't work out. He couldn't stomach it. And so then he later went and shot her in the chest. And then he proceeded to discard the body by taking the body and putting it transporting it into a dumpster and destroying the vehicle.
Mr. Quiles, did he tell you where first he had the niece in the car? Where was he?
So in the conversation, I said it's unrealistic that you would choke a girl, have her sitting in a car waiting, and she's just sitting there. And he then said, no, but she is. And he then said that he had her sitting waiting in the back of his job, at the back of the place where there's nobody really goes there. It's just cars sitting back there, and so she's just waiting. Yeah, she's just waiting.
All right. Did he say the area that she was sitting was in the back of his current job at Ace Pickup Park?
Yeah, there was a certain part that they just had vehicles just sitting there, and they would take them to get dismantled or crushed, and no one really goes back there. You would need a permission to go back there.
When he said he strangled her, did he say that was inside the car or outside the car? If you can recall.
No, it was definitely in the car. What car? I don't know.
All right. Did he say where he shot her? Was that inside the car or outside?
Same answer. Yeah, it's in the car, but I don't know if it's in the car that he brought her to or the car that was sitting there.
Did he say where he shot her on her person?
Her chest.
Did he tell you how he was able to get her and or encourage her to come to his job? What, if anything, did he tell her to get her there?
just a process of like explaining to her that they were going to run away together, they were going to be together.
He told you he was telling her that they were going to run away together.
Yes, them two.
And that they would be together as a
They would
couple.
be together, yes.
What specifically did he tell you, if he did, to her body after she had passed? Did he tell you what he did with her?
Yeah, he said he wrapped her up in carpet and then transported her.
Did he transport her to where?
The dumpster.
The dumpster at his work?
Yeah, at Ace Picker Park, yes.
Did he say how he was able to transport her wrapped in carpet to that dumpster? Did he tell you that detail?
Yeah, he used one of the machineries.
What, if anything, did he tell you that he knew about that particular dumpster and how long it would be there?
Well, that was a conversation that we had. How would you just leave her sitting there, you know? And he said, no, the dumpster gets picked up today. Well, he gets picked up. And so this is going to be one of the days that it gets picked up because it's full.
Did he tell you he knew that dumpster was full?
Yeah. No, he knew that it was going to get picked up.
What, if anything, did he tell you if his niece had that baby, what it would cause to his family?
No, he would lose his entire family. And, you know.
Yes, sir. What, if anything, did he tell you with respect to the weapon that he used? What was it?
His gun.
What, if anything, did he tell you he did with his gun thereafter, if he did?
He didn't tell me anything that he did with his gun afterwards. He said that he went to the shooting range. If you be talking about the usage of the gun,
yes, sir.
Afterwards he went to the shooting range, and that's it.
And why did he tell you he went to the shooting range?
To just blow off, I guess, whatever steam he had left over, any anxiety.
Did he tell you, Mr. Quiles, how long he had been planning to do this?
Yes, he said he was planning it for months.
Now, if he did he tell you anything with respect to what he did with her phone? Start with that.
The phone, he said he took it and threw it into like a neighboring water, a river or something, a body of water.
What about any of her belongings? If he said anything about like a bag or bags, anything of that nature, did he tell you what he did with those items? If he did.
No, I don't recall asking him about her belongings.
Now, Mr. Quiles, were you surprised by what he told you?
Absolutely.
Did it shock you?
Yes.
At first, I want to ask you, staying with that day, December 20, 2018, I know there was 4 calls. Did you put the phone down the last time for that day, let's say after the 4th call, and call the police right then?
No, I didn't.
And just, if you would, sir, just tell us why not.
I just didn't believe him. You know, I thought he was joking. He tells a lot of elaborate stories. Most of them are not true. So I definitely didn't believe him. I just thought it was one of his little concocted stories.
Now, did some time pass thereafter, Mr. Quiles, moving forward for some days where you learned through family members that your brother had a niece by marriage that was in fact missing?
Yes.
Right. Will you tell our jury how you learned about that?
I went to my grandmother's house.
And if you went to your grandmother's house, can you give us an estimate about how long after that conversation was on December 20, 2018 that you went to your grandmother's house?
I'm not sure how long.
Right, let's start this way. Was it more than a week?
I'm not sure.
Was it within a month?
Within a month, yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
it was shortly after.
Yeah, shortly after. Yeah.
Right, yes, sir. And where does your grandmother live? You don't have to give us an address, but where was she?
Yeah, she in her residence in New York City.
Okay. Did you go over to her house or did you call her?
No, I went over to her house.
All right. Is that where you learned that your brother had a niece by marriage and was missing?
Yeah.
The first you learned that?
Yeah. So she told me that.
Don't tell us what somebody else told you. So thank you, though, but I just want to make sure when and if you first learned that she'd been reported missing.
Yeah.
Is that where you learned?
That's where I learned this from, yeah.
Okay. Now, once you heard that, did you start wrestling, sir, within yourself about whether you should call the police about what he told you?
Yes.
Was that a difficult decision, sir?
Yeah, very difficult decision. Because I love my brother, so it was very difficult. But I didn't just call the police then. I gave it time, and I tried to speak to him more about seeing if he would change what he said, and giving him that opportunity.
Okay. Did you say you love your brother?
Yeah, I do.
Did you want to call the police?
Absolutely not. But we don't tolerate anything that has to do with abuse of women and children. You know, we don't tolerate that kind of stuff. That's not the cloth that I'm cut from.
Yes, sir. And when you say we, you're talking about your family.
I'm talking about myself in general, specific. All right. I don't deal with that kind of stuff.
All right. From when you verified at your grandmother's house in New York, his niece was missing, and now grappling with what he told you, how long did you wait to then call the police after that, approximately, if you can remember?
It definitely was in that month time frame.
All right.
Yeah. I didn't go into February. I know like in the January.
You're certain it was in January?
Yeah.
Now, the police have reported and the jury has heard that was January 8th. Would you agree that's the approximate date?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, approximately.
Okay. Now, you mentioned just a minute ago that you were trying to talk to him some more and try to get him to tell you it was either some sort of joke or you were going to, you tried to pursue him. What did he tell you when you called him and said, hey, listen, I'm grappling with this?
Yeah, at first, I didn't come really direct. I told him, are you sure that this is something that happened? And he would brush me off and say, I can't talk about that over the phone, which got me a little more upset. And then when I readdressed it again, we had like a little back and forth. And then I think the final straw is when the last conversation we had, and he said, basically, I don't know him, and I don't know him, and that am I willing to risk our brotherhood, for a situation like this? After I told him that I'm gonna report this and call the police, he then said, how are you gonna jeopardize our brotherhood based upon something that I was just joking about? But my decision was already made.
All right. And on that day that you decided to call the police reported, and the jury's heard January 8th.
Right.
You recall that date, approximately?
Yeah.
Did you send him a text?
Yes.
Sir, I want to read to you State's Exhibit 33, and I want you to confirm for this jury this was a text from you to the defendant, okay?
Okay.
Did you write the following, sir? Quote, I can't talk to you right now. I have to stay firm on my decision. What you told me isn't some joke or something you like about. So yes, I told the police because they needed to know. If you was lying, then you will be cleared and free. But if you wasn't, then you won't. I'm sorry I have to do the right thing for that girl and her family, not the right thing for you and your selfishness. I hate to lose you, but I'd rather that the girl's family have some peace. if you're innocent, then you don't need to worry, and they won't find her body. But if you're not, they're going to find her. And in that case, I already lost my brother. I'm sorry. Sir, did you send that text to your brother?
Yes, I did. I think that's the last text I sent him.
Sir, after that text, was there any further communication to this day between you and your brother?
Yeah, we communicate still.
You still love your brother?
Of course I do.
Do you even want to be here doing this, sir?
Absolutely not.
Will you tell this jury in general why you made that ultimate decision to call the police?
And I made the decision based upon, it's not about the brotherhood, it's about a missing young girl. So if this was an opportunity for her to be found, if this was a direction that she could have possibly went, then I want to give the family that option. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. One moment, Your Honor.
No, sir. Thank you.
Nothing further. Thank
Good afternoon. We're coming into evening now, so.
Oh, yeah.
All right, thanks for being here. I just have a few questions to kind of follow up with you.
Okay.
You just stated a few minutes ago that essentially if you had a choice, you wouldn't be here testifying, right?
Right.
You feel like you kind of forced to testify against your brother today?
And that's like a yes and a no question answer. You know.
Understood.
I made the initial call to the police, so the responsibility of it, yes. As like a duty to my brother, yeah, I feel like I'm forced to be here based upon that.
And based upon that decision to call that day, that's what you feel has led you to here at this point?
Yeah.
And that's the part that you feel is like, hey, I have no choice. I already made that decision. I have to just deal with that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, understood. I want to kind of go back. You and John talked fairly often. You testified to that during this time, like in that December month.
Yeah.
Jury's heard that you guys were texting and calling more than 200, I think it was 228 times during December. And you said that sounds totally normal because you guys were in contact that often.
Yeah.
You guys would text, call, you said you even FaceTimed, and that would be throughout the day.
You mean like every day? Like that was like a pattern?
Yeah, not every single day. I'm sure you didn't do all three of those things, but that would be something that you all would regularly do, text, call, or FaceTime each other.
Definitely, yeah.
And you even stated that when he was at work, you guys would FaceTime and talk then as well.
Yeah.
And so while he was working, were you able to kind of observe the area that he was working in as far as when he was working at Ace Pick Apart?
No, not in that manner. Like he's showing me around. It's more FaceTime. My phone is down. He's operating a vehicle, or you know, I'm doing something into my house, like regular. You know, I guess it was regular now.
Yeah, I don't mean he gave you a tour, but you know, you could see that he was at work and that type of thing.
Yeah.
And he would explain his job to you, what he was doing, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And he liked to talk about work, and like you said, he'd move up quickly, jobs he would do.
Yeah, we would make jokes about that, but it's just general life stuff, what I'm going through, what he's going through, and just have a regular conversation.
Right. And kind of going towards a little bit more towards this conversation that you have talked about today, as best you can recall, that day when you and your brother talked, this wasn't just some one conversation. He laid this whole thing out to you. You said it was kind of broken up into several conversations.
Yes, ma'am.
And originally when you all called, when you guys connected on the phone call, you guys were just having a regular conversation, right?
A brief conversation, yeah. Just, hey, what's up? What's going on? I don't think we spoke, I think for a day or so. I'm not sure. We didn't speak. I was caught up with something in my house.
Gotcha. And so it was just kind of catching up the beginning of that conversation. Hey, how you doing? That kind of thing.
Yeah, brief. He was.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was just a brief, like, hey, what's going on? What you doing? Things like that, just general stuff.
So after you guys exchanged kind of what was going on with you and that type of thing, that is when Mr. Quiles, your brother, went into this story.
Yeah, most after, like, I asked, like, hey, what's up? What's going on with you? Why you're not engaged? Like, with me, he wasn't engaged with me.
Understood. And was that part of the reason why you were describing his demeanor as kind of nervous, or I think you used the word nervous or concerned?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, let me finish that. Is that the reason why you described his demeanor as nervous or kind of concerned?
After the general statement, after the statement that he made.
Understood. I wanted to ask you a little bit about that conversation because of a couple of things that you described. You stated that at one point he told you that he tried to strangle IS, and then he left her.
Yes.
And you were questioning him about that because that just didn't make sense to you.
Yeah, they make sense.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm saying yes.
Okay. And that didn't make sense to you because why would IS stay in the vehicle and sit around if someone just tried to strangle her, right?
Right.
Okay. And in that description to you, he tries to strangle her, he leaves her for some period of time, although you don't know how long.
Right.
And then he comes back, and at that point he tells you he shot her.
Yes.
Okay. And that story to you just didn't add up.
Yeah, it didn't make sense at the time.
And that's what he said to you, though.
Yes.
Did you question him any further as it relates to kind of things that didn't make sense to you?
Yeah, somewhat, yes.
So when he started talking to you at that point in time, were you completely focused in on this conversation, or were you kind of distracted, busy doing other things?
I really don't recall. Like, I don't recall.
Right. And I know you said that when you first kind of were listening to this conversation, you were thinking more of, what is he talking about, trying to figure it out, right?
Right.
And you also said that you didn't believe what he was telling you at that time at all.
Yeah, right.
When you also stated that part of the reason why you didn't believe him is because he is known to kind of make up stories. What do you mean by that?
Like he would, for example, he would tell like elaborate stories when we were younger, all the leading up until we were adults. One of the stories I can possibly say that he said was that he was smoking weed when he was younger, and my mother caught him. And instead of just saying, hey, I was just hanging out with the fellas and I got high, he came up with this whole elaborate story that how he's a drug addict and he does angel dust. So my mother ended up sending him all the way away to a drug facility. So he spent more than a year in a drug facility and never did a drug in his life.
So in that time period, that story that you just told us, that was the situation. He actually went away to a drug rehab facility for an entire year.
Yeah, he wouldn't admit that he just smoked a little bit of weed with his friends.
And you stated that he never had any drugs in his system.
No.
And how do you know that?
Because we would check on him. My mother would check on him. She's a drug counselor. So she would check to see what his urine was coming up positive for drugs, anything. And he's the only one that kept testing negative.
And he kept up with that story for an entire year.
Yep, to this day, he says that he's a recovering drug addict.
And you knew that to not be the truth?
Yeah, it's not the truth.
Is that the type of thing that he would do? Just make up these wild stories?
Yeah.
And was he convincing with those? Did people actually believe him?
Oh yeah, he's very convincing.
Would you say he was the kind of person who kind of like performs or gets into character and does that?
Yeah.
So as he was talking to you about this particular story, were you in your mind thinking, here he goes again?
Yeah, majority of the time, yeah. He's always in a story.
Have you heard him ever talk about being a part of the NYPD?
Yeah, yes.
Has he ever been an NYPD officer?
Absolutely not.
Is that something that he would say often?
Yes.
What about him being a bounty hunter?
We thought he was a bounty hunter at one point, but we come to find out he wasn't a bounty hunter. He was an assistant to a bounty hunter.
So is these type of things of him inserting himself in situations and saying things like that, making up stories, embellishing things, is that par for the course for how you know your brother to be?
Yes.
Is that part of the reason why, when he first told you this, you didn't call police?
Right.
And you waited quite some time. It wasn't until you found out that there may be some connection to a real case that prompted you to actually have some questions.
Yes.
I know you know him fairly well because you grew up with him. If you didn't know him and you heard this type of story, you would believe it.
If I didn't know him, there would be...
Yeah, before he answers that's improper.
Just give me a legal basis.
Improper and speculation.
Sustained.
Because you know your brother, you did not believe him, correct?
Yes, I didn't believe him.
As far as kind of growing up, even into adulthood, the things that you've described in the couple of situations that you've provided, did you believe that he was doing and saying those types of things in order to seek attention?
Yes.
Insert himself in situations?
Insert himself in what situation?
Just in general. I just mean kind of I know you gave me one example and I kind of prompted you with a couple of others. Was that par for the course for him?
Yeah, that's normal behavior.
Even if it didn't even make sense?
Yeah.
When you were asking him how he could have done these things, he always gave you an answer, didn't he?
Yeah.
If you had a question, if you prompted him in some way, he would respond to you, correct?
Yes.
If you led him down a line, he's going to give you an answer no matter what.
Right.
Is he the type of person who, he's not going to let a question go unanswered?
Yeah, for sure.
He's going to give you some sort of response.
Right.
Even if it's not the truth.
Yes.
Even if it's a made-up part of his story.
Right.
So is he the type of person who, once he gets onto a story, he's going to keep going with it?
I'm going to object. It's again calling for speculation.
What was the question?
Your Honor, he's the type of person that once he gets on with the story, he's going to keep going with it. And I'm just asking that based off of his experience with him.
Okay, wrap it up. Overrule.
You can answer.
Oh, yeah. Yes, he's like that.
I know you've given us some insight into the way your brother is. And let me just ask it a different way. There's still that question of why would he make something like this up, correct?
Yes.
We know you didn't call right away when that original phone call was made, correct?
Yes.
Is that because you really didn't believe he was telling you the truth?
I object to that as evading the province of the jury. It's improper. It's calling for speculation.
What was the question again?
I asked him if he didn't call the police because he didn't believe he was telling them the truth.
That's an objection proper.
Okay. Okay. Rephrase the question. The objection is overruled. If you still wish to address the question because there's a disagreement as to what the question was asked, you can re-raise your objection.
Okay.
I think you've covered the area, though, but go ahead.
You didn't call the police right away because you did not believe your brother was telling you the truth, correct?
Yes.
But once you found out that there was someone actually missing, for you, it was, I have to call.
Objection asked and answered.
That is correct, but I'll overrule it.
You can answer.
Okay. Let's repeat the question, please.
My question was, once you found out someone was actually missing, you said, I have to call.
Once I found that a young lady was missing, I needed to be sure before I called.
And was that part of the reason because you said, hey, if there's any possibility that there's some truth to this, I need to at least check it to make sure, let police know to go and look?
Yes.
In fact, you told police at the very beginning you did not think your brother was telling the truth, correct?
Yes.
You just wanted them to search, see if they could verify what the story he told you, if there was any truth to it, right?
Yes.
Once you heard that that search had ended and did not find anybody, once you heard that there was no physical evidence found at Ace Pick-Apart, did you then start to question or have doubts about calling the police?
Your Honor, I object. It calls for speculation. Again, improper. It's backs up for the jury. She's asking for speculation of what would have happened.
I just need a legal basis.
Improper
I think
speculation.
you covered it. Any other legal basis?
Yes, sir.
Any other legal basis?
Yes, sir.
Sustained.
Did you hear that no body was recovered?
Through the media.
Once you found that out, did you begin to have doubts about calling the police?
Counsel, hold on a second. Counsel, I ruled on the objection. Move on from that line of questioning. Overruled. I sustained the objection.
Okay, no problem, Judge.
Ask it, please.
I didn't know if it was because of not laying the foundation. That's why I asked.
I sustained it.
All right, let me fast forward a little bit past that. Before you called police, you said you tried to talk to your brother, correct?
Yes.
And you said when you tried to call him, he wouldn't tell you what you were expecting him to say, which was that this was a made-up story once again.
Right.
And so at that point, you said, I'm going to call police, and you made that decision. You said in their text, I'm firm in my decision.
Yes.
You had decided to call police, and there was really nothing that he could say to change your mind at that point, correct?
At that point, yes.
But when you finally had that conversation, you said, and let me back up just a little bit too, you actually said that when you talked to him those couple of times after, you didn't come at him direct and say, hey, I'm calling the police, I'm going to do this, tell me whether that's the truth or not.
I didn't come at him direct with direct questions, like, give me details about what you did or what you didn't do. I didn't cover that. I just try to give him the benefit of the doubt to say he didn't do this, he was just joking, but he's really concerned about the girl or anything that said that he didn't commit this, he didn't do this.
Understood. And you're the type of person that once your mind is made up, there's no going back.
In this case, yes.
When you told John, your brother, that you had decided to call police, he came clean and told you, I was making it up. It was a story,
Yes.
correct?
Right.
And he said that he thought that you knew him, right?
Yeah, he said that, and he also said, I don't know him.
And by that, did you believe that he meant he would never do anything like that?
I don't know what he meant.
You said that, I believe that after he said that don't call the police, it's going to ruin my life, that kind of thing, because this wasn't real.
Right.
He's continued to tell you that to this day.
We don't actually discuss the case when we talk.
Let me ask you just a couple of quick questions about your brother. Is he an overly affectionate type of person?
Yeah.
How is he when he sees you?
He's real huggy. He wants to hug me. He wants to, be on my shoulder, and he wants to stay close to me.
All right. Is that typical for him?
Yes.
Is that how he is with most people that he knows?
That he knows, yes.
Is he the type that calls people baby and other pet names, things like that?
Yeah.
Is he pretty typical with the compliments and things like that?
Yeah.
Is he known to kind of give kisses as part of his greetings even?
Yeah.
And all other types of kind of overly affectionate types of behavior?
Yes, yes.
Is it, as far as interpreting his behavior, if somebody were to see that, or if you were to see that,
Is it easy for you to understand how that may be misinterpreted? And by let me rephrase that question. Sorry. Is it something that you find easy to understand why his overly affectionate behavior could be misinterpreted for something more serious than that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
He's overly affectionate with most people, correct?
Yes.
To this day, you do not believe your brother is capable of committing these crimes, correct?
Sustained. Hold on. Members of the jury, can I have you wait in the jury room for about 5 minutes? The jury's outside the presence. Mr. Quiles, do you mind waiting outside for a few minutes for us? We'll call you back in. It'll just be a couple minutes. Okay. That's fine. I'm still not done yet. All right, so the jury and the witness is now outside our presence. Counsel, what are you trying to establish? What he believes? How is that relevant? How is it relevant what he believes, what the witness believes? Cross is an example of trying to establish facts to argue in closing. How is it relevant when I sustain the objection multiple times what this witness believes, other than trying to input improper character evidence in front of the jury? But that's what that entire cross was about. How is that proper?
Could you explain why?
I understand to an extent. I get that. But for a large portion of that cross, we're putting in front of the jury improper character evidence in front of the jury. That's what that was about. And I sustained the objections. I gave you some wiggle room because the facts of the case are unique given what he said on direct, and it was opened in that regard. But I sustained it, and you kept going back to the same issues of what he believed.
Specifically, that question was because of the reason I said right before why he did not go all right away.
Okay, then argue it in closing. What does it matter what he believes? This is not argument. Cross or direct is not meant to be argument. It's meant to establish facts elicited from witnesses that can be argued in closing to the jury.
Because I thought it was relevant of why he would not call for a period of time, which is why I was asking those questions.
That's not what you asked him. He said why he didn't call police. That was established. No one is disputing that fact. You asking him now what you know, do you believe him?
Well, I didn't say did you believe him.
I used the word, do you believe him? Yes, you did.
I said capable. That's what I said.
And what is it relevant what he thinks the defendant's capable of?
Because that's relevant to why he would or would not call.
That's not what you established. That's not what you were going after. Okay, that's not what you were going after. The objection is sustained. It was improper. Are you gonna? You're done asking questions in front of the jury?
That was my last question.
Okay, I'll sustain it in front of the jury, and then I'll go to the state. We can bring the jury back in, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold up. Can you hold Mr. Gray up? Can you bring back the witness real quick, please? I'm sorry. Mr. Quiles, sorry, or Mr. Joseph Quiles, sorry for the interruption. We can bring the jury back in, please. Members of the jury, welcome back. Sorry for the brief commercial break. You guys may have a seat. The state's objection is sustained. Any additional questions, Ms. Michelle? State any redirect?
Very brief. Mr. Quiles, just a couple follow-ups. The counsel just asked you about your brother and then he embellished the story, so you can call that line of questioning.
So, I'm sorry, say that again?
Call a line of questioning, counsel brought up about your brother telling you the story.
Yes.
One of those stories I think you cited was that he was telling people he was a bounty hunter,
Yes.
but you, I think we caught you saying that he actually was an assistant to a bounty hunter. Is that correct?
Assistant to the bounty hunter, yeah.
So he actually worked for a bounty hunter at one point.
No, he didn't work for them. He was just assisting a person who does work for the bounty hunter.
Okay. Is it your testimony, sir, that that's embellishing, that he did any work at all for a bounty hunter?
Yeah, he wasn't telling the truth about.
Okay. And now, the other story I think you cited was that he played as if he was on drugs and went to a rehab center at your mom's urging for about a year. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But you started that story, did you not, Mr. Quiles, by saying he was caught smoking weed, right?
Yeah, he was high. Not that he smoked weed. He was caught being high.
Okay, and no matter what we think about marijuana today, back when he was a child, it's an illegal substance then, correct?
Yes.
Right? It was a drug.
Yeah, it's a drug.
Nothing further than that, thank you.
Mr. Joseph Quiles, good to see you, sir. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
State.
Your Honor, this time the state rest.
Members of the jury, that's going to end our work here today. The state of Florida has rested their case in chief. I will then turn to the defense tomorrow. We'll go from there. Certainly appreciate you guys sticking with us today to get through a large block of evidence and testimony today to wrap it up by the end of today. That was certainly helpful to end on this note so we can move forward in the case. The orders I've given the entire time remain in effect. Please do not discuss this case among yourselves or each other. Do not do any independent research. Please stay away from the news media, newspapers, and things of that sort. You guys have been wonderful. Been here every day past 5:30 for going on 2 weeks now. Tomorrow's still going to be another big day. We'll start back at 9 o'clock. I know you guys can't get here before 9, which is fine. We'll start at 9 o'clock. We'll start promptly. We'll go from there. And we'll see how tomorrow shakes out. I'm not doing the weekend thing. Don't worry about that. We'll see how tomorrow goes and Friday goes, and we'll kind of make adjustments if we need to. It may be all moot depending on your verdict is, whether it be guilty, not guilty, some combination, or lesser included offenses. We'll see what happens. We'll go from there. It's just a matter of trying to plan out every possibility so we can be prepared as a courthouse administration. So appreciate you guys and what you guys have done this week. You can leave your notepads on your chairs. And I'll see you guys back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The jury's outside our presence. I still have counsel of state defense and Mr. Quiles present. You guys may have a seat. So the state's rested. I'll turn to the defense tomorrow. Mr. Davis, Ms. Michelle, you think you guys can rest your case by lunch?
Judge, I can tell you we've gone over the witness list with the state. We were only going to end up calling 3.
Okay.
And there are 2 I know are real short. The third one is 30 minutes.
Look, I know we talked about this. We talked about this in breaks during the lunch break about scheduling issues. I will go to closing. It depends on the state. If the state has a rebuttal case, obviously I'll go there. I'm not sure what their plans are. Based on if you guys can say, based on what you knew of the defense witnesses, do you anticipate a rebuttal case?
We do have the lead detective coming and maybe a couple others just on standby. But based on the three, if we do, we believe it would be brief.
Brief as in you think it can be done by lunch, even so?
Yes, we do.
Okay. If I can do closings after lunch, I will do so. If I can charge them tomorrow, I will do so as well. If it's, I mean, they're coming back Friday anyway, so the more time they have back there, if they said they can stay later tomorrow as well, might as well maximize our time with them and lessen the likelihood that they will need to go into next week for deliberations. Of course, we don't know how long they'll take. But if I can do that, I will. I don't like charging them late in the day, but given where we're at, it may make sense to do so. But we'll see what time it is. It may make more sense for you guys to do your close, maybe send them home at 5 o'clock and charge them Friday morning at that point. We'll kind of see what happens. But I'd be prepared to do your closings tomorrow in that sense.
Did the court make a decision on the time?
No, I haven't. I don't want to limit you guys. I trust your judgment, but I mean, you guys are all professionals. You know when you lose a jury. But I'll step in if I have to. So maybe not setting a time limit is better than not setting one in some respects. But I will take breaks in between the closing. I'm not going to have the jury sit there for 2.5, 3 hours. So I probably will take a break after the state's first close, after the defense close, and then the state will do a second close, and then I'll charge them at that point if that's what we decide to do. So there will be breaks built in for the jury.
Is the court inclined to do the final charge after we're both done, or do you?
That's a good question. I was thinking we can do it tonight. It may not make sense. I can do it tomorrow morning instead. You guys can take a better look at it tonight.
I'm sorry, Governor.
No, go ahead.
Just in terms of just the preparation, if we all have that tomorrow, I think time would be of the essence for I think on behalf of the state, Ms. French, myself, probably prefer over the lunch hour tomorrow.
I'm sure we can find time. So you prefer to do it the lunch hour and not before 9 o'clock?
One more.
Here, how about we do this? How about you guys discuss all the lesser included you want? I don't think that. I mean, we talked about the jury instructions a few weeks ago. I do have a copy of it. I kind of made some changes based off combining the lessers for counts 1 and 2 because it's all the same, but for the name of the victim. The state requested second-degree murder and manslaughter with a firearm. I don't know if the defense is requesting any additional category 2s. That's a conversation you guys need to have before we have a charge conference.
Judge, we agree.
You don't want any category 2?
We'll discuss that tonight, but I'm just saying, as far as the second and the manslaughter with a firearm, we agree with that.
How about I do this? Let me go back to my office. I'll tidy them up. I'll email them out to you guys. You guys can discuss any. I have not looked at the lessers for the count 3 yet as much. I need to take a look at that as well, but I don't think the charge conference should take all that long. I think it's rather routine at this point. We kind of know what the law is going to be for a lengthy case. The jury instructions aren't that complicated.
We agree, and I think if I remember, I know it's been about a month, but we sent that initial courtesy working copy, and I think what we tried to do is stay with those category 1 lessers, if I recall, that we agree with the court.
Okay, so I'll email it out tonight. We can talk about it. You know, I'll be here early tomorrow before 9 o'clock. We can talk about it off the record real quick to see if we have any issues. But then we can have the quote-unquote official charge conference, maybe the latter part of the lunch hour to give the staff a break after depending on how the morning goes. And that should be it.
They agrees.
Sir. Any other issue we need to handle tonight before we break from the state perspective?
Just to make sure I'm clear, on your PowerPoints for closing, the court doesn't have any restrictions in terms of just staying with a jury instruction. Some courts like just having jury instructions. You're allowed. You don't have any parameters on that.
Don't make it improper, but
of course, yes, sir.
very No, I don't have any parameters in that regard. I trust you guys to put stuff before the jury that's not. I trust you guys to not put stuff before the jury that's not improper. If I have to get that detailed, I'm in the wrong business. Anything else from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense perspective?
No, Your Honor.
Anything you guys want me to inquire about with your client? We talked about the scheduling and you talking to your client. I think the schedule actually is working out better than we anticipated as of last night. So I'm not sure that's a real issue at this point. But when we get to that point, if it becomes an issue, if you want me to inquire of him, I can certainly do so. And I'll talk to him.
Yeah, I think we did talk to him about that. There's no issues there.
Okay, and I'll talk to him tomorrow as well during the defense case in chief, depending on what you guys want to do. If you'd rather have me do that, if he's already made a decision and you want to do that before you even call a witness, I'm happy to do so. And that way I don't have to send the jury out again. Are there any motions the defense needs to make at this point in the juncture, given the state's rested?
Judge, I was going to say, can we just do it first thing in the morning when we get started?
That's fine.
No,
No, that's fine. Just get here a few minutes early.
I've already got it ready to go.
Okay. Anything else from the defense perspective?
No, sir.
Anything the defense wants me to inquire about with their client? Okay. Okay, and just so for planning purposes, if we do have to go to a phase 2, and I say that if, because we don't know what the jury's going to do, that would start Monday. I would not go straight into it on a Friday. I would not do that. I would go into it on Monday. Okay, I appreciate you guys, appreciate the staff. I know it's been a long couple weeks. I know it's been a long week for you guys as well. Appreciate everything you guys have done. I mean, I noticed it, so I want to make sure the record reflects it as well. So you guys have a nice night.